And hello there, my chat as well. Right, so today's topic is pretty obvious. Everything can see.
Oh, really? What's today's topic, Arch?
Well, you know, I figured we could talk about Rebel Moon. That's shit. Or we could talk about Fallout,
imagine.
which we might touch upon. But I don't know. Somehow I feel drawn towards the slight minute lore evolution, not change. We can't use that word anymore. Evolution in the
Yes.
Warhammer 40k universe.
I mean, if you want, if anyone's interested, I notice you've been getting great views on those videos. You went on side scrollers, and that's got like 100,000 views on it now, or something like that.
Fire is the answer.
the thing is, the interesting thing is, the reason why I even started talking politics was honestly because of you, years and years ago. Because I started watching some of your stuff, and you were just in the early days of like beginning to figure out what was happening, like in 2014, etc.
Yeah.
And I was looking at this, and I was like, okay, this is in gaming, it's in movies, it's in music, it's everywhere. It's literally just a question of time before it starts getting into what I like too. And that's what encouraged me to start talking about this. And for so long, I was either told, like, no, it's not going to happen, or 40k is immune, or it's going to be very resistant, it ain't going to happen here. There'll never be any female Space Marine types. Well.
Hello, how's it going, guys?
Oh, Dev, the eating hour's over, is it? Right, so we know when it is, Arch. It's from 8 to 9 British time.
I'm just finishing my coffee. I'll be around in like 30 seconds.
Okay.
The swallowing hour, however, extends beyond that. And here we are. Like, it happened. The inevitability of it it's almost astounding in a way.
Yeah, I mean, I'm mildly proud of Warhammer for being like the last thing to be completely corrupted by wokeism. You know, it's just like it does prove the point that no, this was such a right-wing property that it took, I mean, literally 10 years for it to get to this point.
Oh yeah, it took a very long time. It took far longer than anything else that the woke had set their sights on. And even then, when we finally got the big concession, female Space Marines, they couldn't quite go the mile.
The proper one. Yeah.
They had to like test the waters first and slowly go like, oh god, what's the blowback from this gonna be?
Yeah, and as well, there's something else as well. There's the interesting thing is that this is a very online thing that they've done. Notice how I sent you the thing that the Warhammer Facebook page had posted in response, because someone like, oh great, are we going to get female Custodes models? And they were basically like, no. Right. So this is something that's theoretical, basically, and is just to own the chuds online. Hello, chuds in the chat, by the way, my chat and your chat. Good to see you turning out in such good numbers. But this is just to own the chuds. It's just, oh, we hate those chuds because they're making us feel bad online or something like that. And it's like, okay, well, they know that this is all bollocks then, right? They know that this isn't going anywhere. They know that this is just a performative thing. And so why can't they just drop the fucking act?
Service guarantees citizenship.
Well, there's the thing. All of this is, I think this has to do with guilt, in a way. GW has, for a very long time, been wanting to go woke.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I showed you at some point the black people on Fenris, the ice world.
Heresy is the question. Fire is the answer.
They've been trying, and they have been desperate to find some way to make female Space Marines, and they just couldn't.
Yeah.
And after years of this, I think that this is them kind of cracking and just going like, okay, we're just gonna have to lie now. We're just gonna have to make something up.
We're just gonna have to push through the chuds.
Yep. And they can't admit that they've changed it either, because again, if you admit that you've changed something, you are leaving behind a history. You are affirming by, statement that there were always male custodies.
Yeah. And the thing is, as well, they know it's bullshit. And we know it's bullshit. Everyone knows it's bullshit. So, what are you doing, Games Workshop?
This one other thing that struck me too is this might be them finally taking a head count and checking their position. How many people can they make say the lie? How many people are willing to say the lie?
Yeah, that is definitely going to be a part of it. But I think also they're just in a position where they know that from their point of view, it's the right thing to do to get the female Space Marines, the trans representation, all that. That's why it was featured in in White Dwarf recently.
Yes,
and they know it's a moral impulse, and they are completely bound by their own inheritance at this point. They're like, right, okay. We need to make the space Nazis gay. It's like, why? Because it'd be immoral if they were straight space Nazis, and if they were just male space Nazis. The only way we can have moral space Nazis is that they're trans and woman and, blah, 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 blah. It's like, so gay space Nazis is how Games Workshop is going to square the circle. And it's like, but GW, they're space Nazis, right? They're really terrible people. And you're like, yeah, but the Imperium itself can't be terrible.
Citizenship.
It's like, okay, that's a weird position to take. It's kind of.
So do you remember 3 or 4 years ago I did that identification with evil video, right? And I keep seeing instances of it pop up where I've seen people online say, you can have an evil character who does all sorts of evil things, but you can't make them transphobic. I'm just thinking, why not though? I mean, if transphobia is evil, why couldn't an evil character be transphobic? Is there really an answer to that?
Yeah, and why do the evil characters have to be essentially progressive? Wouldn't it make sense for them to be even more evil by being bigots?
I think the idea is that they want to establish that being progressive is just normal. So you're going to have good progressives and evil progressives, but never non-progressives.
Never bigots.
Yes. So all of the possible positions are somewhere under the progressive umbrella, including the good ones and the bad ones. You can never actually leave the progressive umbrella. I think that's what they're going for.
Yes, it is replacement. And again, this doesn't need to make any sense. That's the key thing. You mentioned the guy who was featured in White Dwarf recently with the trans Space Marines. There was an very interesting snippet taken from him just literally 2 days ago, where he says, 40K should be about romance and interpersonal relationships because the uncaring killing machines get boring. It's like, wow. That I believe that is the actual fundament of the entire setting, the uncaring killing machines.
Isn't that remarkable?
And these are the people that GW want in.
Fire is the answer.
I got to be honest. Unlike you two, I am not a Warhammer fan. I don't know much of the lore. I mean, I played. There was a game on the Sega Saturn that I played that was in the Warhammer universe, and then there was the Xbox 360 game. It was like a shooter. I played those 2 games, and that's it. So I'm actually the tourist. I'm actually the outsider here. But nonetheless, I can still appreciate just the general idea of if the lore has an all-female or an all-male faction, you probably shouldn't mess with that just for some sort of representative purpose.
But what I love about it as well is this representation nonsense, right? And you remember the Warhammers for everyone. They're like, we want everyone to see themselves represented. It's like, okay, why do you want people to be represented by the space Nazis? Like, why are they the guys you want? You know what? Trans people. That's right. Space Nazis. Good point. You know what? Gay people. Yep. Space Nazis. Yeah, I agree. Nazis. Some sort of Nazi category they have to be fit into. It's like, can't you have them in something else? You're the ones who are constantly going on about how the Imperium aren't the good guys. It's okay for them to not be in the Imperium because the Imperium aren't the good guys.
Yeah, they always say, if you actually like Warhammer straight on, the same with Starship Troopers or with Helldivers, then you don't
Heresy's
understand the
question.
satire. 'Cause it's making
Fire
fun
is
of
the
your
answer.
position. It's like, okay, but why do you want the people that you are making fun of to also be trans? You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
exactly.
Or to
Yeah,
also
yeah,
have
yeah.
some sort of representation? It's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Well, it's because this isn't about representation at the end of the day. That's the thing. It's yet another straw man position that can be assumed and abandoned at any given point, because it's all about the authority and the power within the setting. Like there was a beautiful article I found about the statues, because you remember they were tearing down statues in the US, right?
Yeah.
And there was a leftist who explained that they were tearing down statues because they represented normalcy. They represented the society at large. That's why they were tearing them down. They didn't care about their history. They didn't care that this guy was a slave owner or something. He was an part of American history. That's why he had to go. And that's why they need to replace him with the statue of George Floyd. Because it has nothing to do with representation. It's, again, socialism. That is the end goal of all of this.
So this is a tweet that all three of us have seen, but you should probably pull it up for the sake of the chat, Arch. Where the person just outright admits that Sisters of Battle are not Space Marines. They're not the central piece of the actual franchise. So the Space Marines, as the spotlighted section of the franchise, should have women in it. That is now an argument outside of the lore and basically a real life political argument.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Emails. A few months ago, I covered a similar article on this, where an article from the Wargamer, which is what claims to be hilariously a fan site, basically goes on at length. Yes, I don't care about the female Space Marines. I don't care about the lore around them. I'm not interested. I want my position represented. That is all of it. It is all about politics.
Yeah, and that's when you start bringing in Gramsci, and it all kind of boils down to this same location where it's just like representing a certain type of politics on screen so that you can normalize it in real life, so that you can more easily get your political changes done. It's kind of strange how it all funnels down to that one point. It makes every conversation kind of sound like the same thing.
Well, that's the thing. Like, Gramsci was a goddamn genius. An absolute goddamn genius, because he identified the correct thing, that society is built around certain societal norms. And if you try to batter them down, you are going to face resistance. If, however, you slowly, over the course of literally a century, wear away at them, and your entire position is not to tear down the normal, but to replace it with a new normal. Like you say, right? You can't have a transphobic supervillain, because that would be bad. Like, you have to normalize their position.
It's so good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh no, the supervillain can't be transphobic. The supervillain, well, calm down. I mean, and they did this with the fucking monster from was it Chucky? Was it Chucky or one of these fucking 80s movie monsters where they're like, well, he's a trans icon. It's like, well,
I think.
That was it. You know, I might be a monster, but I'm not transphobic or whatever. It's like, are you fucking? Oh, it's so preposterous.
Man, I saw a comic or something where it was the Joker, and he said something like, I might be a maniac, but I'm not a capitalist oppressor.
Yeah, and it's
really.
It's so fucking ridiculous, and it's like, okay, but what you're saying there is that there is a level of evil that you aren't prepared to explore in your stories, right?
Yep.
I found the comic book from it, where he says, "I'm an American. I hate Nazis. I'm a homicidal maniac, not a traitorous bigot."
I just love how murderers that even they aren't bigots these days.
So, and man, when you see like some of the older like Red Skull speeches where he's talking to American men, and he's like, "Listen, I know that we've had our differences in the past, but now we're both being subverted, so it's time for the white race to reassert itself." Yeah, it was pretty good. It's like, whoa, he's actually a villain.
The question.
Yeah, an amazing speech. The villain is the good guy now. It's like, okay. All right.
So, actually, also from 2016, for those of you in the chat who are kind of new to the eternal culture war that is the internet now, 2016 was a different time because the left was less trans-oriented and more feminist-oriented, right? But we still saw this same kind of thing play out in 2016. I'll post this in the chat as well, Arch, where people got angry because a woman was being choked in an X-Men trailer back in the 2016 X-Men movie. Now, this guy's name is Apocalypse, and he intends to destroy the planet. But people are getting angry that
human life.
Yes, he's choking a woman though, and so that's too far.
Well, Apocalypse.
There was also the Batman cover with the Joker drawing like a smiley face on Batgirl's face.
Yeah,
that too was too far.
Yeah. Back in the day, how could you, sir?
So, in terms of Warhammer, as I said, I am a tourist here. I have to admit. But I have been kind of watching from the outside, right? Because I can still empathize because I have my own properties that I like and that similar things have happened to, so I get it. But someone passed this along to me. This is the is it like an earnings report from Games Workshop?
Service
Something like that.
guarantees citizenship.
Yeah, annual report, and it has a bunch of figures in it and stuff. But if you do Control F and do ESG in the PDF, you find 2 mentions of it mentioned. So, real quick. Our people team, from the support from staff around the business, have been working on improving our induction programs, staff development, and checking our recruitment processes are free from any bias. We are also making good progress on ESG topics. I can see we are doing ever more to support to focus on topics like diversity and inclusion, delivering on our legal requirements, and ensuring our suppliers meet industry ethical supply standards, as well as our commitments on health and safety. So they do outright say that they're still doing the diversity inclusion stuff. They say it right in the earnings report.
Now, from what I've heard from inside of GW as well, from some people there, is that the ESG thing is not as big of a deal. Like, this is not GW going woke because of BlackRock. This is GW going woke because GW is woke as a corporation.
Yeah,
the people in actually want it. Yeah.
Yes, because the ESG stuff for GW is primarily around environmental nonsense, because they produce plastic miniatures, and plastics are quite polluting. So it's around stuff like that, and renewable energy,
right.
Safety production, and stuff like that. The diversity, equity, and inclusion stuff, they haven't lent into an enormous amount on the hiring side, as far as my insider guys are aware, at least. How sure that is on all levels, who knows? Like, he's not that high level, so you know.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys might disagree with me, but I don't find the environmental stuff that objectionable. I mean, you want to pollute less, that's fine, but I mean to bundle it in with diversity initiatives and like affirmative action and stuff just doesn't seem right to me.
Well, absolutely. Like, because the entire idea of the ESG nonsense is yet another easy in. Like, okay, who's against pollution? Well, nobody. Like, okay, well, this seems like a great pipeline to push something else then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's simply a tactic, right?
Mm-hmm.
But ultimately, it does represent everything that they want. So this is the sort of end managerial goal of it all.
And it is, yet again, a very easy way to gain access to a lot of power and a lot of influence. Because the interesting thing is, they've used many of these tactics over the years and evolved slowly but surely. Like, it began with calling people racist Nazis. That was very effective because everyone reacted very wounded towards just the accusation, right?
Yeah.
This was how they could get people fired by simply calling their boss and go like, "Did you know this guy's a Nazi?"
Fire is the
and
answer.
the reaction was like, "What? No, that's what? I'll fire him immediately."
It does sound fucking preposterous when you say it, doesn't it? Did you know this guy's a Nazi? It's like, what in the year of our Lord 2024? What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, who, Frank? I've known Frank for years. I had no idea. But the mere accusation held such unfathomable weight within our evil racist society somehow
And
Genuinely
that's
sounds
actually
absurd.
that is relatively new because so Naomi and I are watching Buffy the Vampire Slayer, right? Because I haven't seen it since I was a kid. I wanted to see what it was like.
Yeah.
I know it's Joss Whedon, but I want to go back and see what the 90s are like.
Oh, Buffy
And,
was great, man.
and we also recently watched House, which is a 2000s show.
Yeah.
And in both of these shows, they make fun of Nazis, but they make fun of them in a way that you couldn't do today because you would be
God.
blasted for like normalizing them, or for like lightening the mood around them, or for not treating them with enough undue seriousness. And
Sorry,
it's like
how are they normalizing Nazis in Buffy the Vampire Slayer?
in one episode, they call their principal a Nazi because he's like coming down hard on the rules.
Right.
And I have since seen people say you can't normalize Nazis that way by simply comparing them to your principal. They're much more serious, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, that is cringe. But
Yeah.
I mean, okay, fine.
But man, 90s and 2000s TV is such a breath of fresh air. Like
Yeah,
even though it's Joss Whedon, and even though they're constantly breaking the fourth wall, there's still a sincerity in Buffy the Vampire Slayer that doesn't really exist anymore.
Yep, that's totally true.
Well, that's the thing. There used to be a time when everything wasn't political. And see, we've kind of come to the conclusion that yes, everything is political because the
guarantees
opposition is
citizenship.
making everything political. And you cannot fight a war by simply pretending that the war isn't happening.
Yeah.
But our old social system allowed for non-political things. Everything did not have to be political. You could have simple escapism, and that allowed the simple escapism to actually take on some political themes without making it overtly political. There's to bring it back to 2000 things. There's an interesting episode of the most female television show ever created, Grey's Anatomy.
Yeah. My wife watches it. I've never seen it.
Where there's a guy who comes in and he's a paramedic worker, so he's a rescue worker, and he's been like stabbed to the gut or something, and they're like, "Oh my god, what we're gonna do?" And one of the black nurses goes over to him, and he's like, "Please, no, I want another doctor." And they bring because she's a woman, so okay, you want a man. They bring a black man over, it's like, "No, I want another doctor." And then they pull up his shirt, and he's got a giant swastika just tattooed on his fucking chest.
Man, there's an episode of X-Files where some Nazis are posting stuff through letterboxes in this house, and one of them is this thing is propaganda about Jewish people, and so it looks like Nazi propaganda about Jewish people. It's like there's no way they'd have that in this day and age.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, it's framed as if it's a bad thing, obviously, but the very fact that it was represented is the thing that couldn't be done now.
Oh yeah, because in the Grey's Anatomy too, he goes on to explain his position. He's like, okay, but your partner is a black woman, so like, well, how can you work with her? And he is like, I don't mind her. She's a great person. If she wanted to marry my brother, I'd have a problem with that. It's like, oh, that's surprisingly sympathetic. What the hell?
Yeah, the Nazi has a nuanced position.
Exactly, and in the end, when they do the operation, they like tuck his skin flap over a little bit, so it kind of ruins the swastika. And that's like their petty revenge, and that's
fine,
it. Yeah, and they heal him, and he's fine, and they don't kill him on the operating table. Like, okay,
Yeah.
So what you're telling me is that they themselves, they feel bad about it, they take a little bit of petty revenge. Fair enough. He himself has a nuanced position, and everyone comes out of it morally good, or at the very least, grey.
Yeah.
Like, can you imagine this today? They would have slit his wrist on the operating table and people would have stood outside and fucking clapped.
Well, have you seen that
Yep.
Civil War film? Yeah.
Not yet. I'm waiting for a decent resolution version to arrive.
Well, it's really embarrassing, to be honest, because the soldiers just murder the president. Like they don't take the president into custody. He's not tried. He's just shot in the White House by a black woman soldier. And it's like, right.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh man, yeah. A lot of these are just going to be petty revenge fantasies. There was a cartoon that went viral recently where like Trump as a 95-year-old man is dragged out of his retirement home and beheaded by President AOC in front of a crowd. And it's like, all right,
Jesus.
okay.
These people are, but I mean, this is more barbaric than your average Assyrian. Like, there's an Assyrian fucking carving of the Jewish king bowing down and kissing the feet of one of the Assyrian kings. And it's like, that's the sort of thing they'd do. Like, the soldiers wouldn't just massacre the king.
I mean, so there is a punchline to the comic because they hold Trump's head up and you can see it's still like scrolling on his phone. So like, okay, I get it. That's kind of funny, but nonetheless, it's kind of ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah.
I know we're very off topic now, but if we're going to talk about how Nazis are treated, Arch, why don't you read this post from Vosh's subreddit? Check this out.
God help me. Okay, let's see. Sociopaths on R-Vosh are discussing how to get coworkers fired because she thinks Hitler was on the authoritarian left. This person is objectively correct. What's the problem? I have a coworker that has called Hitler a leftist on more than one occasion. What to do? If yours is a workplace that doesn't tolerate such BS, try to get him fired. If not, best ignore and start ignoring him, not to sympathize at attention whores and getting none will piss them off. Needle him if he says something stupid, make him show his work, either that or report him to HR for inciting language.
So this guy's not even pro-Hitler. He's simply saying Hitler was on the left. And you can disagree with that take if you want. But like that's not even a pro-Nazi take, and they want this guy fired. It's rather ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, of course. And again, it is because these people are really, really evil. And no matter how often we say that, we can't cut across just how evil they are.
Fire is
well, they're also very ignorant of their own evil, right? Because they will often say, if you talk to them,
they
good versus evil is
evil.
Yeah. Well, what they'll say is good versus evil is an outdated old concept. It's from old religions and traditions that we've since moved past. All right,
that's
old
hilarious. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
You see, the right side of history have transcended concepts of good and evil at this point.
Yeah, but instead what they do is they use the word left as we would use good, and they use the word fascist as we would use evil. So they're still communicating the same things. They're just using different words because that's how they treat left and fascist as good and evil. But they claim they've moved beyond traditional morality. It's like, all right, guys, okay.
Yeah.
It's all just fucking retarded cope, basically.
I just love the idea that we've transcended values of good and evil at this point. That's amazing.
Well,
I think their argument is that it's traditional and tradition bad, therefore morality bad.
It's not, well, I mean, it is. Yes and no, I guess, is the answer to that. You idiots.
I really enjoy reading leftist stuff, okay? Because it is so insane. And also, it puts together so many ideas. Like when you see them acting in such a very strange way, it's like, what the fuck? Like, what human thinks like this? Like, oh, this is why they think like this. It really puts it all together. It's kind of nice.
Well, again, there's some interesting one interesting thing. I've been selling a little shirt that simply says gatekeep, because that's what you need to do, otherwise your shit will be lost. And the reactions to this has been fantastic. One dude was like, if I see you wearing this shirt at a tournament, I'll forfeit and walk away. It's like, good. But the perhaps best one is this one, where a chick goes on, or more realistically, get kicked out of most stores, let alone a tournament. So the position of the opposition here is, if you wear a shirt, you will be kicked out of a store. Like, that is the actual gatekeeping position. My gatekeeping position is, don't bring your politics into the hobby. Their gatekeeping position is, if you show any sort of signifier or opinion or anything that is in opposition to our ideology, they will actually keep you out of the stores themselves. That is their idea. It's like, no matter how racist, no matter how bigoted, how evil you think these people are, double it.
Yeah, that's literally where we are at this point. And I don't take any joy in saying it either, but like, if you genuinely think that your opponents have no moral worth like that, you've actually arrived at the Nazi position.
Well, absolutely. And, like, this dehumanization has been going on for a very long time. Like, we saw this back in 2016, 14, 15, where this began, right?
Yeah.
It has only grown more vehement since then. And they don't get that what they're doing is bad? Like, this is the same woman who previously said that gatekeeping is bad. It's like, does your brain not compute your own position?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it is ultimately that friend enemy distinction stuff, right? Where it's good if it's good for me, you know. That's really what it boils down to.
Oh, obviously, but
yeah.
I'm just amazed that this doesn't like penetrate their minds at any point, where they somehow come to the conclusion that, okay, you know, what I'm doing here is actually not a very good thing.
Well, I think they know, they just don't care. They just say, no, this is good for me. Like some of them are actually ignorant. Some of them know exactly what's going on, and they're just on board with it.
No, that's the thing. I think that most of these people don't understand, and that's kind of what is malicious to me.
The thing is, any amount of moral introspection would arrive at the point where they have to admit, yeah, we are actually. I mean,
Heresy's the question.
we are kind of like
Fire is the
Nietzscheans
answer.
at this point. Like someone in the chat was like, beyond in my chat was like beyond good and evil. It's like, yeah. They are kind of at that point where they're just like to have a moral debate is to suggest that the other person is a morally worthy person to talk to, and they just don't believe that anymore. So it's like, okay.
So they punch them, yeah, and they call them Nazis.
But it's not even that they punch them. I don't think they will punch them. I think they'll try and do other things. But I don't know, man. It's just like there's nothing left to say about it, right?
There really isn't.
I guess aside from explaining it to people who don't get it yet, yeah.
Well, yeah.
Well, yeah, but the explanation part is an important one, because you do need to actually point out how they arrived at this position and why this is happening, you know? But
Also,
for these
hold on,
people's side...
I wouldn't necessarily call them Nietzscheans exactly, because when Nietzsche talked about the state of morality without God, he wasn't saying that positively, you know? He said that, well, you now have to somehow construct a morality without God that is still somehow moral, and every single person on the left is currently failing at that task.
Well, I didn't say they weren't. But what I mean is, all they can do is express a will to power that everyone
Service
join their slave
guarantees
morality.
citizenship.
Right. Okay. Yeah. No, I get it.
So there's, you know, you're not allowed to be morally different to them, is their position.
Right.
And,
so and I think also bundled in with that position is that there's just an inherent superiority to their morality, and people who don't believe it just need to be properly educated so that they will believe it. And if after education they still don't believe it, then you have to kill them.
It's more than that, because their morality is predicated on the idea that it's for all rational beings, right? And it's the most rational morality because it's purely utilitarian, right? There's just no
Service
question that
guarantees
utilitarianism is the
citizenship.
end point of materialism. And so if you reject that, it's because you are an evil person. You knew what good was, and you turned your back on it. It's literally like, you know, some Christian becoming Satanist.
Yeah.
That's
And I mean,
how you-
I've seen many different formulations of this. I know Vosh at one point on a stream somewhere, I can't find it anymore. I wish I could. It'd be an amazing clip. But he said that if you use your intuition as your source of morality, you're a fascist because it's not reasoned.
Yeah.
And I'm like, isn't that all morality though? Ultimately, is intuition.
Yes. All morality boils down to how you feel about the thing. That is correct.
Yes. Yeah. So I'm like, oh, all right. And I've
In
seen
fact,
people say that.
I've actually been thinking about this a lot. I don't think morality is rational at all. Even if you say, well, if I begin with premise A and premise B and we arrive at conclusion C, you still chose premise A and B out of a prejudice. It was a feeling.
Yeah.
It was a felt need to have that. And it's like, okay, so well then there's no point like having any conversation about it.
I mean, I think there still is, because sometimes
about whether it's rational or not.
Okay, yeah,
You know,
right. Yeah.
What we're discussing ultimately is your feelings, and so you know, don't pretend that you're like being an intellectual with your morality, because that's not how morality
Heresy's
works.
the question. Fire is the answer.
Yeah. I recall this was a couple of years ago when Xander Hall wanted to debate one or both of us about morality, and he skipped out, right?
Is
But-
that the guy who got 95 on his IQ test?
Yeah, he's the guy.
Service
I mean,
guarantees
well,
citizenship.
Chud Logic put us in like a group with him, and he just
Oh,
didn't
did he?
reply, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
But
I think that's hilarious.
yeah, this was like back in 2021 or something.
Yeah.
But basically, like his view, he was talking about morality with Lauren Southern, and he just kept saying, "Are you a consequentialist?" And he didn't get it that you value certain consequences, like certain consequences are good or bad because of the
Yeah.
thing that you value. That comes first, and what you value is ultimately arbitrary in a sense.
Heresy is the
Everyone is
question.
everything. though.
Fire
That's
is
the
the
thing.
answer.
I'm sick of this total bizarre pretense that it's not. It's like you are someone. If someone does something for obviously bad intentions, you say that's bad, and if they do it in obviously the wrong way, you say that's bad, and if it gives you bad consequences, you declare that to have been a bad thing. So at no point were you just a deontologist or a virtue ethicist or a consequentialist. You are a liar when you say that you are. You are all of these things, as everyone is, because that's what morality is. Morality isn't any one of these things. And that's why like people like John Stuart Mill, it's like, oh, well, an action is considered good or bad, depending on how much pleasure or pain it produces. Like, that's not true. And no one thinks that, which is why no one acts like that. It's just in certain times, you're going to make a calculus where you're like, okay, I've got all of the other things have been considered, and now I just need to divvy up this cake or whatever. So I need to figure out who's going to get what. That's all that is. And it's taken to an absurd position, and it's just bollocks.
Yeah. One thing I've noticed is if you look at any of the various moral systems, as soon as you kind of push on the edges and look at their exceptions start looking like the normal for the other moral systems. And then you realize they all kind of collapse into each other at the top. So it's basically just the same thing.
But it's just not true that these are
Heresy is
separate
the
things.
question. Fire is the answer.
That's the thing. And no one acts as if it's true. So it's just like...
Well, the thing is, too, to return to the original topic here, the wokeist push has nothing to do with morality.
Heresy is
Because
the
it is more than
question.
happy
Fire
to
is the answer.
drop its morality at the drop of a hat. This is how J.K. Rowling went from being the hero of the left to please arrest this bigot.
Well, she literally left the cult. Well, not even left
Heresy
the cult,
is the
but
question.
like
Fire
turned
is
her
the
back
answer.
on what is true and right.
Yes.
I haven't
She's
I haven't kept
still
up
a
with her.
radical feminist. Like, she is still like a feminist first, but she
Yeah.
disagreed with a portion of their
Heresy
evolving
is the
narrative.
question.
Because
Fire
that is
is
what
the
it was. The
answer.
feminist movement was co-opted and eaten from the inside out by wokeism. And then as it pushed forward, the people within feminism were looking at the haggard corpse of what they had once had
Service
and not
guarantees
recognizing it
citizenship.
anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Being told
Yeah.
to either
But
get on
not-
board or get out of the way.
There was this video that you commented on years ago, Sargon, where it's like a bunch of radical feminists who are asking, where are the men coming to save us? When there's a bunch of trans women like beating down their door at one of their events. And it's like, well, this is kind of the position you put yourself in, where your movement, kind of chewed you up and spit you out, doesn't need your position anymore. It's moved on from that, and now you've been cast aside.
And why would anyone want to come and save you anyway? Like,
Service
what are you
guarantees
offering? What,
citizenship.
are you going to say thank you? Are you going to be like, oh, we'll be friends now or something? No, of course not.
This too.
Man, it feels a lot like recently people are saying, how come no one wants to stand up
Service
for
guarantees
Great Britain anymore?
citizenship.
What happened to us? And it's like, well, what have you done to yourselves?
Yeah.
Years of
Totally true.
anti-British sentiments will do that, weirdly enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not just material need. Like you guys have the weapons if you wanted to fight for some reason. It's not
Oh, yeah.
just that. It's also the fact that you don't have the spirit anymore, in a sense. No
Yeah,
offense.
No. It's totally true. I mean, Jesus, what am I supposed to do? But like, oh no, that's not true. Yeah, we've got no will anymore, and it's like, okay, well
Heresy's the
then I guess
question.
we're just going to get
Fire
overrun
is
by
the
boat
answer.
migrants, aren't we?
There's an interesting thing too, and that is the progress of progressivism is something that is still not understood by the progressives themselves.
Yeah.
Because what I've also seen, I've seen two positions on the female custodies that aren't just like, this is dumb, they're lying, what the fuck. The first is the rather obvious lie, and this one popped up on Twitter immediately from the ignorant ones, going, "Oh, GW never said that there were only male custodies." No, they did. No, we know there were always male custodies. Yeah. Explicit, yeah. But the second one was, "I don't mind this." Like, I don't mind if GW is a little bit more tolerant, etc. I think that one bears more discussion, because once upon a time, J.K. Rowling was the most progressive person there was. Now there are calls for her to be arrested over hate crime laws in Scotland.
Yeah.
There's a very potent lesson here to be learned by anyone who looks at this and thinks, "I don't mind." You are literally the person that goes, "Oh, first they came for, but I didn't care because it wasn't me." You will be next. Your version of tolerance will eventually be reached by the progressives and then rolled right over.
Mm-hmm. Like, maybe the next frontier will be if we can actually have lab-grown meat en masse, and it's actually like more or less the same as animal meat. At that point, you'll probably be arrested for killing animals because now you're harming animals or something. It'll probably that's probably the next frontier for progressivism after the trans stuff kind of exhausts itself in the next decade or so. But either way, the idea is that like what you're currently doing that is normal right now will be considered extremely evil and worthy of arrest, before the end of your life, which is kind of scary.
Yes, because the entire point of the ideology is to undermine everything that is normal. This is why, by definition, I don't care how progressive you are today, how welcoming or open-minded you think you are. They will push past you.
Fire is the answer.
Because the entire point is to break down everything. This is why the people who say that this doesn't matter are just as bad as the people pushing it actively, because it's been 10 years now. If you are still willfully ignorant of this shit, you're either patently retarded or malicious.
So
one of the things you should do is just pay attention to those fringe things, right? So like the nonce shit, that's the fringe thing at the moment that's been obviously rejected by normal people. But that will continue to persist because what they do, it's purely in the way they construct the universe. Like, as far as they're concerned, the nonces have had this done to them. They don't believe that they had any agency in cultivating their own preferences. And so they're victims. And it's just like,
well,
okay,
to be fair, they might have had it done to them.
Well, I'm not going to go down a line of rationale, but the point is the identity group itself is not going to go away, and the left already has been in defense of them. It just became a very unpopular thing to defend, but they'll return to it.
Yeah.
By their own
I think
standard,
there's like a phrase.
This is an oppressed group.
Service guarantees.
There's a phrase where it's like today's radicals or tomorrow's normies kind of thing.
Yeah.
Well, it's inevitable because, again, if they're working to undermine everything that is normal, and that is the goal, then this has to be changed. Everyone agrees that diddling kids is bad. Therefore, eventually, sooner or later, progressivism will have to adopt the opposite position. It is inevitable.
Yeah. Right, and anything that can be rendered as an oppressed group, and whether it's justified or not, is going to be on the list to be liberated.
Absolutely.
I do have a question. I haven't kept up with anything regarding J.K. Rowling recently. I've heard that she's become a Holocaust denier. Is that true, or is that just...
I can't imagine for a fucking second that J.K. Rowling has become a Holocaust denier.
That's all just random Twitter nonsense, I guess?
It's I mean, I have no idea, right? I have absolutely no idea. But I can't believe for a second that there's going to be any legitimacy to it at all.
I'm going to look it up real quick. Let's see.
It's going to be bollocks, Dev.
Oh, J.K. Rowling is being called a Holocaust denier for claiming that trans women were not affected by the tragedy.
That doesn't make one a Holocaust denier.
I mean, it's wrong. They killed gay and trans people. They don't, but
course.
Still, yeah.
That doesn't make one a Holocaust denier.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. what a what a strange story though to have to get into.
Yes.
Well, it's because she's evil. Literally.
Yeah.
Like, there's no lie bad enough that you can say about her. Like, I am actually genuinely surprised that there was enough, integrity in the government of Scotland remaining to not try to arrest her for their new hate crime laws.
Oh, they knew it would turn into a massive shit show. They
Yeah.
knew it. They definitely want to, but they're not brave enough.
It would be a very, very bad move.
Yeah.
And yet, I read their hate crime
definitely
laws. By their own definition, oh yeah, she's definitely a criminal.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Now, since we've all pretty much identified what's going on here, and all of us have made God only knows how many videos on what is happening, why it's happening, how it's happening, why it will not stop.
It's all Gramsci, guys. You got to go all the way back.
Literally.
1919 Italy.
Literally, like it is. But the question then becomes, what the hell is there to be done about it? Because this is a question that I get asked often.
Fire
Like,
is
what
the
can be done?
answer.
Unironically, the only thing you can do with this is to starve it of money.
Yep.
There,
Especially as like a normie, doesn't have any,
Service
has like no
guarantees
clout, no
citizenship.
platform. The only thing you can do is not you don't buy the stuff, don't buy the games, don't watch the shows, don't go to the movies. That's the best you can do.
Yeah.
because the thing is, these are institutions. GW tells the moderators of a Discord server, for example, which they did the other day, to stop people talking about female custodies. They do it. They tell Reddit, don't talk about this. Reddit doesn't do it. They go to Wikipedia, the fan Wikipedia, and say they were always female custodies. They do it because it is an institution. When any normie is approached by a billion-dollar company, incidentally, Dev, this is why all interaction with the government has threat, the normie will say yes. And that's the thing. We cannot defeat GW by arguing with GW because of two things. One, GW has more money than us, all of us combined, and has more power than us. And two, GW doesn't argue. The left doesn't argue. There is no debating with the left. There is no point at which you can give them your ideas and they will accept them. Now, you can convince individuals, you can pull away the occasional heretic here and there, but the entire doctrine of the left, this again is the beauty of what Gramsci created, none of it requires centralized leadership. None of it really requires a cultural directive or overall governance. This is all based on morality and subverting your nation's morality to their causes.
But it's what they believe. They believe that if you're not putting trans people front and center, blah, 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 then they're somehow being disadvantaged.
Yes.
This is just their moral framework at this point. They can't believe something else.
And that's the brilliant nature of normalizing it. Because if you arrive at the point where trans men are women, okay, that sounds absurd, and it would be 10 years ago, but now that has been normalized. It is normal, and you cannot doubt that it is normal. If you even suggest that it is not normal, or open for any sort of debate, you are not merely wrong. You are a hate criminal.
Yes.
Repressive
And
tolerance.
the thing is as well, like, it really is just because this is essentially the liberal framework.
Yeah, it is
I
the
know you don't like to
morality
hear
of...
that, Dave.
well,
I just want to have that conversation again. I already know where it
But
goes.
but it really is. It's like it's about recognition. It's about visibility. It's about dignity. Like, having everything actively promote the things that they take an interest in.
yes.
So okay, well, I mean, I don't know what to say then. If we're just going to constantly non-stop have to, it's kind of like in heaven, all of the angels singing God's praises. That's what they want for trans people all the time. And it's like, okay, well, I just don't agree with this. I'm not part of this. I'm not interested in this. I don't care about this issue or these issues. I don't want to talk about this issue all the time, and I'm going to choose media and things like that that doesn't have it.
Heresy's the question. Fire is the
And
answer.
because it is about replacing. And it is about replacing your system. And it could have happened, theoretically, to any other system as well. I want to point that out. Because it's not necessarily liberalism in of itself, but liberalism was very vulnerable to it.
Service
No, it
guarantees
is liberalism in
citizenship.
itself. It needs to have the universal recognition of dignity and rights. That's
So-
the problem with liberalism.
I mean, I think we've had this conversation like a dozen times, and you've both made many videos on it. We've been on Adam and
Heresy's
Sitch.
the
Like we've talked about this a lot.
Fire
The
is
thing
the
is,
answer.
And I've been right. every time.
There's definitely some part of liberalism that isn't as you describe, Sargon. And I think when for example, the fascists derided the
Heresy's
liberals
the
by calling
Fire
their
is the
conception of
answer.
government the night watchman state. With the idea behind that is, well, the liberals don't want to control everything. They want to have ownership and jurisdiction over some parts of human life, but obviously not all of it. And they think it's
Heresy's
appropriate
the
for some of it to
question.
remain private.
Fire is the answer.
The liberals took that up and said, yeah, that's what we are. We do in fact want the night watchman state. And that seems to be pointing towards something different than what you say the liberals will eventually collapse into. Because it's very clear the liberals do not
It's
actually
Not
want
that
to control
Fire
everything.
is
Dev,
the
I'm
answer.
observing that the liberals
I know.
have collapsed into this, right?
No, I understand.
You're
I
like,
understand.
hey, can't we have liberalism from 100 years ago? And the answer is no, we can't.
But nonetheless, I think it's clear to me that there is some strand of liberalism that does not actually want to collapse into socialism and does not. We're just
But
not
it's
in that strand of
no,
liberalism right
it's
now.
not socialism that it's collapsing into, right? What you have is the distinction between the sort of English tradition of politics, which became formally abridged into the doctrine of liberalism, classical liberalism, right? And then you have the people who say, okay, but if you're going to adopt these principles, then you're not taking this far enough. What you are being is essentially dishonest. And that's a strong charge. Why should it be that some people have and some people don't? If you're meant to be acting as if you are the guardian of a bunch of natural rights, if people can't exercise those rights, well, now you have an obligation. So it's not that these things aren't inevitable. There's no getting around this repeated conversation that will always come up, that you are essentially being the bad liberal and therefore you have to change. And this is where we are.
It is
No,
also
I
the
understand
problem
all
with
that.
the
I
Night
understand all that.
Watchman. See, like that, the Night Watchman really is the biggest issue here. It is the same with the idea that everything is political, but it isn't. We had a system where everything wasn't political. That collapsed. Why? Because our enemies were political. The Night Watchman, if he refuses to stop the thief climbing through your fucking window, is not doing his job.
Yeah.
Well, no, but the point of the Night Watchman is he's supposed to stop that thief.
But
Right,
he
like,
isn't, Dev. But he isn't.
Okay, well then that's
Yeah,
a
but
failing of
if
the Night Watchman.
Watchman can be persuaded that he isn't a thief, then the Night Watchman, which is what has happened, because the person who's making the argument has persuaded him on his own principles, then the Night Watchman is fucking useless.
Okay, well, if that's the case, then like what is the alternative?
Well, there are lots of alternatives, but I think a preferable alternative would just be a traditional state, right? So we abandon the core liberal concept of equality.
Okay. Well, what else though?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, surely you still believe in, for example, equality before the law. Not material equality, but equality in how the government
I
treats
don't
people.
agree in equality before law. I think that criminals should be punished and innocent people should be released. That's an unequal distribution of goods.
Okay, that's not exactly what I was referring to. What I mean is if
No,
you're
I know, but
accused,
that's the
Okay,
problem,
well-
isn't it? Right. The problem is the word equality can be used to mean fucking anything.
okay,
And so no, I'm not.
Well,
I'm not using the word
understand.
equality anymore. There is no equality. Men are not equal in any way, shape, or form. So let's just not bring it up.
okay, but I specifically said equality before the law. The before the law part's very important.
No, I don't want to be equal before the law
Heresy's
because that
the
would imply
question.
that someone who has
Fire is the
10
answer.
convictions is equal to me who has 0 convictions. No, I want us to be judged fairly based on who we are and what we've done and what has led up to this point. That will not be equal, but it could be fair. And it will be unfair if we're treated equally in this circumstance.
Okay. What constitutes fairness?
There is no deontological standard. I know that's going to make you really upset. I like you said, okay, but what am I supposed to do with that? It's like nothing, Dev. That's the point, nothing. Right? Because you'd have to have a circumstance. So you'd have to tell me who did what or is accused of doing what the circumstance was, what the evidence is,
Service
and we would
guarantees
judge the case on
citizenship.
its merits.
Right. See, I don't disagree with you. I just don't see how what you're saying is different from what I'm saying, because I want all of those things too.
Well, no, you want an abstract, liberal, ideological framework to be imposed. You want equality. You want to have you want a standard that can be applied in all cases. There are no standards that can be applied in all cases, right? And so that's the difference between the way of doing politics, which is discursive or discourse based, right, and a way of doing politics that is ideologically based. Like an
Service
ideological
guarantees
politics
citizenship.
has a goal in mind. You have a goal in mind. You want equality before the law. And so to go about any kind of legal process, you've already got this standard that now you are going to
Service
judge
guarantees
the situation
citizenship.
by. But you don't know what the situation is. And really, it doesn't really matter, right? What matters is whether the standard is being upheld. But that's a standard you set in advance long ago and doesn't have any bearing on what's actually happening.
Okay, let me rephrase. Basically, if we're talking about your interactions with the government, I do want there to be a standard. I do want there to be basically some guaranteed set of rules
Heresy's the
that
question.
you will be
Fire is
treated
the answer.
you'll be treated by these rules. It's like, okay, well, if you are accused of a crime, we're gonna assume that you're innocent until you're proven guilty. That's one of those equality before the law things that I'm referring to.
No, it's
And
not.
that sounds good.
No,
It
it's
sounds
not.
good.
No, Dev, no, that's bollocks, Dev.
Okay,
Right?
explain
That's
it to me.
bollocks. This was a standard that we had in the 15th century.
Sure.
Right? We didn't use the word equality. Again, you're ideologizing these things. Like liberalism does not have a monopoly on a presumption of innocence. Right? That's an ancient English tradition. Again, like this is the thing that drives me mad. It's like it's not all just I need to have it neatly arranged in my head. Obviously, we want to be judged as innocent until proven guilty, but that's just not been the case everywhere, and it's not only part of one thing. Like that is just that's a behavior that we can take if we think it's useful, and we should because it is useful.
Right. I still don't see how we disagree. I think this
I
conversation.
think you do.
Well,
right?
No, I don't. Here's the thing. This sounds like a Sitch's Law case where we're arguing over the definitions of words, but not the ideas behind them.
No, we're arguing over the ideas, right? What I'm saying to you is that you are trying with everything you say to reconstruct liberalism, right? And I'm saying no, we will not reconstruct liberalism.
Okay, but in terms of the practical, on the ground reality, like the policies that we want governments to put forward, I don't see a difference in what we both want.
Okay, so who cares about trans rights?
Who
You?
cares? I mean, presumably trans people do. I would
Do
rights.
you? Is the question.
Personally, to a point, I have some trans friends, but like in terms of just myself, no, I'm not trans.
Sure, but do you care about trans rights? Is it something that you think is something that the government should talk about, that we should legislate for?
It depends on the right.
Well, then you are, right?
Well, no, there are some things
Service
under the umbrella of
guarantees
trans rights that I think are decent and some that are ridiculous. I would want some of them and not want others.
But well, there we go. You want some of them, so you are interested in trans rights.
Okay, some trans rights, yes. Listen, I just don't want to be held to a position I don't hold. That's all.
No, I'm not saying you do, right? But the thing is, this is a core part of the way that you think, and this is the intrinsic liberal nature of what you're saying, and this is why I'm trying to be like, look, I'm trying to break you out of thinking in this kind of dogmatic way. Okay,
but what's the issue though? Like what What's the problem?
The issue is you're trying to drag everything into a framework, but not everything is in a framework.
I don't quite get it, to be honest. It seems to me like everything is actually in a framework.
Okay, so little Johnny broke into Grandma Pat's house. What framework are we talking about?
Of little Johnny breaking into Pat's house?
Yeah.
I mean, he broke into a house. You're talking about trespassing, right? Breaking and entering?
Right, so we're not talking about framework.
Well, these are crimes that are part of a legal system, and that's a framework.
Yeah, but
Heresy
I mean,
is the question.
the left
Fire is the
absolutely
answer.
doesn't let things end there, right?
Sure.
I mean, they're gonna explain to you why little Johnny did this.
Okay.
Like, as far
Service
as they're
guarantees
concerned, little
citizenship.
Johnny is a victim of society. As far as they're concerned, blah blah blah. You know the drill, right?
Yeah.
But that's not necessarily true.
True. Yep. I agree.
Right,
Heresy
okay.
is the question. Fire is
So
the
not
answer.
everything is part of a framework. So you are going to now have to walk back what you just said. Not everything is part of a framework.
Wait, what do you mean? I'm sorry. This must be going completely over my head. I don't understand how these two things connect.
You either do or do not think that everything is part of an ideological framework, right?
Okay, hold on. Are you saying something like we have to consider little Johnny's various, like, his home life and his circumstances because it's all socially constructed, etc.? Like, is that what you're getting at?
No. I mean, we will do that in any criminal case. You have to consider any relevant factors.
Okay.
Right. But there isn't a puzzle to be solved, right? It's not. There's nothing to put into a logically coherent and cohesive whole.
Heresy is the question. Fire is the answer.
Does that make sense?
Nope. I still don't get it. Sorry.
Okay, well,
Sorry about this, Sargon.
don't worry about it. It's fine.
Well, I get here. When you're saying these things, I'm
Service
I'm
guarantees
understanding, but I'm not
citizenship.
seeing how it conflicts with what I'm saying, basically.
And then
So-
we
so for
have
example-
returned okay.
Well,
New topic.
here. No, just wait, because for example, Sargon, you and I have talked about a thief who steals food from a marketplace before. We had this conversation a few years ago, and
Yeah.
how it might be reasonable to judge somebody who's just a kleptomaniac a little bit differently than somebody who's stealing because he's poor and he has to feed his family.
Sure.
Even though they both committed the same crime, we can understand the motivation of the guy who has nothing and has like 3 kids to feed.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm not sure if that means we should punish him less harshly. Maybe we should, but I mean, if you're saying that there should be some sort of subjective opinion, not just the letter of the law, and you just throw the book at somebody every single time, I mean, I generally agree with that, and that is
I
outside
know.
of the bounds of an
No.
ideology. Yes.
No. Okay, so I'm trying to think of how I'm going to approach this with you.
Service
The
guarantees
problem
citizenship.
with any kind of ideological discourse is that it doesn't. It seeks to draw from a set of premises a conclusion, right? So it tries to make what it's saying a necessary consequence. Whereas actually, all things in life, when dealing with human interaction socially, are contingent, right? They're not necessary.
Right. And here, just to make sure that I understand what you're saying, I'm going to try to reword back what you just said to me. So the idea that I seem to be understanding from you is
Service
that
guarantees citizenship.
ideology is basically just a theoretical writing of how a person thinks something should be, and from these various axioms they have a conclusion that this is Marx writing down various historical conditions, therefore workers' revolution, therefore socialism, right?
Sure,
However,
okay.
in reality it doesn't play out that way because things are actually different because the real world
Yeah.
is not the ideology.
Yeah. But moreover, the ideology doesn't tell you anything about how to deal with any of the circumstances, right? What did liberalism say about I don't know, some guy in Chicago who, let's say, he's black, and again just rob someone on the street? What does
Heresy's the
liberalism
question.
say about how
Fire
to
is the
actually
answer.
deal with that? And the answer is, well, it doesn't really.
Okay. So if I understand it right, your position is that when we're writing laws, we shouldn't be concerned with writing, let's say, liberal laws. We should just be concerned with writing good laws to
Well, I
deal with
mean
thieves and
that
etc.
goes without saying because I'm not liberal.
Okay, yeah, but nonetheless, like if you write law with an ideological bias in mind, you're going to be writing liberal laws
Well, no,
or fascist laws or socialist laws or whatever.
well, no,
But okay, sorry.
yeah, okay, well, we'll leave it because I'll need to write something properly for you, I think.
Really, this is really enjoyable. I'm enjoying this.
Yeah,
I'm
but
sorry if you're
just,
not.
It's just long-winded, and I'm obviously not getting the point across properly.
Point is, Dev is dumb.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, no, I'm not saying Dev's dumb.
But I think
It's
that's
okay,
a
I'll say
better
it.
end to the conversation. And to allow Dev to redeem himself.
Well, here's the thing. I do generally agree with you on ideology. On just the idea of there's something that I've seen. I think Academic Agent said it, that when someone is writing political theory, the theory comes second, and they're observing what people are doing in the
Service
real world
guaranteed
first,
citizenship.
right? So Adam
Well,
Smith was
I've
observing
said that
smugglers.
as well.
You would have said that as well? Okay. Yeah, because like Adam Smith was observing smugglers, like bringing stuff into the UK, and Marx was observing people. I think he was observing the Paris Commune, I think. But basically, like all ideology is like people don't write the theory first; they observe and then write the theory.
Yeah.
And so it seems to be the case that if ideology is abstracted from actual real behaviors on the ground, then you do have a useful description of what happened then, but then to apply it to a bunch of other different circumstances, which might be different, that's when it starts to fall apart.
Yeah, this is just Oakeshot's position.
Okay,
This is why he's against rationalism.
right. And so,
No.
I mean, if every situation on the ground is different, then trying to fit an ideology onto it is never going to fit quite right. And
Yeah.
I mean, it seems to be the case for me that if you have some sort of morals that can guide you in the place of ideology, then you might not always get it right, but you'll probably be a little bit closer to the practical
everyone has
on the ground
morals.
situation. Well, sure,
Everyone
but I
has some
guess
sort
what I
of
mean is, like, if you have morals that aren't informed by ideology, then you're not stuck in one specific pattern of thinking, and you can adapt to what's going on in real life. You might
yeah.
not know what the actual political situation on the ground is, but if you have a strong moral compass, you can at least be guided by that.
Hmm.
Does that make sense? Or
that-
am I also
that would
sounding
be-
like a midwit as well?
No. I mean that is a basic take, yes, but correct.
Okay.
I agree with it. I mean, well, you can't say no to that, really.
Well, I guess what I mean is, am I getting closer to what you're trying to say?
Yeah, but the
Okay.
thing is, there's a kind of position of self-creation in the way that you articulate your point, right? As if we have the option
Heresy's
of
the
just
question.
creating our own morals.
Fire is the answer.
Right. Because your morals are just felt, and that's kind of under your control. You just feel a certain way, and then
they're inherited and created by the universe. I mean, you didn't get to choose that killing people is wrong, right?
Mhm.
And that you don't get to determine. You didn't dictate the morality of it. You didn't dictate whether you adopted it or not. And so, like, all of these sort of questions about, like, oh, I'm a moral person because I believe a thing. It's like, I don't know if that ever applies, really. Like, what does that even mean? It wasn't a choice. You didn't decide it, and you do it anyway, like everyone else does it. So there's no, like, moral victory to be won by saying, oh, I'm a liberal.
Yeah, fair enough. I don't disagree with any of this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here,
So,
you know
but
what? I think
it
in a
just
general
means like
sense,
all of these conversations are just kind of a way of I don't know, essentially muddying the waters from actual moral conversation. You know.
okay. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Yeah. Here, you know what? The more I think about it, I think the more I think is this is my position. When I say I'm a liberal, what I'm generally saying is I
Heresy's the
like a
question.
lot of the things
Fire is
that
the
the
answer.
liberal capitalist democratic West has done in a practical sense, like the various institutions we've built and the governments that we have and most of the laws that we have. I like them more than I dislike them. And if
Service
I would like them to
guarantees
continue.
citizenship.
I would like these things to, be fixed in some ways, but they're definitely more, our society is more good than it is bad, even with all of its bad. And
Sure, but
that's what when I say
when you
I'm
say,
a liberal, that's basically what I mean.
but you also mean I'm a good person.
Do I?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure about that because you're not a liberal. I still think you're a good person.
Sure, but whenever anyone stakes out like a moral claim, they're automatically saying it's implied that
Service
they think
guarantees
that they're a good
citizenship.
person because they adopt this position, right? Now, I'm not saying I don't do this. I'm not saying me saying I'm not a liberal is not me saying is the same as me saying I think I'm a good person for the things. Oh shit! Right?
I mean,
So
I haven't thought about it before, so but maybe, yeah.
I mean that's always going to be implied because no one's going to be like, yeah, I'm an evil villain, right? No one thinks of themselves like that. I mean, maybe Vorsh does.
I think mentally, I think like depressed people call themselves evil because they're depressed, right? But yeah.
Yeah, maybe. But like a normal, healthy-minded person doesn't do
Mhm.
that, obviously.
Yep.
Um,
No, I understand. I understand.
and so
Well, yeah,
the problem,
I think
the problem is being
go
a
ahead.
liberal is not really a moral framework, right? It's a political framework.
Mhm. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
this is just one of the reasons why the liberals are at the point now where they're like, right, we're just going to shoot Donald Trump. And it's like, okay, well,
Well,
that's a
I'm not
political
interested in that.
judgment, but I'm not saying you're saying that, but the liberals are saying that.
Right.
The
right.
shit libs are literally doing this. And it's like, okay, Dev, you and they say that you're the same thing. So either, one of you's lying
Well,
is basically the point.
should I just use a different word for what I call myself then? If what I just hold on here,
Yeah, you're not very ideological, Dev. That's the point. You're not ideological. You're actually a lot more normal.
right? I think that's true about me. Yeah.
So you're
I mean,
not really liberal.
I'm reading fascist and socialist stuff, and both of them I'm not agreeing with them, but I am like absorbing the ideas, understanding them. I'm not believing them necessarily, but yeah, I get it. Yeah, I'm not
Yeah,
ideological.
but you read a lot of liberal stuff and you don't agree with it either.
Yes, that is also true.
Yeah. So there we go.
Okay, so is this just okay? So when I described my package of ideas, and the ideas were
My chat's
like
just saying Dev is a normie. Yeah, good point. Dev is a normie.
yeah, you know what I think I am definitely a normie. I am a proud normie. I think it's a good position to be normal, frankly.
Yeah.
But in yes, so when I described the package of positions where it's like I like what the liberal capitalist democratic West has done, I like more than I dislike our laws and our governments and our society, despite it needing some fixing. That package of things. I've been using the word just like normie liberal type to refer to that. But are you saying that that's not properly referred to as liberal?
No, I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it's not liberal either. The which is honestly, I think, one of the reasons why things are arriving at the position that they're arriving at. I mean, you literally. How many people did the state murder last year, Dev, in Canada?
Not sure.
Take a rough guess.
You're talking about MAID, right? I think it was in the thousands somewhere.
Service
It was
guarantees
a four-figure number.
citizenship.
13,000, I think it was.
Okay, yeah.
That's fucking liberal, man. That's really fucking liberal. You've got a really liberal state that murders 13,000 of its own citizens on purpose. Like it's one thing.
I mean, I do not agree with that, by the way. I'm not all on
Really,
the.
why?
I am 90% in disagreement with MAID.
Really, why?
Yeah. See, when it's like someone who's like 100 years old and they have 3 months to just live in agony, and that person's like, I want to check out early. Okay, fine, I understand. However, now it's being used on people who are middle-aged, people who are young,
Yeah.
people who are depressed. And it's like, it didn't need to be that. It could just be for the 100-year-old person who has 3 months of agony ahead of him. It could just be for that guy. It doesn't have to be for
Why?
everyone.
Why?
Because it's reasonable for that guy and not reasonable for everyone else.
Why?
Because I think so.
Yeah, but why do you think so?
My intuition tells me so.
But like, can you not think about it at all? Do you just like, well,
Okay,
I've
so
literally arrived at the decision.
yes, just by virtue, I'll just post a Giga Chat and call it day, basically.
Yeah,
But-
yeah.
Well, it's because like someone who's 22 years old and depressed, that problem that they face is not the same problem as somebody who's 100 years old and has 3 months of life ahead of them, and
But they're
it's
both
all
in
going to be
mental
agony.
anguish.
Sure, there's mental anguish, but it's not the same kind of problem.
Is it not?
No, because not all types of anguish are the same.
Well, sure, but ultimately it does kind of categorize itself in that way, though, right?
I don't categorize it that way.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
the
you-
liberal does.
Yeah, but I don't. You could
As far as the
definitely,
liberals concerned, it's just fuck it. It's just mental anguish, bro.
Yeah, but you could treat depression, and also you're 22, not 100. I mean, these are different. These are materially different
Uh,
things.
I mean, I agree with you, but like, why would a liberal agree with you? Like, the will, the mind, the consciousness of the person is being totally, totally harmed, and that's evil. And they should have the choice, because that's the only moral standard that a liberal recognizes, of escaping that harm.
Service
And
guaranteed
sometimes, I mean, there was
citizenship.
a girl in the Netherlands who she was like 30 or something, and the depression medication didn't work or whatever, and she's just like, "Yeah, I'm just gonna kill myself, bro." And it's like, right, well, that's the
Heresy's
most
the
liberal thing
question.
you can do in that
Fire is the
situation.
answer.
So, on some level, you can't stop it because if you want to go and jump off a building, you can always do that. But we shouldn't be.
She ain't gonna do that. She
No,
is
she's
not
not.
gonna do that.
Like,
Right?
we should not be providing an easy out. Like, if you want to kill yourself, you should at least have to hurt a little bit. You don't just get to have an injection and then just feel good and then disappear. You should at least pay for
Why?
it
Why?
because it doesn't seem right. It doesn't
Good,
seem right.
good, I
It doesn't.
agree,
It doesn't
I
seem.
agree.
It doesn't seem right that a person who is
Yeah.
22 and depressed. This is a case in Canada right now.
Yeah.
22 and depressed and could
Yeah.
definitely get better. Decides to kill
Mm.
themselves because they
Mm.
actually have an option forward that is positive, which is not the same for the 100-year-old person who's going to die in 3 months of agony.
Sure.
Like these are not the same thing, and we can't have the
I
same
agree.
standard for both of them.
I mean, I agree, but the thing is, the liberal constructs them as being the same thing.
I don't agree with that construction whatsoever. I think it's
Oh,
wrong.
I agree. I agree. I think it's total nonsense. But the liberal doesn't see anything wrong with it, right? They're just like, well, it's their choice because it's the only standard of morality that they recognize.
And I know what you're saying. I mean, here's the thing. I think maybe 5 years ago, I viewed the whole personal choice thing as the best standard of morality. I no longer do.
Service
I was probably more
guaranteed
libertarian
citizenship.
back then than I am now.
Yeah.
Because there's definitely some serious problems with just letting people do whatever they want as long as they're not hurting other people. Like, okay, I get it. If you want to go and inject drugs into yourself, it's only you that's harmed. It's, there's no actual victim of the crime aside from yourself, but it's still not good. Like I've kind
Isn't
of
even true. I mean, like again, it's a very atomistic liberal way of thinking of things. Like, do you think
Yeah.
your mother wants to see you high on drugs? Is she not the victim of your actions?
nope. I
What about
completely
the
agree.
guy that
Yeah.
when you're an insane addict and you're chasing some fucking guy down the street trying to mug him? I think he might be the victim of you taking drugs.
Yep. No, I completely agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is the thing. Like, again, liberal morality just fails to actually understand the world. So all I'm saying, Dev, is that slowly but surely I'm going to get you to turn around and say, yeah, you know what, I'm not a liberal.
Okay. Hold on.
No.
Nope, no,
30 minutes later, you have waffled
We're-
in circles. 30 minutes.
Hold on.
We
no,
have no, Arch. We haven't
haven't-
walked in circles.
No,
We've
no,
actually
this
gone
is-
very, very far because Dev's just like, yeah, I think the liberals are wrong about basically everything.
Not basically everything, but some things.
Basically everything.
Dev has
All the
arrived
core
at the
things that
position where
construct
Dev is
liberal morality.
incorrect. This
No,
is
hold on,
all we
Arch.
require.
Go on.
No, Dev.
Wait. No. There is one more thing to do here, though. There's one more thing to do here. Okay, because no, I completely agree with everything you're
Yeah.
saying right now, Sargon. It's just
I know. Thank you.
I do not know. Okay, here.
Dev is
If I
going
were to
to
sit down,
reword his position again.
No. If I were to sit down and say, okay, freedom, the liberals want freedom, and freedom's good up to a point. There's some times where freedom's bad, but freedom's also pretty good sometimes. And
liberals aren't the only people who want freedom.
Right.
They don't have a monopoly on it.
Right. So this is kind of where I'm going is, okay, if not liberalism, then what? Then what, as long as it conforms to my other values where, I do generally like our society.
Can't you just be a Canadian?
I could just be a Canadian? That's terrible.
Why?
Canadians are retards.
So liberals.
I think Canadians are more retarded than liberals.
I don't know if there's necessarily a difference between the two, but can't you just follow the traditional morality of your people?
Well, sure, but what? Okay, here. If I need to introduce myself in a political context, I would say, what am I then?
I'm a Canadian.
That's terrible.
Why?
Just the optics of it is terrible.
Why is that terrible?
I'm a fucking leaf.
You're just like, God, I just want to be a liberal just so I don't have to be a Canadian. God has cursed me.
No, I meant in terms of political alignment then, because I've looked into things, right? And
you can just label yourself the communist you are. Everyone else already does.
You're just so reluctant to leave communism behind, but you're so close.
Of your socialist wafflings, I am not holding on anymore.
Because I keep.
No, Dev.
The more that
you've been given 30 minutes, Dev.
It'll be 30 seconds.
The answer is for him to just call himself a traditional Canadian. That's it.
A traditional Canadian.
Yeah, just a tradition, like a normal Canadian, like Canadians have been for hundreds of years now. That's
normie politics, basically, just normal.
Just normal.
Normal to my society, which is Canada, which has a lot in common with America and a lot in common with the UK, a lot in common with Australia.
This sounds an awful lot like an argument we had about sexuality at some point, Dev, where I argued that we should just call ourselves normal and all of you else can be gay.
But see, this is why I don't like this label, right? Because it doesn't say anything with the word. So here's the thing. So the more I looked into it,
no, Dev, it does. It says a fucking load, right?
Okay.
To anyone who's not a Canadian, if you say to someone, "I'm a Canadian," there's a lot of baggage that's attached to that.
Well, yeah, but I'm not pro-made, and Canada's very pro-made right now.
Oh, that's because Canada's very liberal. If it was more Canadian, it'd be less of a problem, wouldn't it?
So here's what I mean, right? Like the more that I've been kind of looking around and reading things.
I fucking mute you.
Don't worry. 1 minute will be all I need. The more I look around and the more that I peek into things, I like liberal conservatism, right? Because it has some of those liberal values and it has some conservative values, and they kind of blend together and they kind of shore up each other's weaknesses, and that just seems like a good idea for what I want to describe my politics as.
So
not my national identity, my politics seem to be liberal. Made in 10 years time.
That's what a liberal conservative is.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want liberalism, just not as fast as Justin Trudeau's will impose it.
That's not what I mean.
No, but that is. That's what you're going to get.
No. Okay, fine.
And I know because I live in that country, Dev.
Yes, where basically you had your conservatives that just kind of went the speed limit. I understand. I've been seeing what's happening in the UK. I get it. What I mean is there are some things that the liberals have done that I like. If those values exist outside of liberalism and in other political philosophies, I want to know what those are. And I want to know if they are more compatible with me than liberalism is.
Well, traditional Canadian morality is probably a lot like traditional English morality.
Probably. A bit more French in there, but yeah.
Sure. But it's not going to be terribly different. And it's going to be the source of your discomfort at just killing 22-year-olds, the state killing 22-year-olds.
Probably, yes. I mean, I still like gay marriage though, and the trads here don't.
Citizenship.
Yeah, that's because you are a liberal. I mean, I have been trying to get that through to you.
Oh, sure. But I think even if you were to pipeline me somewhere else, I'd still want gay marriage to be around.
Heresy is the question. Fire is the answer.
Because I would like the option to get gay married if I ever went that way.
Because I've been programmed that I've got to like it.
No, it's not programming. No, it's because I'm bisexual, and I could have and I could have ended up with a guy instead of a girl, and I could marry them, and I would if I had the opportunity. But I'm with a girl right now, so that's what I mean.
Gay, Dev.
I'm bi.
You're
Arch.
gay, Dev. And guess what, Dev? Your min is up. And Sargon, stop
I'm
beating
with-
you too.
I'm with a
Sorry.
woman, Arch, and she doesn't have a penis.
Dev, you're gay.
I don't accept the one drop rule.
There's only
Sorry.
one. There's only one definition: normal or gay. You're not normal, Dev. You're gay. And to let Dev have a chance to redeem himself, tell us about media literacy, Dev.
Well, I can, I guess. Didn't you want to finish up Warhammer? I had a few more
Well,
things to ask you about it.
Dev, you dragged us away from Warhammer about 30 minutes ago.
Hold on, it
Don't
wasn't just
you-
me.
don't you
All
come
of us, all of us went along with the path away from Warhammer. Okay.
Because this actually has to do with Warhammer, the 40k, no, the 40k, the Fallout media literacy and China nuking America.
Yes. So, you guys watched the Fallout show? I know. Actually, Arch, you've watched it. Sargon, you watched it yet?
Yep.
What do you think of
Hang
that?
on, let me just grab a drink and then I'll be back.
Oh, okay, sure.
I'm gonna start a poll now.
Okay, so one thing I've noticed is I sometimes don't understand what Sargon's saying right away, but I eventually get there. And I have to wonder, is it because I'm retarded or is it because he says things in a very odd way? I think it's probably a mix of both, because I know that V's had the same criticism.
It's because you're too entrenched in your ideology, Dev.
What ideology is that?
The slippery slope ideology, the normalized ideology of the opposition, the wokest. We will get you out of there eventually, little socialist, but it will take a lot of work.
Arch, I'm the one between the two of us that read the prison notebooks. Whenever you talk about Gramsci, you pull screen caps from my videos.
Yep. No,
I saw you do that.
I do that. You know why?
Why?
Easiest reference material. I'm not going to go
can
and
just-
look up all of those things by myself, and I can just go like, yeah, I'll just copy them from Dev's video again.
You want me to give you a copy of the PDF?
No, because then I'd have to find the pages. Dev, your video is a reference guide to me. I was like, yep, there you go.
I hope you at least watch it all the way through once first.
Yeah, sure.
In any case, though, yeah, chat. How did you enjoy the ultra autistic conversation?
They're calling you gay, Dev.
That's fine.
But Dev, you seem to be wandering off the topic again.
Hold on, someone in chat. It's because Sargon knows what he's talking about, and Dev thinks he knows what he's talking about, but doesn't. That's not true.
Dev does know a lot of good stuff.
Here's the thing. I'm very, very open about when I don't know what's going on and when I feel stupid or confused. Right? That's why I always say, I don't get it, Sargon. Explain again.
Yeah, I mean, my chat's saying, Dev, honestly, your essays are great. And that's totally true, man. Your videos have been amazing.
Oh, thank you. I think the reading arc that we all went on a few years ago has been nothing but good.
Yes, because I literally demanded that you start reading books.
I gave you a few books.
Yeah, I haven't read any.
That's right. No, I sent one to Lotus Eaters because I wanted you
Yeah.
to read it, and if you didn't read it, then I wanted Harry to read it and do a book club with you on it, because I know that you would like the ideas in it.
Right. V, have you ever read a book?
A lot, but I find it quite disturbing that Dev can't defend maids, which
Heresy's
is
the
the
question.
pride of
Fire is
Canadian
the
medical
answer.
healthcare to you. That was just
Wait,
really weird.
What do you mean? Hold on. I made 2 videos about how bad maid is. This is not inconsistent. I've always thought it's a bad idea.
I don't think
Again,
it's a bad idea.
outside
I
of
think it's a wonderful idea. You as a Canadian should be more patriotic, though.
No.
Don't bait him back onto this.
Okay,
Media
hold on,
literacy,
hold on.
Dev. Stay on point.
no, just wait,
Yeah,
just
let's
wait.
hear about media literacy.
Hold on, I got to respond to this, V, real quick, because V, you're a doctor, so you probably know this. I mean, you're probably going to agree with this, right? So
Okay.
before we had legalized euthanasia, we had like under the table euthanasia, which sounds bad, but it actually makes a lot of sense. Where it's like, okay, we cannot legalize killing people because that will turn into a slippery slope, and it has turned into a
Heresy's the
slippery slope.
question.
And it's
Fire
not
is the
necessary.
answer.
Well, hold on. It's not necessary that you go down it, but we have gone down it, and it's bad that we've gone down it.
Should I
Right?
tell you how
Oh,
it's
is
bad?
it not? I think that the slippery slope is necessary.
I'm not sure that it is, but hear me out. Hear me
Dev
out.
is right. I don't know if he actually knows how it's
Service
done in
guarantees
hospitals, but like, let's say you
citizenship.
have
I
like
do.
a patient that has like terminal cancer, right? and he is in huge amounts of pain. Like it is the final stages. He's about to die, and every single moment of his life is agonizing. What some doctors will do is they will increase the morphine dosage slowly. And you can justify it in the legal paperwork, but like the patient knows what's being done, he consents to it, the doctor consents to it. So yeah. Is that what you're talking about? Just so I
that is sometimes done in Canada. Before made, it was sometimes done. Sometimes what they would do is the doctor would show the family how the morphine pump works and says, listen, now don't turn it up too high, and then they leave the room. Right. And there's just an understanding between everyone. They're not going to talk about it, but there's an understanding there that the family's going to discuss, do you want to go now? And then quietly turn it up and then just kind of let it happen. Right.
Yeah.
And the fact that it was illegal but not prosecuted kind of created a space where if something bad was done, they could prosecute, but you could just kind of turn a blind eye to when it was obviously
necessary. You can't really prosecute it though. Like you can justify it as a doctor. Well, he was resistant to the morphine dose, so he wanted more, and like that's fine. Like you're allowed to do it. Yeah.
What I mean though is, it's one of those things where it's necessary in some cases, but if you legalize it, that leads to some very bad situations. So if you just keep it illegal but don't prosecute when it's necessary, that creates this gray area in between the law where you can do what's necessary and not be hurt by it, if that makes sense. Because if it's strictly illegal, then you're going to have a lot of people who are suffering, and if it's strictly legal, then you're going to have a lot of people who are dying who shouldn't be dying. But the fact that there's this bubble in between the law that existed allowed this to happen, and it was actually better.
Here's my question for Sargon: Is a person entitled to their own life? Like, does your body belong to you? Basically?
No.
Who does it belong to then?
Me.
Okay, so.
Wait a minute.
From a
Ask stupid questions, you
like,
get stupid
are you
answers.
advocating for a monarchy, like where the king owns the subjects? And
yeah, I am at this point now.
Okay, so if you get a king like your current one, that is pro-environmentalist, is pro-WEF, then
somehow I feel as if we're being dragged off course again. I don't understand.
I just spend every day hoping that he doesn't murder me.
Well, but like he can make a war and send you to battle.
That's true.
It can be a war that you disagree with, or on behalf of a foreign nation that you don't like.
Fire is the answer.
That's absolutely true.
I mean, the issue with the
alternative is made.
People. So the issue with the monarch owns the people thing is that you could get a monarch who just like kills people. It's like, I own you, so I'm just gonna kill you now. Fuck you.
Fire is the
He doesn't have to like do it, but it can be like in Sargon's RPG where he taxes the peasants 90%, and then you can't really complain because he is the monarch and he has the right to put the taxation. So if he not even 90%, let's say 70
I think
or 60.
I can still complain even if he's got the right to do it.
Yeah, you can, sure, but
and I will.
But what does
you
this
wouldn't
have to do
the
with
moral
Fallout
argument?
V?
You
This is a different conversation. Sorry, Arch.
Heresy is the question. Fire is the answer.
We should do this sometime.
No,
where
no,
we
we shouldn't.
talk about
no,
morality.
we should never do this ever. At any point.
Well, in any case, V, I do object to the whole
Heresy's the
maid thing in
question.
Canada because
Fire is the
despite its
answer.
use in those good cases, it's now being used for bad cases. And it seems like having that gray area of in between the law where it happened, it was probably a better situation than what we have now. That's why I object.
I think you should be proud of it. I think it's the peak
fuck you.
achievement of the Canadian public healthcare. I think it's for the greater good, and it's something that you as a Canadian should be thankful for every day.
No.
At least I've got Dead to agree that this is the final form of liberalism.
I don't like it.
So, yeah, like if consent is everything, then why can't you consent to this being done to you?
Well, here's the thing. I don't believe consent is everything, though.
There we go. Right. Anyway, sorry. Arch wants us to Fallout.
Hold on. I want one final question answered.
So, fucking solution finally deployed.
Yes, you're breaking away.
You have a moral system that's not liberalism.
Yes.
Canadian answer. What am I calling myself?
I reject the answer that's true. Okay.
Yes.
Continue rejecting the true answer.
Okay. Should we actually talk about the topic?
Yes, Steph.
I'd just like to thank the people in my chat who are subscribing and subscribing with Prime. I appreciate that.
Okay, so you guys watched the Fallout show.
Yes.
I have to be honest, I haven't watched it yet. I'm still chewing through Halo because we got paid to do Halo. So Halo's awful.
To be honest with you, the Fallout show was really good.
Really?
Yeah.
Why do you
I
think
can
so?
make the justification. I'm
What
in
do
the
you mean, why do
middle.
I think so? Because I enjoyed it.
Well,
I'm in the
tell me
middle.
why.
The thing is, if you're a Fallout fan, it's absolute shit. But if you're just like
no,
a normie in
It's very
2024,
simple.
Yeah.
Sargon, you're the fucking outside anti-fan sneaking into the franchise. now.
Service guarantee 6.
I'm
no,
not an
Sargon's a
anti-fan
fan.
of
Arch.
You're the
Fallout
new
at all.
fan.
Sargon is a
Yeah.
fan. He's a
You mean-
fan. He plays
You
Fallout.
didn't we all play the original Fallout, like the
Yes.
2D isometric back in 1994?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm playing it right now.
Oh, like Fallout 1?
He's
Like the
playing the
Well,
MMO
no.
Fallout.
So there's a Fallout MMO that was made out of all of the assets of Fallout 1 and 2. And
Oh,
it's free that people can
That's
get.
neat. That's
Yeah,
cool.
it's really good. I'll post a link to it in the chat if you want in Discord, so you can get it at some point. But it's really fucking good.
That's actually really cool. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's
Is there a
also free.
storyline? Like, is there just the game?
You're just out of a vault and you're in the wasteland.
Heresy
You
is the
gotta
question.
figure out what you do.
Fire is the answer.
It's really great. I'm really enjoying it. I'm trying to build my first tent.
Right. So, I mean, I did play 1 and 2, but I definitely prefer 3 and New Vegas.
Oh, I love the isometric, man.
4 I played it. It was like okay. I didn't try 76.
Oh,
4 was like
really-
okay. It wasn't great.
Someone sent me a beta of 76, and it was it was just shit.
Cash grab.
yeah.
Yeah, it was just really bad.
Well, I have heard people say that Fallout 76 is kind of going through a renaissance right now, where it got like fixed after years and years and years, like kind of like how No Man's Sky did, where like when the game
Service
released it sucked, but
guarantee
5 years later it's a great game. It's like, well, okay, but
Well, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
great.
so I haven't seen the show, but I have seen the controversy, and I'll post. This is the
Heresy's
4chan
question.
post, Arch, if you want to pull it
Fire
up.
is the answer.
Basically, Mr. House was one of the most beloved characters from Fallout New Vegas because Fallout New Vegas actually had, we talked about this last week, Arch. Fallout New Vegas had some depth to it because you had the 3 factions fighting over the Mojave, and
Not Harvey.
they all had different ideologies, and they were actually different. It wasn't nonsense. They actually put thought into what the ideologies were, what the political views of these people were, how they would steel man them. It wasn't just like straw man writing because none of them are leftist, right? So it was well written. It wasn't honestly, it was kind of a buggy game, but it was a well written game, and I think that's why people love New Vegas. They like Mr. House. They like the NCR. They even like the Legion, despite the Legion just being like a slaver empire, right? And so,
Yeah. Like,
Such
when they
liberal
people that like
morality
the-
to say that they're bad.
okay,
Yeah, Dev, this is you
You're
being
the one
this
that
is you being
made
weird
Latam that
liberal
upset
again.
that we wanted to enslave an orc. So
The Legion
Hey, man, I'm not saying you're
objectively
against
good.
you. I'm
Oh,
not saying
really?
it's not.
I don't know about that, Arch.
Absolutely, unquestionably, the Legion was a moral good.
was it?
Yep.
Why?
I can make the argument of Arch as well.
Heresy
Yeah, I
is the
agree with that.
Okay, go
It
ahead.
brought
Go do it.
order to an area of the wasteland that was full of nothing but violent murderers, thugs, monsters, and mutants. It actually increased security and living standard.
Yep.
Well, sure,
mean,
but it's gonna fall apart
guarantees
though. It's not
citizenship.
stable.
Yeah, but Dev, the Roman Empire had slavery, but the Roman
Yes.
Empire like created the bedrock for many civilizations in Europe.
True.
Like without the Legion, you have raiders, cannibals, mutants. You got more danger than you do without. Now you can make the argument, Ash, that the NCR is better than the Legion.
But the
I
NCR got
understand,
nuked, so who cares?
Yeah.
Well, they didn't.
all
You
these.
get
You know
to
what?
choose, I think.
So what's interesting is, from what I understand, the show just shits on all the factions. So it's like, well, I guess they don't like New Vegas, which is I think this is something that we've known for a while now. Is that Bethesda does not like New Vegas because it's the most popular Fallout game and it's the one they didn't work on. So it's like, well, okay. If the show is just petty revenge against New Vegas, I kind of understand.
It kind of seems that way, doesn't it? Didn't Todd
Yeah.
Howard come out and be like, well, actually, guys, it's like moments after the end of New Vegas, so it is canon, blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
And this is also what is eventually going to happen to all of your stuff. Like, the Space Marines get brought on brilliantly here with the Brotherhood of Steel. Anyone who thinks that the
Service
Space Marines
guarantees
won't
citizenship.
eventually be treated not just as female Space Marines, but as just evil, is crazy. Like, the Brotherhood of Steel is nowhere near as modern-day bad as the Space Marines are in the
Service
Wokus
guarantees
context,
citizenship.
yet the Brotherhood of Steel were completely destroyed in this TV show. They are a band of weak, pathetic, cowardly shits.
I can't understand why the Brotherhood of Evil,
Heresy's the
Brotherhood of Evil,
Fire is the
Brotherhood of
answer.
Steel are basically evil. Because it's like, it's not how I remember them from any of the games at all.
It's
In the
because
show,
they're
they were
religious and it's being written by
kinda-
leftists.
It depends on what Fallout you're talking about. Like in Fallout 1, there are these
The show specifically. The show.
extremely religious, technological cult. Like they worship technology pretty much.
Yeah, I know. But they're not
like
like bad
they even
people.
have like this saying that everyone can make a new human, like everyone can make a baby, but
Yeah.
no one can make a high tech plasma rifle.
Yeah.
And they're basically like neutral. They don't want to interfere unless you have technology. If you have technology, like if you discover a plasma reactor in your house, they will come and break your door and murder everyone that opposes just to take that technology and put it back in their
Sure.
bunker.
Yeah.
Right? So
I'm
so in
not
a way
saying they're
that they're an evil, like they would prevent society from progressing because like the moment you have some technology, they will come in and take it away from you.
Sure, but what I mean is the way they treat themselves and each other isn't the way that the Brotherhood treats itself in the show. Like I don't understand why
this is what I keep saying. It's like if you're a Fallout fan, you will hate
Yeah.
the show. It like you
Well,
will
I
definitely.
am a Fallout fan, but like I
Whereas-
still enjoyed the show because it's actually competently written and the actors are quite entertaining and likable.
The reason you like the
Oh,
show
but
is
damn.
because compared to everything else that came out in the last 3 years, by those standards, it's good. But like if you look at Stargate
There are-
or you look at Battlestar Galactica, then the show is absolutely shit.
There are two reasons why people like the Fallout show. One, I wouldn't go so far as to call it good writing, or good characters, or good actors. The Ghoul is good. He's the guy from The Shield. He's great. Lucy does a perfectly fine job.
I think that Lucy's pretty good actually.
Yeah, no, she does a perfectly fine job. The black guy is just permanently stuck in deep sea fish surfacing too quickly mode, and I don't like him.
Yeah, that is a really fair characterization. He's not great, but he's not terrible.
No.
The
And
problem
the
I
show
have,
is
really,
pretty. It's bright. It's
Yeah.
dark in its own ways, and yet also cheerful in its own ways, which is fine. And the biggest thing at Total is there is nothing like it on television right now. There are no shows like Fallout on TV now. There hasn't been for a very long time.
Yeah. One of the things, I mean, I've got loads of like minor niggles with it, which bother me. Like, I mean, the Brotherhood generally, and like almost everyone that you meet, feels like someone who grew up in California that was then dumped in the apocalypse. And it's like,
Including Trent's
like-
character that immediately self-hurts.
yeah.
What
Like it's
did the-
just
Did the writers mean
no,
by
no,
this?
but like these people should be grim wasteland survivors. Like if you when you start in Fallout 2, you're a part of a tribe and you've got some fucking mystic medicine man with a bone through his nose and his painted face telling you about dreams he has in the sky. Like that's way more realistic. But they're just like, okay, I'm a modern Californian and I'm just like stuck in
I
the
don't think
wasteland.
they can
Oh,
ride
this
it,
is nice.
Sargon. I don't think they can
Service
have the
citizenship.
human experience. Because like in order to ride the guy with the bone in his nose, you need to live in a world where you have access to different ideas and you read different books and stuff. But like
you
most
need
of the
to be
current
able to
writers today-
envision a world that isn't Californian.
Yeah, like
Because that's
literally,
what they
everything
failed
is-
to do here. Because
Yeah,
one
everything
of
is
my biggest
satisfying.
problems too is that the wasteland in the Fallout TV show is both extraordinarily civilized and not at the same time. Like in Fallout,
Yeah.
there were practically no raiders. They run into like 2 cannibals the entire time, and there's like 3 brats who try and steal his power armor. They don't even kill him for it. They just beat him up a bit, like, yeah, you go on now. It's like, and he leaves his power armor just standing around. Like, the
Yeah.
amount of people that would flock to this thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, apparently, lore-wise, you need to know how to wield it. So, like, even if it's just there, it's very heavy. Like, it's not
Oh,
one person.
sure,
that
but
can carry it.
it's incredibly valuable. It immediately recognizable as incredibly valuable, particularly right next to a
insanely
trading town.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, Arch, here's the thing. I did not see the show. I haven't watched it yet.
I know.
However,
right?
I do know
Full-time
I
job.
do know all the memes. I do know all the memes. Actually, I recall there's some like right wing accounts that I follow on Twitter, and they posted like a screen cap of the main white lady getting with the black guy, and then it shows like the Jewish looking guy looking out the window smiling at them approvingly, and I'm just like, oh my god, that's fucking hilarious. But so Arch, I sent you that 4chan post, right?
Mhm.
And the 4chan post says, let me get this straight. For over 20 years, the lore was China launched the first strike. Now it's these greedy capitalist organizations run by greedy rich billionaires deliberately nuked the world so they could run these obscure experiments on people in vaults.
Yes,
And-
it's actually worse than that. The stated reason why they nuked the world was to increase their market cap.
That makes no fucking sense.
No, it doesn't.
It's
it's
so
like
ridiculous.
yeah, imagine being on an island with $10 million. It's like, okay, but you're on an island. You can't buy anything.
Yeah.
Like the right
But
is
it's even
absolutely
more.
deficient.
It's even more annoying though. It's like, okay, let's put aside the preposterous like umbrella style corporation, right? When exactly did Vault-Tec get access to the nukes?
Not in those numbers, anyways. Like there are instances of Voltex having like 1 or 2 nukes, because they were heavily
Yeah.
involved in the government. But the thing is,
Sure.
the shadow government were the ones running Voltec. Voltec's only real interest was in the generation ship, which has now been completely written out of the story.
Yeah, I think it was in Fallout 4. You can find like an undetonated nuclear bomb that has like Vault-Tec written on it or something, but it's like a throwaway reference kind of thing, right?
Mhm.
Right.
Well, I know that everyone was mad because on this council was Mr. House,
Yes.
and he's there talking about, he says there's a lot of earning potential with the end of the world. That is not something Mr. House would say. Like,
Yeah.
that
It's
is
also nonsense.
Yes, it is. But I mean, like Mr. House's whole story arc in New Vegas is that he foresaw the end of the world. He locked himself away in a bunker, and he's like hooked up to a computer this whole time, and he's desperately trying to save humanity and rebuild civilization. You can disagree with his methods, but that's his goal, and it's obvious he's not lying about it. He's actually doing these things throughout the game. So it's one of those things where they ruin Mr. House, who is probably the most beloved individual character that came out of New Vegas, as another fuck you to New Vegas.
And the entire board is of white people. Did you notice that?
Of course.
Everything
Actually-
is diverse.
Well,
but
there's
that
the
board
one
is-
black woman
Unlike
who
the one
goes
in the
mad
vaults.
for no reason. The black woman who goes, I will do anything to protect my daughter, including nuking her 5 times.
Yeah, yeah. Wasn't in the vault, was she?
No.
All right. So anyway, if we're talking, so this is all background to the actual conversation, which is the media literacy conversation. I'm sure you guys have seen, conservatives don't understand media literacy. That's been floating around on Twitter for the past 6 months. I did a huge video on it, on how stupid it is, and I outlined a bunch of video games that had right-wing themes, most notably Legend of Zelda. However,
Naruto.
honestly, at this point, any video game where it's a guy who wants a girlfriend and then gets a girlfriend is a right-wing game, because normal relationships
Yeah.
are right-wing. Like
You're
here-
struggling,
here.
working hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
having
like, so
friends.
you're playing Persona, right? And in Persona, a good chunk of the game is you go to school, you socialize with your friends, you get a girlfriend, you go on dates, and then you go like dungeon crawling in between, like each night when you go to sleep or whatever, right? Okay, that's a right-wing game now because it's just
Yeah.
normal life and what regular people want.
Man, I've been telling this when Matt Walsh said that anime is satanic. I said I learned more right-wing values from anime than the church, social media commentators, even more than you, Sargon. I'm sorry to say this. But like, look at Naruto or My Hero Academia, or like, what is the theme? You have this guy, which is very weak. Everyone makes fun of him. Life gave him shit. But he is good-spirited, good-natured, struggles hard in order to build up, get some luck, and then starts building up from there. And he makes friends, has a journey, becomes better because of the experience that he has, end up loving his country, loving the family and the friends that he made along the way. and that is like something that you just don't see in in modern Western televisions. Oh, and on top of that, he usually finds a girlfriend and gets married. There's no casual sex. You get fan service. Maybe you get to see some boobies and panties. But like overwhelmingly, it's just no. Like he marries, sometimes even has children, and that is as right wing as fuck. And you can only find it in anime, not in Western entertainment anymore.
Yep. Pretty much.
I don't know if that is actually right wing as fuck, but I mean it's close enough.
It's getting there
More
at
right
this
wing.
point.
In the last
Well,
10
hold on.
years, what has been made more right wing in the West than what I just described?
Well, I didn't say that there was anything more right wing that was made in the West.
It's right wing as fuck,
Well-
Sargon. If there's nothing to compare it with.
Well, here's the thing, right? Is we are at the point where we have like all of these sexual practices that are normalized on the left. I don't just mean being gay or something. I mean like being in a polycule or like doing drugs while having sex or like constantly being promiscuous. Being promiscuous being a moral virtue, right? Just having a regular ass relationship is right wing now. I've seen leftists say that. I've seen them say, "Well, you're not deconstructing the normal by having just a normal girlfriend." It's like, well, what the fuck, dude? Like, what do you want?
Good point.
Dev, do you know that in Hell of a Boss, they have these two characters that are just in love with each other? Like one is a man, one is a woman, and they're just in love. There's no subversion. There's no like one is cheating. No, it's just these two imps love each other. And I'm like, this is so fucking original. Like there's nothing like it anywhere else. Like every other show. Whenever they make
Here's the
relationships,
question.
either they're
Fire
gay
is the
or
answer.
if they're straight, it's like the husband is abusive, or she's cheating on him, or like there's something. But like no, this one there's no subterfuge. They just love each other. That's it.
Yep.
Cringe.
A bunch of people in the chat wanted my Legend of Zelda's right wing breakdown. I posted it on Twitter if you want to go look at it. The TLDR of it is that there's like
Wasn't he
three
trying to restore
broadly.
a kingdom?
Yeah. There's three broadly right wing themes. One is the cyclical view of history, like empires rising and falling and things like collapsing constantly and everything being in a state of decay. Second one is chosen hero storytelling, where someone is ordained by the goddess Hylia to always fight against Ganon.
Based.
And the third one is they're always restoring the monarchy, right? It's always the fact that Ganon is the leader of the brown desert people. He comes in and he destroys Hyrule, and then Link is locked away for 7 years. He has to wake up because he's too young to fight. He's a kid. He wakes up as an adult, and he has to slay Ganon and then restore the princess of Hyrule to the throne. Like
See, this is
that's
why
the
Mario
story.
is a right wing hero.
Well, this is Zelda, but yeah.
But no, this is the same principle for Mario.
Yeah, you're rescuing the princess. You're defeating Bowser, bringing her back to the castle. Yeah, it's all that sort of stuff. Where it's like, basically it's whenever leftists say that conservatives don't understand media, they have no media literacy. What they don't understand is all of the chosen hero rescues the girl storylines. That is a conservative piece of media. They just don't see it because they don't recognize normal values as being somewhat conservative, but they are.
They're traditional.
But that's what I'm getting at. Yes.
There's a game that makes fun of this. Basically, in the beginning, the girl is kidnapped, and you can choose to. It's a side scroller. You can choose to go right and do the game and fight the baddies and rescue the girl, or you can choose to go left. You go back to your car and you say, "Plenty of fish in the sea," and you just walk away from all that.
Do you just beat the game then, basically?
Yeah, it's a hidden ending. But this is because of Anita Sarkeesian, right? Like she's tropes in women versus in video games, and it's like a woman needs to be the hero of her own story, and if she's rescued, it takes away agency from her, and it makes the man a misogynist for wanting to play that game. So this is why leftists stay away from the guy trying to rescue the girl thing.
Well, true, but here's the thing: Anita is right in a sense, right? When she said that she said like male hero saves the female damsel in distress stories. These are all terrible. They're male power fantasies. They're patriarchal, etc., etc. Well, if that's true, if that's true, that means that all of these stories, Legend of Zelda, Mario, all these various stories, they are in some way right wing. Yeah, that was her critique of them, is that they were right wing and therefore bad. But you could just say, well, they're right wing and therefore good.
I think the communists in my country.
Yeah, this is why she married herself, Dev.
I don't think the communists in my country. No. See, here's the thing. And even in the Soviet Union, I don't think they would view these games as being right wing. Believe it or
No.
not, like the Soviets in my country consider that family was the cell of society. Like
Yeah.
you have like this twisted version of like modern wokeism, but the thing is, like the communists of old would have put the woke to a wall.
Sure.
So I don't think that a guy trying to save his girlfriend is a right wing story. I don't think it's right wing or left wing.
It's a
I think
traditional
it's just a
story.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just normal.
But this,
the thing
but this is
well,
yeah. But V,
The
just
normal
quick-
has
But
become right
there
wing in
comes
2024.
the normal.
Hang on, no. Just a quick thing. This is why wokeism is so much more advanced than Sovietism, right?
Yeah.
Sovietism is just liberal ideology applied to economics, but wokeism is
not
applied
really.
to
I mean,
everything.
they but yeah. Anyway,
It is, but anyway.
it went besides that. Like they also had like a moral framework, and they had like the way you need to behave. Basically, Soviet Union ended up with the problem that they didn't have religion, and they created like the 10 Commandments for the good Soviet man, and that
Yeah.
was replacing religion.
Yeah.
So
But this is the liberal belief that man is something that can be remade.
sure.
Mhm.
Well, yeah, I suppose kind of like religions believe that as well. Like Islam believes that you can convert a heathen and you can save his soul.
Yeah, but
So
what I'm
theoretically,
saying,
already
the
making it,
Soviet
yeah.
Union was anti-racist, right?
Yeah.
Kinda.
No, it definitely was.
During Stalin, it was. During Lenin, sorry, during Lenin, it was. During Stalin, less so.
Ideologically,
Yeah,
it
but
was.
that's
I will get
not-
stuck on this.
That's not a criticism of communism. That's criticism of Stalin, right? Because Stalin had ethnic particularity, right?
Mhm.
But the Soviet Union was an anti-racist project.
Yeah, it was more
Mm,
diverse than America is now. That's
Yeah.
true.
Theoretically, but it didn't play out in practice. Yeah, but yeah, I
Sure,
understand.
sure. I'm not saying it did because Stalin wasn't a very good communist, right? But this is the communist critique of Stalin. He wasn't a very good communist. So yeah, no, I agree. But that
Yeah.
doesn't mean that the Soviet Union wasn't an anti-racist project because it's all the same bullshit at the end of the day. So what I'm saying is that okay, the Soviet Union in your time, when you were a kid, V, yeah, it wasn't woke. It'd be fucking woke right now.
I don't know.
You think
Like
so?
it's
Oh, it
it's
would.
based
Of
on
course it
trends,
would.
really.
Well, hold on,
Well,
because
It agrees with all the woke premises, but only applies them to the axis of economics. Right?
Well, hold on though,
In
because
the modern
all
era, it would have followed the development of everywhere else.
post Stalin, they basically believed that being gay was some sort of bourgeois degeneracy. They didn't.
Yeah, like
pro gay.
most
I know.
LGBT stuff was abolished. Like not as in you're not allowed to do activism. No, they would put you in a prison. I mean,
Yes, I
okay,
know.
Sargon, North Korea is pretty much what the Soviet Union is like. I don't think they're woke.
V, we used to fucking homosexuality wasn't decriminalized in Britain until like the 60s, I think it was, or late 50s.
Okay.
And we used to do the same. That was just normal, right?
No, but just because you had like a different political ideology doesn't mean that.
Service
No,
guaranteed
that was just
citizenship.
traditionally what the traditional morality perspective on homosexuality was, right?
Depends. Like the thing is, Germany wasn't like that, and even under communism, East Germany was the only Soviet nation on earth that didn't criminalize homosexuality.
Sure. But the point is, eventually, it would get to the point where we're at now. There would be
The
Soviet
reason I
pride
disagree,
parades.
and I can prove to you, is that North Korea is not woke. And North Korea is the closest thing you have to the same ideology and behavior of the Soviet Union.
No, not really. North Korea's got a really weird, ideology.
Romania actually took a lot of
it's-
things from North Korea. We had the same
Yeah.
cult of
The
personality
key
for the
difference
leader
is
and-
North Korea is not communists in that
Yeah, it's
respect.
not.
North Korea,
Oh, come on.
no, it is not.
No, it's not.
North
no.
Korea is closer to fascism than it is communism. It is nationalist
Oh, goodness
pride.
gracious! Now, if you want to go that route,
No.
we can always look-
North Korea is like a big fascist cult.
Yes.
It's really weird.
And it is
Yeah, but so was the
staunchly
Soviet Union.
nationalistic, staunchly puritanical.
Yeah.
So was the
Racially
Soviet
racially
Union.
puritanical.
No, the Soviet Union was not. The Soviet Union, it's in the name, the Soviet Union. It's a federation of states.
Oh, it's the Democratic North Korean Socialist Republic. I know. Yeah, it's in the.
No,
Yeah,
no,
but
no.
It's
the Soviet
Antifa, they're
Union literally
anti-fascist.
was a federation of states. That's why it's broken into so many countries like Russia and Kazakhstan and Ukraine right now.
Sure, but basically what you're saying is that North Korea wasn't an empire in order to be able to force other states to join. Well,
No.
what happened when you tried to leave the Soviet Union? What happened to Czechoslovakia? Arch?
Well, amusingly, North Korea has actually never tried to invade any country that isn't Korea.
I suppose, yeah, but they don't have the military capabilities to do so. Like, who do they want to invade? China?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's-
Manchuria
yeah,
was a
but
hot
again,
potato in the area, but
like if V looked at through this lens, I mean, North Korea's basically got an irredentist philosophy.
Okay.
Like they're desperate to retake South Korea.
And
The
the
legacy
Soviet
of their
Union,
people.
Is the question. Fire
yeah,
is
but
the
the
answer.
Soviet Union also had the aspiration to take over the United States,
Yeah, I
especially
know.
culture.
The Soviet Union wanted to take over the whole world. That's what.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, but
Bolshevism.
yeah, but like
And
they
that
had to
was a
take
part
over the
of that
United States to win the
ideology
Cold
again.
War. Like if they won the Cold War,
that's
they
not
would have
that's not
tried to take
irredentist
over.
though, V. That's not irredentist because
Yeah.
irredentist means taking back land that you once owned. The Soviets wanted to just own everything, even if it wasn't theirs
Well, it's
originally.
already took their land back, so I mean I don't know if you can apply this criticism. Like, can you be irredentist if you already have your land?
No. The North Koreans want South Korea. They view it as theirs, as
I get it, but
traditionally
like the
theirs.
Soviet Union already had all the land that it lost, so like it couldn't
Yeah.
ask for
Service
anything that
guarantees
they
Well,
already
no.
have.
What this means is their expansionism wasn't irredentist.
Like I understand this because they look. Okay, let's put it like this: if North Korea had South Korea, they wouldn't be able to be
Heresy is the
irredentist.
question. Fire is
Yes.
the answer.
All right, yeah, the Soviet Union actually had their own South Korea. Right, so that's why
Yeah.
I don't like.
They
this
had
comparison.
Ukraine basically, yeah.
yes.
Yeah, they
and
had Ukraine. This is
Then
why I
they
don't like
wanted
this
to push
comparison.
forward because of the ideology, which was ideologically was used as a tool in this case.
Yes, we agree with that.
But I will finish Dev's point because he will never actually get to it unless I
Well, no,
finish
I'll get
the
to it.
point
I'll
for
get
him.
to it. I'll
No,
get to
Dev,
it. So
Dev,
here.
sit down in the corner. Sit
No.
Sit down in the
Okay,
corner, Dev.
Fine.
The point of this is that media literacy has essentially become yet another tool of politicization the public space, and it is a tool used exclusively or near exclusively by the left. Everything is political functions by using this. It's to say everything is political. You go like, no, it isn't. Okay, now you're just burying your head in the sand. You can't refute the argument. If every piece of media is political, every piece of media will be politically left, because you can actually attribute political values and opinions to damn near anything and everything. I have seen Dark Souls be claimed as a left-wing project. I've seen Peppa Pig be claimed as a left-wing project. Hell, even now they're claiming Bluey and cartoons.
Oh, Tetris is political according to Polygon.
Yes.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah. And
The
everything can be
interesting
political.
thing
You
about-
can interpret it any way, yeah.
Yes.
The interesting thing about everything being political, right, is that the question is, okay, what does it take for something to become political?
Oh,
And
I
it
can
seems
explain
to
it.
be, yeah, okay, I can too, V.
Okay,
It
go
seems
on,
to
go on.
be merely the act of someone declaring, I have a political opinion about this.
Yep.
Is enough
I,
to
I
politicize
think
anything.
I think it's a little bit more nuanced though. I think when they say everything is political, they use the most broad definition of the word so that they can then apply the most narrow definition. So they will convince
Well-
you like, yeah, it's the most political by using what you just said, Sargon. But then they will say, okay, well, if everything is political, then we can have a sitting Democrat appear in Star Trek as the president of the Earth. And-
yeah, I know what you
right?
mean,
Like,
yeah.
because you can
Well-
you can now current day everything, and you can say, well, Star Trek was always political, so we can actually have Democrat politicians appear in our show.
Yes.
Well, this is
and-
like
and
this is
point
concept
again
creep, right? This is
that
the concept
this is
creep
a
thing.
tactic. That's what the entire point of the media literacy thing is. It's all a simple tactic to take control over the thing by normalizing it. Everything is political is only used to argue for the insertion of progressive politics. Because I know
Service
you've seen this,
guarantees
Dev.
citizenship.
When Star Wars says, no, queer people existing isn't political, that is them
So, well,
going...
yes, it is.
Yeah, exactly. It's political so long as it benefits us. The moment it does
Yeah.
not benefit us, it is no longer political.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine if you make a movie where the Nazi is the good guy, like in, or not even the good guy, in a neutral term, like in Grey's Anatomy. And then when the left freaks out, you say, well, guys, Nazis existing is not political. They wouldn't accept this framework, even though it's their framework. You'd be like, well, Nazis exist in the real world.
Yes.
So therefore, you can have like a patient in Grey's Anatomy that happens to be a Nazi.
So here's the thing, right? The reason that Archie wanted to bring this up is because I got embroiled and actually went a little bit viral today and yesterday on this exact topic, right? So let's go back and start with that 4chan post. It was basically someone on 4chan complaining that Mr. House was ruined and the Fallout show was ruining the lore of the show.
Art takes forward. Dev reaches up from behind to drag him back. But yes, continue.
Let's go back, okay? So that post that we looked at earlier, that 4chan post, was originally posted on Twitter with the caption, "They buck broke Mr. House," which they did. They did buck break Mr. House because they ruined his character. His character was never the guy that, like, he had a completely different personality, completely different goals from what was shown off in the Fallout show. And it does seem to be the case that Bethesda hates the fact that Fallout New Vegas is the best Fallout objectively, and they're just shitting on it because they can. So then there's this person who looks to be a person named Relia Amelia, who is an 18-year-old estrogen enthusiast. So I assume trans woman.
Right, yeah.
She calls herself an estrogen enthusiast, okay?
Right, yeah.
And this is somebody who just has, she seems to, I mean, she's 18. I'm not going to hold it over her head too much. You're still dumb when you're 18, right?
Yeah.
But,
very.
so Arch, I posted, she said, at
Probably
no
shouldn't
point,
have access to estrogen, to be honest.
Or the internet.
well, I mean, 18's legal age, do what you want, but she's
I'm not
retarded.
saying it's
Yeah,
not.
but it's a
I'm still-
violation of my legal rights to hear the opinions of an 18-year-old then.
Yep, and we should increase the legal age. I'm thinking 1 year younger than me and a constant sliding scale.
Including after you die.
Uh-huh.
So here she replies to they buck broke Mr. House with, "At no point was the lore China launched the first strike. It has always been intentionally vague because it doesn't really matter." Now,
That's not true.
yes, because in Fallout 2 you have Dick Richardson who says that China attacked first. That could be him lying, but it is at least one point
Why
in
would
that
he lie?
direction. Well, there's actually a good reason for Dick Richardson to lie because he's the president of the Enclave, right? He could be he's an unreliable narrator, basically.
Sure.
And to her credit, there is no hard and fast in-game evidence that China was the culprit, that China shot first. However, there are a bunch of little pieces
The
of
people
weak
who made it were like, yeah, China shot first.
Well, there's a bunch of in-game weak pieces of evidence that all point towards China.
Yeah, but
That's
also
not
the
str-
people who made it said it.
I know, but we're going to get to that point in a minute, okay?
Okay,
If
sorry.
we're talking about just what is in the games, there's no direct confirmation. There's a bunch of weak pieces of evidence that all point towards China, but that's not a direct confirmation, but it's more than otherwise, right? So if she said, she specifically said, at no point was the lore China launched the first strike. If she didn't take this strong of a position, then maybe what she said could have actually been okay. She's like, it's not really confirmed, and it doesn't really matter because it's all about how war never changes, so it doesn't really matter. And they don't really say it outright. You know what? That's actually a fair take to have. But she said very strictly, at no point was the lore China launched the first strike.
because they're looking at it through the lens of hating America, right? Like if it was the opposite, if the game stated that it pointed to America being the one first launching the nukes, and you have like this vague stuff in the game indicating it, you wouldn't
Here's
see
the
a person like her going, well,
Fire is
actually,
the
the game
answer.
doesn't really state who did it. It's only using that argument when it's through the lens of communism, which hates nationalism in all forms, and it's like, well, she's in America, so she hates America, so that's why she's saying it.
Mhm. So I replied to her with this tweet that seems to have blown up in the past day. 1.7 1.7k retweets, 1.6 million views. I don't usually get tweets that blow up this much. I'm a small Twitter account. So I'm like, oh, I guess this one struck a nerve. So I posted a clip of an interview with one of the original creators of Fallout, Tim Kaine, where he confirms that China launched the first strike. Now, to be fair, I did actually remove some context from this clip. All right, we must give the devil his due. So in the clip, basically, Tim Kaine says very directly, China launched the first nuke because America was making biological weapons that was against international law. The Chinese felt they had no other choice; they were losing the war, so they launched the nukes. And then the host reacts. The host is like, "Oh, dude, you don't know what you just said, because there's been arguments for 30 years now. You know, the first game came out, what, 94? Arguments for 30 years in the fandom. Who shot first?" And it's like, oh my, like, I can't believe you just confirmed this. And there's actually more after this clip, where he basically walks it back, but in a very joking way. He says, "Oh shit, I shouldn't have said that. You know, oh yeah, I guess no, don't take."
He's obviously just fucking said it. There we go.
Yeah, and basically some people are coping by saying this guy's he's climp chimping, he's taking it out of context, he walks it back right after this. But the reason I didn't include that little bit is because I know they would say this dumb fucking shit. Because if you look at his body language and his tone of voice and his face, he's very clearly saying what I just said was true, but I shouldn't have said it. I accidentally leaked it, and now we're going to pretend like it's not true.
Yeah,
That's
No,
what's
I
happening
get,
there.
I get his position, because when I'm making my video game, like, we have a lot of stuff that we talk in the background with what the characters' motivations and what they do. And you don't always convey that, like, you don't outright expressly say it, because you want the player to interpret the narrative
Heresy's the
one way or
question.
another.
Fire
And
is
I
the
think, like, this is
answer.
what happened in Fallout. Like, they actually knew the story. It's like, all right, well, what happened? It's like, okay, well, America makes bioweapons, China fires. But they don't really point to that, because like, back then, art wasn't propaganda, so they don't want to
Heresy's the
spoon
question.
feed all the
Fire is the
information. They want
answer.
you to figure it out. So I get his position, yeah.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there is like what you've written down in your internal document of what is strictly the story, and then what you want to reveal in the game through characters. Those are two different things, right? And
Yeah.
and the fact that he seems to have accidentally crossed that line and revealed something that wasn't strictly revealed in the game, that's why he has to walk it back. But it's very clear that that's what the story is that China shot first. And the problem is that
It
that's
doesn't really
well,
matter.
well,
Like it's not even
it
that important, you know?
it,
Well,
it
if you're trying
doesn't.
to
But
condemn America,
Well,
yeah,
yeah, but America
and
was
also
making
and also
the first evolutionary virus. So
yeah.
that's
But
yeah.
well, the issue though is that, one, the new Fallout show contradicts this, and
Oh.
two, they want to make the new Fallout show basically be capitalism is the reason why. Capitalism bad, right? And the Chinese, like, we can't in
And
2024
communism
you can't,
good as well.
you
There's
can't
also a
blame China for
scene-
anything. Yeah.
There's a scene in
communist
which
Chinese
a
can't have
communist
started the
woman
war.
states that
Mhm.
I'm not a communist. That's just a label they put on people who aren't crazy. It has a very clear political
Yeah.
message.
Yes. And there's just the practical the practical concern of, if you want your show to get released in China, you can't show China being bad in any way. And also, yeah, there's the ideological component of, we have to make this about capitalism bad. So the
I
fact
don't
that
think they can release it in China with a trans person.
probably not, but nonetheless, they still try. Well, that was the thing with Blizzard, right? Is that Blizzard spent like so much money and pissed off everyone in the West to try and get into that Chinese market, then China banned them anyway. It's like, fuck you, you deserve this. But basically, when Tim said that, it was kind of a refutation of what the show was doing. And now this interview was from 6 months ago, right? And the show is probably just going to retcon it, which is, they have the right to do that. They own the IP. Not a good idea, but they can do it. The issue is the response that I got when I posted this tweet, because it has blown up and lots of people are enjoying it. But there's several different obvious flavors of cope if you go into the quote tweets. And if you scroll through the quote tweets, you'll see some people who are saying what I basically just said, is that you're an idiot for clipping it like this, because he very clearly walked it back afterward. And I'm just like, listen, you have to somehow be completely devoid of any sort of empathy or understanding of any human emotion if you think that was a real walk back, because of what I described, right? It's like,
Yeah, he's
no, you're
talking
just
about internal documents. Yeah, obviously.
yeah. So like if you say he walked it back, you're just taking him by his word and not the context of what's going on. So there's a lot of that cope in the quote tweets. There's a lot of cope in the quote tweets of people saying, yeah, well, Tim Kaine is actually just wrong. he doesn't know his own story. Sometimes it's
Well,
he's not involved in the story anymore, so he doesn't get to say anything. What the original creators want don't matter. It's who currently owns the IP. They control where the story goes, which
I
is
guess that's true.
technically it's
Yeah.
technically true, but it's not a good argument for like whether or not this actually happened, right? Or whether or not it's a good story, right?
Mhm.
There's some people saying, oh, if it's not in the game, it doesn't count, and it's like, well, I mean,
the death of the author, I guess, is what they're arguing, right?
yes, but the issue is, back when the left still loved Harry Potter, they hate it now, but back when they still loved it, they kept saying
Everyone
Dumbledore's
was
gay.
gay.
Yeah, because J.K. Rowling confirmed that Dumbledore was gay outside of the books. It was never hinted at in the books. So they're like,
Yeah.
no, he's gay. You have to accept it. It's like, well, hold on. Like, how come you're not saying that here about Tim Kaine and Fallout, right?
Mm.
Because there's clearly something has changed, right? And then there were some people saying it's good that this was retconned because this is a better story. And if you ask them why is it a better
Why?
story, well, they say
Why?
because they say I believe capitalism is bad, and so it's good that this story has capitalism as the villain. That's what they say.
Yeah.
It's
A lot of
so
people say a lot of
weird,
stupid
you know,
shit, though.
because
Yeah.
okay, the story of
Service
Fallout, the
guarantees
moral is
citizenship.
literally in the beginning, right? Like word never changes. It's not that capitalism is bad. It's not that like human nature leads to warfare, which is very destructive. Like that is the message, right? Like humanity is doomed because, and this was like a message, I think, like from the hippie era. It's like humanity is doomed because we're too confrontational, and we manage to produce stronger and stronger weapons until we'll wipe each other out. That was the fucking message. It wasn't that capitalism evil, and even
Yeah.
like after capitalism, right? Like you got the Mojave Desert just being destroyed, and the idea is that you don't have capitalism now. You have like tribalism. You got the Roman Legion. You got like all these things, cannibals, mutants, and they're still fighting each other because war never changes. That's what Fallout was about.
Yeah, Fallout was about that, and it was also about how would society rebuild, right? Like it didn't matter to the people rebuilding civilizations how the bombs fell, right? Like that. It's like, oh well, you have this society doing this, you have that society doing that. You have like sometimes you have like trade routes, sometimes you have empires, sometimes you have republics. Like it doesn't matter who actually shot first
I
in
don't
terms
even
of the
think it's
grander
about
story.
rebuilding, to be honest. I don't think. I think it's more about surviving. Like okay, Fallout 1. You stop the mutant menace, so it's not about rebuilding. You just managed to save people from the super
Well,
mutants.
you've got to get a water
No,
chip to save your village
Yes,
from
you
death.
get the water chip to open the vault, creating a vault city. It's about rebuilding.
Yeah, because then they build Vault City. That's in
No,
that's in
you
the second
don't
game.
rebuild
Yeah.
Vault City. If Vault 13 doesn't rebuild Vault City, Vault
Well,
13,
no, count. So in Fallout 1, you've just got to get the water
the
chip,
water
as far
chip.
as I recall.
Yeah.
But it's
Okay.
it's Fallout 2 where you've got to get the Garden of Creation kit.
Yeah, no, in Fallout, yeah, I mean, you do need to do that, but mostly you need to stop the Enclave from purging the wasteland. Like that's the primary objective. And then you can choose to bring or not to bring the Gek. Like that's not the important one. The important one is to kill Frank Hogarth and the president of the U.S. So
Well, yeah,
basically,
but
again, it's a story about survival, right? Like you have the bad guys that want to wipe everyone out, and you got to
Survival
save the...
obviously entails rebuilding.
yeah, because here's the thing, V. If you follow the main story from Fallout 1, 2 to New Vegas, what connects them all is the NCR. It's how the NCR is formed, right? And it's how a new civilization
the
comes about.
sands and but
Yeah.
again, you have the option of destroying the NCR in all of the Fallouts.
You do.
Like,
You do.
yeah.
But canonically, it still exists in each game because the story is about how does civilization rebuild? How do people come together and build this new state, right? And they build the NCR. So you can destroy it in some games, but in the next game, it's still there because the canonical ending is that you didn't destroy it, you rebuilt it.
I
So
still think
it
it's
does seem to be. It does seem to be in part about. Well, it is, but it's also about how how do you recover after the collapse? It's also about that. So by the way, the fact that the NCR is gone in this Fallout show is kind of a slap in the face to that. But basically, of all the various examples of people going insane in replying to my tweet here, this is probably a pretty funny one. Arch, do you want to read this one here? I'll post it. Like how unhinged does this sound?
Well, do you want to read it out? Because I can't see it.
Oh, I want to
Really,
actually read
there
it.
is no better way to make a Nazi meltdown than by retconning
Service
something
guarantees
and replacing it
citizenship.
with a far better and more interesting storyline. Capitalism is bad. is the storyline that has been told so many fucking times in the last 5 years that okay, not only do I know it, but there's nothing new you can possibly add to it because it's been
also the
told-
core of Nazi ideology.
It's a part of
It
it,
is.
yeah, for
It is
sure.
like Nazis don't like capitalism. Yeah.
So well, this guy, he doesn't know who I am. I'm certain of it. But
Hmm.
I'm a Nazi having a meltdown because I posted
Yeah.
this clip. And
I'm going to
Yeah,
clip
it's
that.
not-
I tell you.
yeah,
Dev,
like it's
I'm a Nazi having a meltdown.
but like it's not just that the storyline is not far better and not more interesting. It's the fact that this guy thinks I'm a Nazi for pulling out a
Yeah.
piece of evidence that goes against the new storyline, which isn't that
Yeah.
good. Like what the
Develop-
fuck? Like how
developing
could you
process.
think like this?
First of all, the thing that pisses me off the most is that all these communists don't understand that America is not capitalistic. Like it actually states officially that it's a mixed economy.
Yeah, it's a mixed economy. Well, I mean,
It's a
like
mixed
here's the thing:
economy,
a mixed economy is kind of a form of capitalism, but
No,
whatever.
shut
It's just
the fuck up. No,
it's
not. No.
just
Be-
it's
being
arguing.
taxed 50%. No, Dev, listen.
It's
Now
just
you're
arguing
pissing me
over
off.
words.
Now-
It's
now
okay. It's
I'm
just
enraged.
just
I am
arguing over
seething.
words.
Dev,
Can
all
we
arguments are just arguing
stay
over
on
words.
fucking topic for fucking once. I'd like.
There's
See,
still
I
there's still
summarized
money.
this
There's still ownership.
conversation.
There's still trade. It's
I
okay.
summarized where I
not-
wanted this to go. Then Dev was like, "I'll bring it there." That was 20 minutes ago. Dev, are you
Okay.
approaching the point yet?
We are actually approaching the point.
Oh,
Yes.
thank God.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I thought we were having fun here.
We are.
Okay, so there was basically a lot of people getting very angry at me regarding this tweet, and there's a bunch of really dumb retweets. Okay, so I replied to my own tweet, because of course I did, with this take, Arch, and I'll, if you don't mind pulling it up. So this is when I said, I can't wait for these retards to pull the Death of the Author card on this one, after screaming for months about authorial intent and media literacy and satire with regards to Helldivers and Starship Troopers. So I'm replying to the same person. I'm replying to Relia Amelia again, the 18-year-old estrogen enthusiast, because back in February she said, Starship Troopers is making a point about how easily disgust can lead into support for fascism, but fascists aren't interested in actually having that conversation, so they have to pretend the extremely obvious subtext isn't there, and actually you're wrong for seeing it. So here's the core of the conversation, and this applies to like everything that's been going on in media for the past 5 years at least. It applies to Helldivers and Starship Troopers, it applies to Warhammer, it applies to Fallout, it applies to the entire media literacy conversation. The Death of the Author is when you basically declare that what the author intended for the art does not actually matter. What matters is what you can pull out of it, right? And this was a big thing back during the Gamergate era on the left. In fact, I remember there was an
Barbie,
article.
the movie. Yeah, and Barbie the
Yeah.
movie.
Yeah, there was an article like a month after Gamergate, where I think it was someone who was anti-Gamergate. One of the few times they talked to a pro Gamergater, and they tricked them by saying, "What do you think of Death of the Author?" And then the pro Gamergate person said, "I don't think we should kill authors." And then they laughed at them for being so stupid because they didn't know what Death of the Author meant. Death of the Author doesn't mean kill authors.
Yeah,
It means
yeah,
that you reject what the author intended and you pull your own
Yeah.
meaning out from the artwork. Yeah. And in fact, Death of the Author was a very, very big leftist position 10 years ago. And I think that's how they justified the fact that so much artwork was not explicitly leftist. They said, well, I can pull this meaning out of the artwork so it matches my
No, that's
morality and
them.
my
the
politics.
moment they will have an interest, like the moment the situation reverses and the author will not will agree with them, they will be holding the exact opposite position that they have
Yes,
now.
of course. Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's kind of the point, right? Is when someone comes to you and says, if you're unironically enjoying Starship Troopers, or you're unironically enjoying Helldivers, and you're not, or you're unironically enjoying The Boys and Homelander, and you're not understanding that these are satires against your position, and you have to be a stupid conservative who turns his brain off and just enjoys the media for what it is. Like, yeah, they say that shit all the time. but their argument is that
The author
conservatives-
intends you to hate it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, their argument is that no. The author is saying this about you chuds, and you're too stupid to see it, or you're so
No, I just agree with
disenfranchised.
it.
or you're so disenfranchised that you have to turn your brain off and just enjoy it without engaging with the artwork's political context. It's like, well, okay, well, here, let's say that that's true. Okay, let's just give it to them. Just because we do know that Verhoeven was in fact making a satire of fascism. It's just a very bad one because the book wasn't about fascism. But that was his intent. And when the leftoids say that was his intent, we're making a satire of fascism. I mean, they're correct about that, right? So what's going on here is when the author intends to make a critique of the right with their artwork, they lean on the intent of the author very, very heavily. However, when the author comes out and says, actually, it's not about this, then they say, that's actually a really bad piece of media. You know, when I posted my Legend of Zelda right-wing analysis, I had replies from leftoids saying, oh, that Zelda games are just bad anyway. Why do you care?
They don't have principles.
It's one of the most successful franchises.
Finally, after
Dude,
27
so's fucking Michael
minutes,
Bay's Transformers. Just that's no.
we arrive at the thrust of the argument. It's the
Yeah,
year 2024. It's 12:27 a.m. on the 4th of 21st, and Dev has realized that leftists lie.
You know, you told hold on.
I actually
Just
wanted
wait,
to ask
just
this
wait.
from Sargon and Arch, because you guys are really and Dev actually, you guys
Okay,
are really good with humans and how they act. There's a vault in the Fallout universe, Vault 69, where it's 909 women and 1 man. How do you think they would organize that society? Like, unironic question.
Yeah, I've seen this question before.
Something
The
like
question
Conan
is,
the Barbarian, I'm assuming.
yeah, well, basically, would the one man rule the 999 women, or would there be a coalition of women who like control the man for their like reproductive purposes? Yeah,
Never.
See what I
You don't
think?
think so?
I think and I actually took this seriously, and I talked with some people, and what I came to think is like, okay, you have 999 women, and they're placed in a vault, and the man is as well, right? So the form of government would be made by the women, and it would probably be something that requires consensus. Like they would have like various interest groups with a representative, and start talking a lot and try to reach consensuses and shit. And as for the ban, like it depends. But you would definitely have like a lot of in-groups and cliques.
Fire is the answer.
And like little interest groups, and there would be like a lot of jealousy. I think like the man would probably be allowed to date whomever he wants, like he would have a harem or stuff. But there would also be like a lot of quote unquote crazy bitches, and possibly even assassination attempts. Like poisoning
I
the
can
food
tell
and
you
stuff.
exactly how this would work out.
All right.
The man would be in charge. Because any other scenario requires multiple women to collaborate with one another.
Yes.
And
So
there
here's
you
the thing.
go.
What if a woman wants to poison the man, Arch?
Then another woman will backstab her and use that to get closer to the man by going, that crazy bitch wants to poison you.
Yeah. So
It also depends on the man. Like if he is a capable man or he is a soy boy. Because if you have like a soy boy, then it really.
Well, listen,
go
you can have the most capable man. You're still not going to fight off 999 women. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
No, but
Like,
the
this
women
is-
will fight themselves off. The 999 women will be instantly betrayed by the other 998 that want to ingratiate themselves with the man.
So this has been talked about a lot in just like Fallout circles online for like the past 15 years. So for Vault 69, it was, as you say, V, 1 man, 999 women. And the consensus in the community is that one of 2 forms of government would emerge. One is that the man just rules over and owns all the women, and they all do what he says. The other is that the man would basically be enslaved, and you'd have factions of women vying for control over him, but he wouldn't be a person with agency, basically.
I mean, both of them are obviously wrong, right? So the correct answer is, why would the man need to do anything?
How do you mean?
Well, I mean, like almost all male activity is an attempt to secure access to women. And so if you have unlimited access to women, I don't need this shit.
Yeah, but you'd probably want that woman, you know?
Yes,
Like,
because some of them will be enormous.
Yeah,
hideous.
Like you would have preferences in
Like,
women.
it'll
But
be like
you're the only man.
It's very simple. The argument
What are
will
they going to do?
be,
Get someone else?
Yeah,
If you
like,
don't
the
date
idea
this
of
woman, you're fatphobe.
the idea of abstinence exists, Sargon. Like there are nuns, there are people, and there are
Dude,
women that may choose to
there
be
is
lesbians.
just no fucking way that the women in this vault are going to abstain from the one man that exists.
No, I'm not
So-
saying that all of them would, right? But the
Well-
one that maybe that man likes just isn't interested. Like there are women that will say, "Well, you're not my type, even if you're the last man on earth. I generally don't care."
Well, no,
And
I don't,
they
don't
would just
believe it.
masturbate. They
No,
would choose
don't
not
believe
to have sex with him.
Don't believe it.
Okay, Sargon,
See,
let's put it
well-
this way,
well,
right?
well,
hold on. Is the
He's
apocalypse?
he's the only man that they've got.
And
No,
I'd
okay,
like
okay,
to point
that's fine,
out
that's
as
fine. No,
well,
let-
this
let
is
me-
supposed to
let
be
me-
a slight sidetrack from Dev.
Yeah,
Let me
but it's
put it
fun.
as
So
a
let's keep going.
hypothetical, right? Sargon,
No,
okay.
Dev, you know what? Because I want to make the point, and in half an hour, I'm going to stop all the discussion anyway, because I've got another podcast to get on. So, Dev, if you
Oh, wait, what are
could
you doing?
please
What are you
present
doing tonight,
your
Arch?
point.
Just wait. What are you doing tonight, Arch?
Flashcast later.
Oh, cool. I actually like Flashcast. I've been on Skyscrolers with him a few times. He's a nice guy.
He is.
But I just
Tell-
have
tell him I said hi.
because I want
don't
to
want to.
completely demolish this world.
Oh,
all right,
well, thanks.
Listen,
There's no way you can. It's
I can.
completely true.
Right. Listen, it's the end of the world, right? And you're in a bunker with 5 women, but they're morbidly obese, 300 kilograms. They smell from their teeth like they're obviously
Yeah, but
rotten.
none of the people in the vaults are like that, V.
No. Listen, right?
You're
point
making
is
up a
that
scenario
even
that
if-
wouldn't be the
if-
case.
you said that the man's purpose, everything that a man does, is to drag a woman's
How
attention.
many
but-
women were in the vault? 69.
90.
No,
It
but
wasn't
I-
900. It was
no,
99.
Like
It was
my
99.
point was that
99 women.
you refuse to
And
believe
one,
that
yeah.
there are women in the vault that wouldn't be attracted to that man. And the
Yeah.
reality is they could. Like if he is short or if he has like the soy jaw, there may be women
No.
that may say, I'm not interested.
No, they're
They
not going
may
to do
just choose not to reproduce with him. They may just masturbate or have sex with other women and then just
They're-
not be
they're not gonna
interested
do
in the
that.
man.
He will become, and it's because you don't understand women's psychology.
Service guarantee.
He will become the
citizenship.
status symbol, right? The other women will
Ooh,
have one
that's
up
a good
on
point.
each other
That is a good
because
point.
they will have had access to him.
I can't refute this.
Yep.
I'm trying to. I can't refute it.
So here's the thing. Vault 68 is the inverse, where it's 99 men and 1 woman.
Oh, that's easy.
fucking
Like they would
mental.
be hyper competitive. Probably
no.
The biggest and strongest guy gets her.
Yes.
No, not necessarily. You can have the charismatic guy, that.
Or
forms
no, the
cult.
charismatic guy won't get shit, but the person who's either the biggest or strongest, or the cleverest to poison the biggest and strongest will.
Yeah, whoever manages
I mean,
to.
they could also just resort to gang raping her or something. I don't know.
Jesus.
But here's the thing, right? Like, and this
you
is
don't
this
want
is
to
what
share to that extent.
this is
If you're
what I
locked in a
disagree
bunker,
with
you
most
might.
of the communities because everyone assumes anarchy when you can just probably have a normal functioning society. Like
Maybe.
most men can just be like, well, I'm not going to have the woman anyway, and let's just focus on how to make the vault livable. And they're focusing on engineering, they're focusing on other stuff. Like it's not necessary that it's going to develop in anarchy. Although the one where you have like only men is more likely than the one where you have only women.
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah. Because
Yeah.
one man can impregnate more women.
Yep.
But
Point.
Well, the point is that it seems like the media literacy crowd will fluctuate between death of the author and strictly observing authorial intent, depending on whether or not the piece of media in question is aligned with their politics or not.
Yes. Again, 2024, Dev arrives at the point, left lies.
I've known this for a while, Arsh. God damn it.
Everybody, please clap.
But I guess the reason you wanted to talk about it, I assume, is because my tweet went viral. So now it's like it's a mini story, basically.
Nah, I just wanted to, do that joke with chat. Please clap.
Oh, okay, all right, yeah. But I mean, it is going to
Pretty
turn
much
into a video, I think, because I think there's a lot of meat on the bone here on this topic, where you can look
Yeah.
at various different games or different shows where it's clear that they've changed their stance. The fact that I could find this Relia Amelia person who is disregarding the author's intent for Fallout, but then explicitly appealing to it for Starship Troopers, that's kind of incredible to see them both happening at the same time because satire. Well, no, because satire as a concept requires that you understand what the author intended because of Poe's law, right? Because the whole idea of any satire could also just be a straight representation of the ideas unless you make it known that you're making a satire.
Can you call your video "Democrats are the real racists" while you're at it?
Nope.
It's
I've already got a clever title for it, and I'm not going to
No,
reveal it on stream.
Don't worry, Dev. That was not serious.
Okay.
That was funny.
And Dev, you can just call it "The Left Lies." The
No,
revelation
Democrats
of
are the
year.
real racists.
But this
Man.
is, of course, the overriding point. Because this is the thread. The one point I wanted to make today, hammered home, is that all of them, every single leftist, is not only malicious, actively, at all times, constantly, and evil, but they're all singing from the exact same hymn sheet. There is no deviation here. This is the brilliance of Gramsci. He created a system of literally programming every single NPC simultaneously.
Arch, listen, I've heard you say Gramsci is a genius so many times. You have to be the communist here.
He is a genius.
Well, just
He is a
can we-
genius. Like, yeah.
I think that Gramsci is just being far too overrated here. Like, I mean, what's Gramsci's serious contribution in your opinion?
The prison
Fucking up
notebooks.
your civilization.
Yeah, but what in the prison notebooks that is the serious contribution?
It was identifying that the various cultural aspects of society, and he used schools, churches, the media, journalism, that these things reinforce civil society, and so you can't have a revolution against civil society without subverting cultural society first.
Yes,
Yeah.
it was the realization that normal society cannot be overthrown via what they thought they would use.
Yeah, but the point being that's not like I mean, I suppose that's
It
good.
is, because
No,
nobody
hang
else
on.
thought of
No,
it.
hang on. That's a good.
He was the
insight.
first guy, yeah. He was the first guy.
I'm not saying that he wasn't, right? But what I'm saying is he didn't come up with a mechanism by how to do that or anything like that.
He couldn't, to be fair.
Fuck.
That's actually true, yeah. So when he was
I'm not
position
saying he
to.
could. All Gramsci did is pointed out that, like, in the East there was a weak civil society, but in the West there was a strong civil society, so that had to be attacked. Okay, yeah, fair enough. That doesn't make him a genius.
But Sargon, you're looking
No,
at the
it's
guy
the same.
who invented
It's
the
like
steam
saying,
engine.
yeah, no, it's
Yeah,
no, not the steam engine, because steam engine is complicated, right? It's like saying the guy who invented the wheelbarrow wasn't a genius because all it is a wheel with handlebars.
Yeah.
I'm not. I don't think the guy who invented the wheelbarrow was a genius.
But why
Okay,
had
well, the guy
nobody
who
else thought
invented
of
the
it
steam
then?
engine, you're like, well, he didn't invent the V8 rocket, so therefore he's dumb.
Yes.
Well, no, the complexity of a wheelbarrow isn't so great as it to require a genius to invent it. Like the observation of why a communist revolution didn't happen in the West isn't such an amazing insight. And I don't think that
I mean,
Gramsci
it might
is
have
the
been back
only.
then.
Hang on. I don't think Gramsci is the only person who came to this conclusion. Like, I think lots of people came to this conclusion. Gramsci was just one of these people who wrote it down.
I don't think
Genius,
so.
Sargon.
Like, I think there are several inventions within human society that we look at and go like, oh, that's obvious, and yet it took thousands of years to come up with.
Well,
Yeah, like
I
the
mean,
guy who
lots
invented
of things are
penicillin, you're
invented
upset that-
concurrently in different places.
Well, yeah, the guy who invented penicillin, you're upset that, well, like penicillin is defective against the superbug E. coli, and therefore...
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. Right, Gramsci is in the equivalent of this, of the guy saying, "Guys, we really need to do something to kill to stop these diseases because they're killing people."
No, he basically is like saying, okay, what if we have a substance that ingested doesn't harm the body but just harms the disease, and then thinks that maybe it's some thing
Yes.
made of algae, and then other people come up and they continue experimenting and figure it out.
Gramsci discovered not like something's killing people, we need to find a solution. He figured out the mechanism through which we would stop the disease from killing people.
Service
He
guarantees
just didn't
citizenship.
finish it.
Well, yeah, but he didn't come up with a conceptual framework of how to do it or anything like that. He just noticed this is the issue.
Yeah, that was the guys
An
after
ancient-
him. Yeah.
It's kind of like
Well,
an
yeah,
ancient
but
Greek.
again, like he literally couldn't.
Yeah, it's like if an ancient Greek
I'm
came
not
up
saying
with the
he couldn't.
idea that what if diseases are like these
And I'm not saying that Gramsci was
microorganisms?
stupid either.
No, but think about it this way, right? Like if a Greek person would come up with the idea that people get sick because of micro like things very tiny that get in their body, and if we can kill those things, we can cure diseases. Right now, just because he didn't discover penicillin, you wouldn't look at it and say, "Well, like this guy was actually a genius. Like he figured out all these things without the tools of modern technology, and he set the cornerstone for science."
Yeah, sure, but like this doesn't mean that he's solely responsible for anything.
Chat,
Like-
you should watch my Gramsci video. I'm going to
And-
show it right now.
Like there would have been a convergence on that point, I think. But anyway, I don't know.
Well, what Sargon
too
is
much
saying is that he's a Herbert Marcuse fan, and he doesn't want to take away from the spotlight of Herbert Marcuse.
I mean, I wouldn't. Oh, gee. Sorry, I'm playing Fallout, and this woman who was like, "Can I come with you?" just exploded for some reason. I don't know why. I wouldn't say I was a Marcuse fan.
I think you're saying the Virgin Gramsci versus the Chad Marcuse.
So, in any case, though, to go back to the original point, Arch, the actual original point, aside from you memeing on me, okay?
We're not meaning
Yeah.
on you. We're being honest.
Oh yeah. The
Let's
actual
just lie,
original point.
2024.
The actual original point is that if any of you did actually watch my Our Conservatives Media Literate video, there was a moment where the bread tuber I was responding to, they said something along the lines of Halo is very clearly a leftist piece of media, the games, not the show, because it's critiquing religion, because the
Heresy's
Covenant
the
was a religious
question.
society,
Fire is the
and
answer.
it has a lot. However,
Yes. That's right. The only people who have only ever critiqued religion are the left.
yeah,
Fucking
that was actually their
downright
argument, right? That was actually their argument. And then, however, the issue is, I remember being on the internet back in the 2000s, and leftists back then said that Halo was very clearly a piece of neocon propaganda because it was all very militarized. And I'm like, well, hold on. Like, how can you guys determine that it's leftist now, but it's right wing back then? Like, what happened between these two
different
things?
people, Dev. It's not necessarily the same person making the same two
Yeah, but
arguments.
it's the same
It's-
logic they're using, though.
No,
It's
if
the
you wanna see the
advance
same
of the
logic they're
ideology.
using.
Like this is the entire point of progressivism is to push further and further towards its goal. At that point, it was beneficial to argue that this was neocon propaganda. Today, it is not. Today, the goal line has shifted.
Yes.
If you
yeah.
want to see
So-
the exact thing what you're trying to say, Dev, I posted it in the link channel.
Mhm.
They're looking at the Hades Aphrodite with the man jaw, and they're saying that is sexy, even though like she's just naked and she's covered with hair, and they're like, oh, this is art. And then Stellar Blade is like disgusting porn,
Yes.
right? And it's literally the same people making it. And the reason is because Hades 2 now, I think, like they hired one of those
Progressive.
No, it's
Yes.
not that it's
It's
progressive,
it's
they
safe.
hired a
It's safe horny.
consultancy
V.
group.
It's safe horny.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. Is that they hired like the sweet baby type of consultants, so now they get positive PR from the journalists and everyone. Meanwhile, Stellar Blade didn't, so they're getting hired. Now, if Stellar Blade would hire Sweet Baby, everyone would be like, "Wow, that is such a great design. That's so amazing." One of the lead artists from Riot Games came out and said, "Yeah, like the Stellar Blade design is bland, boring, but oh, Aphrodite."
So here's the thing. I disagree with the whole man-jaw conception of this. I think Aphrodite and Hades actually does look pretty good. However, that still actually that still means that your point's correct, though, because you have sexy woman in Hades versus sexy woman in Stellar Blade. Why is one problematic and the other not?
Because one hired a consultancy group, Dev. It's not
Because
about ideology.
Yes.
Lie. All leftists are 100% malicious at all
Yeah,
times.
So here-
woman was placed in the game, so now they have to cope with it and post-rationalize it, right? And you have like the Kotaku journalist going, "Oh yeah, but it's a still picture. You don't get live to you don't get to see the bouncing boobies. So therefore, I, who have been in the porn industry and who will return to the porn industry if I get fired from Kotaku," this is what she said, "am casting my moral judgment on this artwork."
So here's the thing, right? I've seen many bread tubers. All right, I think I heard Vosh say it. I heard actual Jake say it. I heard the Dead Domain person that I was responding to say it. I've heard the Surfs Lance say it. All right, they've all said that Fallout is a left-wing property, and you can tell because oh fuck, what's the name of the giant? Oh, the giant robot. What's his name?
Yeah.
Liberty Prime.
Liberty Prime, right? Yes, because Liberty Prime is very clearly satirizing like American jingoism against communism, and that's their logic.
If you
that
think
is
it's
what
satire, yeah.
that's the thing. It's like, okay, well, if basically you're saying that that's satire, therefore Fallout is leftist, because Fallout is critiquing these ideas by presenting them and then setting them up and then showing their flaws. Okay, I understand.
Hold on,
So-
I just love Sargon
Well-
to just beat him for me.
Well, here's the thing.
I
No, I am presenting their argument. I don't believe their argument. I'm presenting it for you. Okay. So this is what all of these bread tubers were saying about Fallout. I think they were saying it in response to you, Sargon, saying that Liberty Prime was cool.
Yeah, Liberty
The issue
Prime
is-
based.
The issue is in the exact same game, you have the 10 penny tower quest. And for those in chat who don't know, I'll tell you it real quickly. So in Fallout 3, same game as Liberty Prime, there's a quest where you have a human civilization in 10 penny tower, and you have a bunch of ghouls who want to come live there. And these aren't feral ghouls. These are actual people. You know, they have thoughts. They're not just enemies. You can talk with them. You can reason with them. And they say, listen, living in the wasteland's hard, and the humans won't let us live with them in 10 penny tower. The tower has a bunch of empty rooms. Why can't we share this place? And the humans, they're all like bigoted towards ghouls in the tower, right? So what you can do is you can actually broker a peace between the humans and the ghouls, and then the humans will invite the ghouls in, and then they will coexist, and you can go back and visit, and they're hanging out together. However,
And then they
after
kill
enough
them
time,
all.
after enough time in the game has passed, you show back up, and the ghouls have killed every single human.
Yeah.
And they said, oh, it turns out we actually couldn't coexist with them, so we just murdered them all. And I'm thinking, okay, let's adopt our media literacy caps.
And not only
And-
that, but they also destroyed the tower. Like the tower is devastated. The water doesn't work. Everything is turned off the walls.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
the
yeah.
dark
It's
and-
gone full
So-
South Africa.
So I'm sitting here, I'm like, you know, let's put on our media literacy caps, and let's claim
I
that
do love my
Fallout 3
media literacy cap.
Fallout 3 is political, and it applies to the real world. So what is the
What's
game
the
saying?
lesson?
Yeah. What's the game saying about, you know, ethnic conflict and peace between ethnicities and immigration? What is it saying about these things? You know, they'll never do that, right? Because the logic that they use to say that Fallout 3 is leftist, they'll never apply it in a scenario that shows that Fallout 3 actually is rightist, for example, like in this conversation. They'll never do that. And that's the issue with the whole media literacy conversation, is they pick and choose when they want to actually put on that cap, and they just don't talk about the instances where their interpretation of media doesn't fit. And I think that what happened with me with this viral clip kind of really shows off that double standard, where they're willing to adopt certain things as long as it promotes leftism, but the minute that the exact same logic doesn't, they ignore it, or they say it's problematic, or they say it's bad, or they say that I'm stupid, or whatever, right? So
Yeah.
this will probably turn into a bigger video that I put on my channel where I go through a bunch of these examples, because it happens with a lot of, like, a whole bunch of video games. It's like I said, when I did Legend of Zelda on this, I had people saying that I was stupid, I didn't understand media literacy. I was people saying that, oh, it's all true about Zelda, and
guaranteed
Zelda's just
citizenship.
bad because of it. And it's like, well, hold on, like either I interpreted it wrong, or I interpreted it correctly, and therefore the game's bad. Like, which one of these things is it? You know, like it's once you peel back all of these layers, you realize that it is just them trying to claim cultural spaces, because that influences real life politics in some small way, and so they're doing this with pretty much every property they can get their hands on.
So they've figured
No.
out that Democrats are the real racists.
At the very
The-
end, Dev, at the very end, can you just say it? Can
What?
you just say the line?
Arch, listen, I've known
Say
that the
line.
leftists are liars for years.
Yeah, I
Arch,
want
you
you
would-
to say it.
Arch, you admitted on
I
this
want you to
very
speak the
stream.
words.
No. Listen. Arch, you admitted on this very stream that whenever you talk about Gramsci, you just go to my video and pull the sources right off my video.
But
I am the one who knows this
Yeah.
stuff.
The Democrats. What would you say about them?
They're a
The
political
real-
party in the
come on,
United
Dev,
States.
You know this, Dev.
They're a
You know
political
this.
party in the United States. Some of them are bad, some
No,
of them are
no,
good.
no, Dev, no. You know this. You know this. Come on. What are they really about, Dev? What are they really about?
Some of them are racists.
No, not some of them, Dev. No.
Dev.
I will not make a blanket statement. I refuse. Hold on. You know what? Actually, Sargon, you just taught me this in this
You're
stream.
not going to be
All right?
racist towards the Democrats.
Here's
Is
the
literally what
question.
you've just said.
Fire
So,
is the
Sar-
answer.
no, Sargon, just wait. Sargon, you have taught me on this stream to not be ideological. I will not trap myself into some theoretical position on the Democrats that may or may not be true.
Why does it have to be
Look,
theoretical?
Sargon, I can
Generalizations
capitalize
aren't
it for
necessarily
him.
ideological.
What Dev is saying is that black people can't be racist and some Democrats are black. This is his thing.
What?
Or maybe,
Dev,
maybe
you're
you know
allowed
what?
to make generalizations.
Maybe he is saying that because Joe Biden is senile, he can't be a racist because racism requires intent. And like, if the person is not all there, then like you really can't say that the person is a racist.
Yeah,
Okay.
let me put it this way. All right.
One last chance, Dev. Just
As
say
a
it.
generalization, Democrats can be racist, but specifically the way that they are racist is not, the slave owner racism of the past. It's more like the soft bigotry of low expectations.
That was
No,
the
they're
slavery
racist.
racism.
No, they're 100% racist. They're
No, that-
they
that-
have
that-
this.
that
No,
was the
I'm not
slave
going to
owner
say they're
racism.
100% racist because they're
No,
not.
100%
V.
racist. Them by any
See,
fucking
V-
definition you pull
V,
out.
I
they're
can
racist.
find you at
200%.
least one Democrat voter who isn't racist. So they're not
You
100%
can,
racist.
You can find
Name
one
them.
Democrat voter that lies.
Yeah, name
By
them.
the way, when I say the
Name
Democrats,
the one
I mean
Democrat voter who's not racist.
Okay, fine. If I were an American, me.
And the only thing then is
You'd
that
be
you
a
just point
racist.
out
Hang
that
on,
all-
no, 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 hang on,
Stop. Dev just admitted he would be a fucking Democrat voter.
Listen,
Hold on.
Yeah,
In
he's
told
been
you, you
many
fucking
times.
communist,
No,
Dev.
listen,
Just
Dev,
wait,
like,
just
if
wait. No.
voting-
In 2024, I would vote for Biden over Trump. Yes.
No,
What?
I can prove to you, but by beyond
Actual
any shadow of a
commie.
doubt that being a Democrat is racist, Dev, right? Because
And a
voting,
racist.
listen, voting is violence, and nothing hurts minorities in the United States more than the Democrat policies. So when you vote for a Democrat, you automatically become a racist.
Voting is violence, V.
Yes.
I'm not
You're
an
exercising
anarchist, V. I'm
force
not an
there.
anarchist. I don't care.
No, you're
Dev,
exercising force.
hang
when you
on,
vote,
hang on,
you're
hang on.
exercising-
Dev, what is the argument for voting for the Democrats exactly?
I mean, like for Biden in terms of the presidential,
No, in 2024, if you're an American, you'd vote for the Democrats. Why?
I'd vote for Biden specifically.
Why?
Do you really want to get into this, Arch?
Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, come on, no, Arch, come on. That is a really good question, isn't it?
Nope.
Okay, here-
We've literally
we-
got 7 minutes left before I have to get
Listen.
into chats.
Here's what it would be, Sargon Eastman memo. We talked about it before, so
Eastman memo, remind me.
okay. That's the memo where Trump outlined, Trump's lawyer John Eastman outlined the plan to take the election,
Yeah, okay.
where they're going to use the false electors, and yeah. I think that is absolutely reprehensible. I am 100%
You
on
would
the
vote
never Trump
for
train.
You wouldn't. Right? Okay, fair enough. Man. Okay, that's wild. Okay.
Yep. After that, like here, everything up till I was like pretty much neutral on Trump throughout his entire president. It was funny, good memes, but like whatever. After the scheme to use the false electors, I'm just like, nope, I'm out. Peace.
Wow.
You will never. I am done with Trump.
You will make a blanket statement on Trump, but you will not say that leftists lie.
Because Trump's a single person. Leftists are a group of people that you can't really generalize in the same way as a
Oh.
single
I can
person.
generalize.
Oh,
I
I
will.
can.
Okay, you
But
can't
we're not going to do
accurately
it since we're
generalize.
on YouTube and Twitch.
You,
so,
you
know.
can't accurately generalize.
Oh,
we
we
can.
can.
No, you cannot.
Yes, we can.
Listen. Do you think I am a leftist?
Yep.
Do you think I'm racist though, as a
Yeah.
leftist would
Yeah.
be? Really? How? How am I racist?
In the way that you think differently of minorities to white people.
But I don't.
Yeah, you do.
No, I don't.
Why wouldn't you?
Why would I?
Because you think they're at least different, right?
Okay, they are different.
You recognize that there are differences
aesthetically
between
they're
minorities.
different.
They're
they're-
racist.
They are
I love
different
that. No, holy
aesthetically,
shit,
but
I'm
that's
feeling
it.
That. Aesthetically, they're different.
Yeah,
Yes,
Is
it's
that
true
really?
though.
Dev, is that literally all you can say about it? Is the only difference is that they have different color skin?
Well, I mean, there's other.
Do you think
differences,
they
right?
would
There's
be
a
happy with that characterization?
different eye shape, different nose shape.
No,
There's
okay, yeah,
there's-
yeah. This aesthetic. Do you think they would be happy with that characterization?
maybe not. I don't know.
No.
I don't care if they aren't though. Fuck them.
Yeah, exactly. What does their happiness have to do with it? Son?
What?
It's about happiness. It's about truth. Listen. Okay.
It is.
Listen,
Yeah, but, no,
And then Dev comes out yet again.
No,
it's about truth. But the
Yes.
truth is that they are different
How are they different aside from aesthetics?
in every single conceivable way, because every single conceivable person is different in any way you can think of.
We're talking about generalizations of groups right now. They're not.
I am
individuals.
too making generalizations about groups. Yes.
Okay. Well,
All
how-
groups
how
are
are they-
different.
okay. So
All
how are?
groups? Okay. Well, let's I mean, just take one example. The way that language is constructed, right?
Mhm.
If your first language isn't English, you have a different view on certain topics because of the emphasis that English puts on the certain subjects because of sentence structure. So
That
in
is
English,
true. Like,
in
you
English
can't
in
convince me
particular,
that enslaving an orc is bad.
accountability is a massive issue, right? It is who did this. Whereas, say, in the Latin languages, it's far less emphasized, right? So, yeah, no, every group is different, Dev.
Right. But here's the thing. We're
Fire
talking
is the
specifically
answer.
about race because you call me racist. I understand that there's differences
Yeah, but
between language groups and there's differences between other things like this. But we're talking about race right now. This isn't a racial issue.
Well, it depends whether you think it is or not, right? It depends on
I don't
how
think it
these
is.
things... Okay. But you also don't think there are differences between groups, so, Like,
No,
all
no.
groups
Racial
have
groups
differences.
specifically. We're talking about race. There
Yeah,
are differences
racial
between
groups
other
have
groups, of
specific
course.
differences. Like the height of different racial groups is all different. Like everything about every person is
That-
The
different.
ability to
that-
drink milk, the ability
Yeah.
to handle heart diseases.
Propensity towards sickle cell anemia. Everything is different, and this accumulates in culture. All cultures are different.
Okay. Yes.
Not
Yeah,
really,
but
Sargon. All
you
cultures are
you
woke,
began
no?
at the position that they're all the same, Dev.
No, I didn't.
You
I didn't say all cultures are the same. What the fuck?
You didn't have.
I never said all cultures are
What?
the same.
Yes, you did. No, you...
I never
That's
said.
literally why we
You know,
started arguing, Dev.
I never said all cultures are the same. I never said those
Yeah, but
words. I
you-
would never say those words.
But you are saying that all races are the same.
Beyond aesthetics.
Why is it? Why is it then,
different,
Dev,
yes.
that like beyond aesthetics, Africans are the fastest runners in the world?
I don't have the answer to that off the top of my head. Probably some
So they were
combination
running away from
of.
the British Empire, Dev. That's why.
I just
Okay. Here. Let me put it this way. Because
Come on.
this is. Well, hold on, Arch. How much time do you have? Like, are you good for this?
Nope.
Okay. Here.
I
here's my.
expected, as usual.
Here's my
no
30-second
holds,
version of
no
it then. So
value.
right
Go.
here's my 30-second version of it then. Okay, so I gave this argument to some lefty when I was talking to him on Side Scrollers. Actually, nice guy. Basically, that a random white person and a random black person, they're morally equivalent despite whatever differences they might have.
sure.
Right. And that's what I'm getting at, is that it's not like these various differences create a moral difference that we should then consider somehow. They're
No,
morally
well,
they're morally
no,
the same.
No one said that. But
Right.
you began with they're all the same. It's like,
No.
they're not.
Listen. No. Because racism. When you called me a racist, that means that I think that the random white person and the random black person are not morally equivalent, but they are.
Not necessarily. A racist is someone who recognizes that there are different races. But you began at the position of not
I do
doing
not
that.
think that's what. Okay.
I think I think at base that's exactly what it means.
When you said racist, I was not thinking that. So no.
Yeah, but I think ultimately, if you continue to drive at a leftist, I think that's essentially what. Because I mean, look at they're.
I'm not a
constantly
leftist then, 'cause I don't view it that way.
Yeah, I know, but you can see that they are driving towards that. They're constantly trying to drive towards that. There's
True.
only one race, the human race. Blah 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 blah. They really believe that stuff, man.
No, I understand. But
But
for
I
me,
agree. It's not a commentary on moral worth, obviously. Obviously.
And so well, see, that's what I mean, is that despite various material differences between ethnicities or races or
but
groups,
also cultural, moral,
Yeah,
all of these things.
but as I said though, like a random white person, a random black person have the same moral value. That's what I mean. And to think that they don't, that's when I would call someone a racist.
Sure, but that's not what being a racist is in the
Heresy
year
is
of
the
our Lord
question.
2024.
Fire is the answer.
Okay, maybe I just don't agree with how the left used the term racist then.
Well, I mean, who does?
Well, there we go. Okay.
I had thought about talking a bit more about Henry Cavill and how they're closing down The Witcher, but I didn't expect it to take 2 hours for Dev to arrive at the position that the left lies. So
Listen, we had fun. It's always fun when the four of us get together and we're just shooting the shit.
Yeah, it's always good.
Oh my god, there's people in the chat saying it's also not true that a random white person and a random black person are morally equivalent. Yeah, well, you are a person I would actually call a racist, Chatter.
Well, it's not
Heresy's
they're
the
morally equivalent.
question.
They
Fire
have the
is
same
the
moral
answer.
worth in Dev's eyes.
yeah, moral
Yes.
equivalency is a bit different. And for example, I would bet that the random Ethiopian is probably not morally equivalent to the random Swedish person.
Yeah, I would expect the Ethiopians better.
Yep, significantly. Of vastly greater value to society.
Yeah, 100%.
He still embraces his prior
think that
traditions.
the
The Swedes
person that wouldn't-
forgot it long ago.
Do you think a white person that wouldn't be able to tell you how they would feel if they didn't have breakfast last morning? Do you think they would arrive at the same moral conclusions that other people who can answer that question would?
Let's not give Dev an IQ test right now.
Wait, what do you mean?
No,
So
Dev.
if you have a person that is, let's say, unable to answer the question, how would you feel if you didn't have breakfast yesterday? If they are struggling with that question, how would they struggle with more difficult questions like, I don't know, is it wrong if you just walk into a store and take stuff as long as you don't get punished? Or actually, you know what, an even better one. Is it wrong not to return the shopping cart? Like, do you think that person would be able to answer the second question?
I'm sorry, V, I didn't hear you.
Okay, you got a person that is not able to articulate how they would feel if they didn't have breakfast last morning.
Yes.
Do you think
I know
that
what you mean,
person would be able to arrive to the same conclusion should you return the shopping cart at the end of the shopping experience and arrive to the same conclusion that you did?
Probably not.
So if you were to have, like, let's say, a group of people that aren't able to answer that question, don't you think they would have like different frameworks, like moral frameworks and ethical considerations than other people that can answer the question?
Yes. I think so. Probably. Yeah.
Okay. That was my question. I didn't mean to take it anywhere. It was just like,
Oh no, it's fine. No, I understand. Yeah.
Let's get started on this goddamn mountain then.
What?
Minimum
What do you mean mount?
deviations. Dev.
Wait, hold on.
Heresy's
Wait,
the
wait,
question.
Arch, don't you have to leave
Fire is
right
the
now?
answer.
No,
Oh.
I set
I thought you
aside
did.
time for super chats.
How much time do you have?
Not enough, judging by the list.
I mean, I'm looking at Yellow Flash's channel. He's live in 3 hours. You have tons of time.
Dev, do you have any fucking idea how much your spur count has earned me?
I mean, we had a pretty good stream with it. That's fine, right?
It was a pretty good stream. I wish we would have spent less than 2 hours on arriving at left wing people lie. That would have been desirable for me. The
To be fair,
25.
everyone lies, Arch. Everyone lies.
Yeah, but only lefts do it universally.
Especially Canadians.
And that's why I don't want to adopt Canadian as a political label, Sargon.
All right, keep being a leftist.
No, there has to be some other option.
Nope. The only option you have is Canadian or leftist.
Really? I can't. Wait, hold on. Can't I just be like post-British? Because that's what we are, basically.
No.
Sure, we are.
No,
You know, the Anglosphere is all like post-British Empire, so we can just be post.
That's just what a Canadian is.
We can be
Yeah.
post-Britain. There we go.
The
You know
next
what?
time,
Post-Britain sounds better than Canadian, to be honest.
the next time you're
Not
about to
to
say,
me.
hold on.
Yeah, sub-British.
on.
How about that?
Sub-British.
Dean Domino, 25. Trans movement is the latest iteration of the feminist movement. Older generation Red Guard versus new generation Red Guard. The eternal revolution. Correct. This is simply just the evolution of progressivism, as it eats itself continuously. Nate, $50. Thank you very much, sir. Cynical actors aside, I have to wonder for those swimming in this milieu if the inability to relate to abstract personalities through fiction is caused by the identity crisis people feel, or if people losing that ability was a cause. Honestly, I think the reason why so many people are unable to recognize their own, well, evilness, because that is what this at the end of the day is. The inability to engage with the abstract and then adopting the most vicious response is simply due to a lack of teaching of philosophy. Like, we need to delete geography from school. Geography is pointless. Math, pointless. English literature, pointless. And just teach philosophy. As in how to interrogate yourself and your ideals. That will then immediately be turned to left-wing purposes, however, and it will defeat the entire purpose. But hey, I didn't say it was a perfect solution, just that it was one. Malkia, do you think BlackRock will run out of money while funding all these projects? Well, they did wipe $30 billion off their market cap a few weeks ago, but that still leaves about $4 trillion left, so unlikely.
Yeah,
sadly.
did you see the whole thing with Larry Fink? He's like freaking out. It's like, oh my god, we lost so much money over this ESG shit. What the fuck?
He did yell at his investors. Yes, that was kind of fun.
Mm-hmm.
But even then, he remained resolutely doubling down on it too, though.
Maybe he'll keep losing more money.
Mark Deshain, March. You miscategorize them as tourists. They are not tourists, they are hobby squatters, and by squatters' rights, it is their hobby now. Those that disagree must leave or be arrested. That is kind of what's happening, yes. A guy under a bridge. You can't call your principal a Nazi, you gotta make it more serious. Only landlords, parents, and people I don't like online can be called that. True.
Fascism is when dad says no.
Yeah.
Literally, for a lot of feminists.
Yeah.
Well, it's all fascism. Leftism. Leftism can be described just as well with everything within the left, nothing outside the left, nothing against the left.
Yes.
They're all fascists, Dev. They're all evil. They're all malicious. They all lie.
Actually, at some point, Sargon, I got to ask you what you think of the anarcho-nationalists.
I've never even heard of such thing.
I know, it's an incredibly stupid philosophy, but it's really fun to read about.
No, it just sounds dumb.
It is dumb. Also, it's very German, believe it or not. By a German guy.
I believe it. I believe it.
San Zero says, as the only Custodes player in my area, I'm anxious about the tournament tomorrow. There are some vocal super leftists in the group. Stay strong, boys. Well, remember, self-defense is a hate crime, so don't do it.
So, yeah, to be fair, Arch, I've seen a couple people online who actually seem to be like super Warhammer fans. Like they have a whole bunch of miniatures, and they talk about playing the game for like 20 years. And it's like, okay, fair enough. But they're all very leftist, and they're all saying this is good. It's like,
Yeah.
well, sure, no, they're not tourists though, because
They
they
are,
actually enjoy the property.
Yeah, no, they're tourists, Dev.
No, a
Yep,
tourist
they're
is someone who
tourists,
comes in and doesn't like it and just talks about it like they know something about it.
No,
These people actually know what's going on.
no. You know what tourist is, Dev?
What's a tourist?
It's anyone who places politics above the hobby.
I don't
My
think that's
God,
quite
I
deep.
love that definition. Holy.
I don't know though,
Yep.
because
It's pretty good though.
I mean it's
Fucking
pretty
awesome.
good, but I don't know if it matches tourist. Like it's a good definition for something, but you can have people who have liked something for decades and still be politically subversive. They still know everything though. Like they're not. It's not like they're just coming into the fandom then leaving like a tourist would.
We can use
No, it's
anti-fan
it's
as
like
well
someone.
if you wish.
Listen, Dev, I can explain it. It's like someone from
Anti-fan's good,
California
yeah.
going to Texas and voting Democrat. Like theoretically, they are a Texan. Like they know Texas now. They live in it and they can tell you a lot about it. But at the end of the day, they're still from fucking California.
You
See, for me, it's
you
just anyone I
cannot-
don't like.
You cannot
Anyone I
buy
don't
your
like.
way out
Yeah.
of being a tourist. I don't care how much money you drop on 40k. You can still be a tourist. So long as you sit there and go, no, I'd like to politicize this. You're a tourist.
Nah, it's
Or an
just
anti-fan.
anyone I don't like, Dev.
Yes, I kind of like the anyone I don't like definition because it's at least honest about it, right? It's like, okay, well, you know what? You do have leftists where if you boil it down, it just is friend-enemy distinction. And then Sargon, you're just like, yeah, I'll do that too then.
Heresy's the question.
It's not even that. It's very
Fire is
simple.
the answer.
If leftism is allowed to enter 40k, it will ruin the hobby. It will destroy it, as it has destroyed every single other setting. This is why
it's already ruining it, Arch. It's already
cannot
ruining
be a fan of both. It is simply
Heresy's
impossible.
the question. Fire is the
Is there
answer.
a setting that hasn't been destroyed by wokeism? Actually, you know what? I know one.
Go on.
God of War.
Kinda. The
It's
new
not
the new games
destroyed.
have some like light wokeism in it, but
Service
like
guarantee
Kratos is
citizenship.
still like masculine and still I know what you mean. Also,
Baldur's
honestly,
Gate.
I keep beating this drum, but it's true. A lot of Nintendo properties.
Are
I
they
wouldn't
woke,
say
though?
Nintendo are woke.
That's what I mean. They're not woke. They're one of the few that haven't gone that
but
way.
where wokeness has come in and not destroyed something.
Yeah,
is the
Baldur's
question.
Gate, I would think, is a better example.
I mean, yeah,
Boog.
Baldur's Gate 3 is still good. Yeah.
Says
That's
Dev,
not
no
destroyed.
one on the right center can explain what the pendulum going far right would look like. As the only commie in the room, can you explain it?
What it would look like if things actually went far right.
Yeah.
Probably abolishing democracy. Probably some sort of monarchy being instituted or something.
How would you do that in America where everyone has
That's-
guns, Dev?
That's pretty fucking amazing.
Well, actually, Moldbug's solution to that V was to just make all the guns smart guns and controlled by the sovereign,
Service
so there can never be a
guarantee
revolution again.
citizenship.
Well, I'm more and more worried.
I mean,
What
that
do
doesn't
you do
exactly
with the
sound
guns
very
that people
practical,
already
does
own,
it?
Dev?
Just be a lot of state force, I guess.
But what type of police officer would go in to enforce? Hey, you need to go into this compound in the middle of the woods and take the guns away from people.
This
and the
sounds
police
like
officer
a-
The
might
one who is
fucking
loyal to
larger
the sovereign,
discussion.
V.
Can we just take a moment to consider the logistics of turning every one of the 300 million guns in America into a smart gun?
The sheer amount
I mean,
of chips required.
That's just
Th-
not
th-
going to fucking happen, bro.
This is why I thought I'm reading Moldbug's I'm reading Curtis Yarvin's stuff, right? It's like, oh, very interesting. He's a very good writer. He has some good. And then
Yeah.
we get to his prescriptions, and it's like make all the guns into smart guns, and I'm like, okay, dude.
Yeah.
Blondie says, sorry to say, Sargon, but Biden will win hands down, fairly, because of abortion. Women care about nothing else but being able to Canada their babies.
I guess we'll find out, won't we?
I think
Are
Biden
men
will
evil?
win, but I
Wait,
don't
wait.
think it's abortion really. I
Have
think
you
the
seen-
Democrats wanted to make abortion an issue, but the reality is no one really cares.
Well,
Um,
Trump quite cleverly sidestepped it by just saying, well, it's a states' rights issue.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen the Made for Babies push in Canada?
I did,
Fucking
yeah.
hell. I
Yeah,
have not seen.
The Made for Babies push is basically they want to be able to apply the various euthanasia standards, but to babies. But since babies can't consent because they're underage, it'll be their parents consenting for them.
Just call it abortion.
And
Yeah,
well,
but
no, it's
Sargon,
it's
what
after
if you
birth.
have
It's
it,
after birth.
and this is actually a medical condition? What if you have a baby with their spine coming out? Right, they're born that way, and they're going to die in agonizing, excruciating pain. Would you not consider that in that situation it would be ethical?
I think that just being Canadian isn't ethical at this point.
And now you know why I don't want to have that identity, Sargon.
Yeah, but you're still a liberal, so
Am I? You just said I was
Yeah.
moving away from it in this conversation.
slowly. But
It's
you're
a
not there.
slow and long journey. Jägerbombs2 says, forgive me for liking Primaris Marines. It was a red flag and I failed to see it. Well, I'm quitting GW. Not 40k. 3D parenting sounds fun. Is buying minis from independent shops cheating on the boycott? Well, if you still want to buy Warhammer 40k minis, it's very simple. Go online and buy other people's printed miniatures, because people are printing 3D miniatures now. So if you don't want to go through the hassle of getting a 3D print yourself and figuring out how it works, just get other people's 3D printed models. They cost about a third of the official ones, and they are in comparable quality.
Service guarantee
Or you can just buy
citizenship.
secondhand.
That too. Cavalry
Which is what I
Pippa,
plan to do.
40k outlasted some of the US gun industry. It did. Dean Domin 25.
Service
Dev, you
guarantees
should read
citizenship.
Rachel Wilson's Occult Feminism, The Secret History of Women's Liberation. TLDR is reading it, and boy, is it a ride. Teal there's Gare. Teal, is he still alive?
No idea.
Oh.
Wonder what happened to him.
Knight of Caliban. Hey Art, I love my Gatekeep Always shirt. Keep up the good work. Thank you, and I hope you do enjoy your shirt. The Commander, as times go by, I see the Golden One like the guy from Ruby Ridge. Not a white supremacist, but a white separatist. I don't agree with the guy, but Arch getting cancelled for just interviewing the guy is less up. I will take the Golden One over any leftist. Any leftist, even Dev.
Oh, yeah.
I was hoping for like a hurt, really, from Dev there.
Is
but...
there like a leftist that's like a really hot chick?
Dev,
There
I'm
must
not
be,
I'm not a
right?
coon brain like you. I would still take the Golden One.
Sorry. I was
Tits
away
on,
from the
like,
mic.
big,
What did I
massive
miss?
Tits and plump ass, and she's the
Oh, I
leftist.
missed V Kumin.
Yeah,
okay.
and you'll never get to touch any of them because you'll need to be taught about patriarchy.
No, do you know, like even Shuanhead, when she was a leftist, she
Heresy's
was
the
like, she
question.
wants like the
Fire
rock
is the
hard cock
answer.
of like a conservative.
Yeah, but she's also bisexual,
Is
though.
it possible for you to not coom for 10 seconds?
I'm sorry if I'm a
It's not,
male,
right,
Sargon.
okay,
I'm
okay.
sorry if I have testosterone
That's-
in me. Okay, do you want me to
That's
apologize
not
for
the
being a
argument,
man and
the-
being interested in women?
V,
Okay.
have you considered that part of being a man is self-control?
Sargon, have you considered that everything a man does is to get a woman's attention? A wise man once said this. During the
I
streaming.
believe that everything you do is.
Well, yeah, because I am part of the masculine demographic.
Zero Firewater says, where is the Purple State cruise? And DW is on the long path to state devism.
Service guarantees citizenship.
State devism. The worst form of government. But at least everyone is fat. and easily
I know
fed.
the perfect woman. The one that Sargon made cry, and it was a very emotional moment. Lacey Green. If Lacey Green in her prime, Arch, would you
I
pick
would
her?
still
over-
take the
How
golden
old
one.
is she now? Jesus, she's like 80 or something.
Yeah, but like when she was in her prime, would you take her over the golden one?
No!
It's not about cooming, V.
Arch, have you considered that maybe you're playing for the other team? I'm not going to
Me
say
play-
the word homosexual in this situation, but like you seem to have like this very
Any
strong affinity
leftist
towards a
V.
buffed individual.
Any leftist.
I
The
love- I
moral
love that V
failings.
views the world entirely through the prism of his own penis.
See, the countless
You know,
intrinsical,
this is what
unavoidable
my father
moral
said.
That's
failings
what it
of
comes
a
down to.
leftist
So-
Traditional
are
method
not
of thinking.
overridden by their rack.
See, here's the thing. Since I'm attracted to both, this is like just easy conversation for me. It's like, oh yeah, sure. Okay.
Listen, Sargon, breathing is something that's hardwired into me, and I can't help it.
Yeah, but it's literally
I
the
need
only
to
standard you
multiply,
have, isn't it?
Sargon. I need to constantly make more copies of me. The only way I can.
Oh
do
my
it-
god. V, wait. No, I realized something. You're kind of like the right-wing Vosh in a sense. No offense. Because like,
Oh.
okay. No, hear me out. So Vosh,
Yeah, no, V,
like,
he's making a good point. Hear him out.
he's Vosh has talked about how he walks around his university campus scrolling on porn on his phone and like liking things just in public because he's cooming that much, and it's like, oh,
Yeah.
do you have to have your mind on sex that much?
It's true, I do it too, but like I usually do it with anime girls. But no, you're right. I am the right wing version of Vosh. Yes, like if me and Vosh walked through the campus, we would sit on a bench.
Clip that
and I
shit.
would be disgusted by what he likes, and he would probably be disgusted by what I like, because there's too much male gaze in it, and not enough horses. But yeah, you're absolutely correct. Yeah,
Yeah, but why are you so fixated on sex?
because I'm a man, Sargon.
Yeah, but I'm a man and I'm not constantly fixated on sex.
Maybe,
do
maybe
things
you
that are
should
not
get it
sex.
checked out.
Why?
Because maybe the plumbing isn't working. I don't know.
What do you mean I've got 4 kids?
Yeah, but like,
I'm married, I've got 4 kids, I've got a house. There are actually things other than sex I like to think about.
well, maybe it's because you accomplished the mission.
Yeah.
You finished the daily quests.
Yeah.
You've done the
Yeah,
work.
yeah. So now you can realize that there is something beyond cooming that exists that's worthwhile.
I mean, I'm not looking forward to my golden years, if that's what you're implying, but I suppose
You don't
it is,
even have
yeah.
to be
There
very
is
old to get to
retirement,
that
yeah.
point.
And this,
Like-
Dev, is why I set aside a lot of time for the super chats. Do you understand now?
Well, this is the most fun part of the show, though.
Mr. Twisted Frenzy, Arch, did the Death Guard deserve their fate? Yes, they were overweight. Frozen Iron Forge. At Dev, when's the trucker protest video coming out?
Whenever I stop being lazy enough to do it.
Whenever the L becomes small enough for it to
My
pass.
chat's pointing out Cooming should be 5% of your thoughts, but for V it's like 40%. It's like, no, it's obviously more than 40%.
Yeah, it is.
Obviously more.
V,
even if
I
it's
haven't had a
40%, I'd kind of
All the
understand.
time. Like I'm really not as bad as I used to be during my furry formative years.
I mean, yeah, I recall those years. Yeah, fair enough. You know what?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give you. I'll get. You know what? You have a
recall
W there.
these furry formative years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's when I learned about
Well-
tolerance, Sargon.
Well, yeah. I mean, we've all been kind of bumming around for like what 8 or 9 years. Like I remember V back in the day. V on DeviantArt. You know, I know.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Boog says, Happy birthday, Austrian painter. You were too good for us.
Okay.
Naxalas, when Google's Gemini generated black Nazis, that is actually what they are going for here with Warhammer under the settings. All villains are diverse. Yes, you will not be allowed to have a history, because history reminds you of a time before woke. Nathan Cassidy. Whether ignorant or malicious, the big mistake is assuming that the tactics they use only go one way, and that ideology always comes for their own. It does, and we do need to utilize their weapons against them, mercilessly.
Hmm.
And eventually,
Made your
when...
bed, now get fucked in it. Who said that? V?
I did.
No. It was some fat blue-haired SJW. I can't remember her name.
No, I think I did as well, but like maybe I don't know.
We will simply begin oppressing the leftists with their own tools until we arrive at Dev. Then we'll oppress him too, and then we'll stop.
What? I haven't
He
done anything
probably-
wrong though.
Probably
Dev,
gotten
you
the
are the
last
leftist.
communist.
I'm not even a communist. God damn it.
There'll
Would
be
you
a
convert
movie
the last
about him.
communist, Deb? Like if it's the last communist in the world, would you talk to him and try to deconvert him?
No,
Probably.
of course
Probably not. No.
We would just shoot him.
Dev would be the last communist in the world.
No. I would put him in a zoo.
What?
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
if Dev is the last communist, we wouldn't convert him, we would just hunt him down. Like, Dev would be the last Mohican, running through the woods without shoes. Right-wing death squads hot on the heels,
That's
dogs
weirdly
baying.
unkind, Dev. Put in a fucking zoo.
Yeah.
It would be like a good warning to others,
I
Sargon.
like you're literally like, I'll enslave him.
No, I kind of agree with Dev because you see, like communism is such a dumb ideology that most people wouldn't believe it existed. Like, wait, did they actually believe that? And you're like, yes. But like having it in a zoo, it's like, oh, you don't believe me? Okay, come on, I'll take you there. Listen to this communist, okay? Can a man become a woman communist? What does he say? See, he actually believes it. Look at this shit.
Well, I mean, it's going to sound kind of strange, but I think it's true. The main reason that communism is on the rise, it's not even because of like the woke infiltration. That just kind of helped it along. The main reason is because people think that they're currently losing under the system. So that they're looking for alternatives and they find a bunch of alternatives. And communism is one very popular alternative.
Heresy's the
Get
question.
the alternative
No.
to be the
Fire is the answer.
establishment is what I don't get.
That gives them too much of a positive story, Dev. They are
Yeah, Dev.
gravitate towards communism because they are born wrong, inherently evil,
Yeah.
malicious.
Yeah,
No.
They're
Yes,
literally the
yes.
spiteful rejects of
Fire is the
society who
answer.
are resentful and
Spot
envious
on.
and want to
Yes.
take their revenge against animals. And there's a great tweet by Mystery Grove where it's just like all the ideology is just window dressing, and that's totally true.
Yes.
I did that like that 45-minute video on the competency crisis where I kind of go into the same thing, and basically, communism sells status to low status people who wouldn't be able to get the status any other way. That's basically it. And so if you have like a working class that perceives itself as losing status, whether or not it actually is, if they feel like they are, then they'll become communists. So the best thing to do is to have a prosperous society where they're not losing status.
Can you show
And then-
me? Can you give me an example of a society where the working class has been communist?
Romania.
Was the
Britain
working
under
class
Margaret
communist in
Thatcher?
Romania? No, the working class wasn't communist.
The what are they called? The bedniaks during the Combed era of Russia.
The what?
The bedniaks.
I've never heard of them.
So
And if I've never heard of them, they pretty much don't exist.
Okay, so you had three classes of peasant. You had the bedniaks, the seredniaks, and the kulaks, right?
Right.
Those are the three, and everyone knows what the kulaks. The other two are also important, though.
Yeah.
Basically, the Red Army would go to various small towns in like the Russian countryside. They would gather up the bedniaks and say, "Look, it's the kulaks who are oppressing you." And now the bedniaks would all be like drunk losers who, their lives sucked. They were at the very bottom of the social hierarchy, partially for reasons that are out of their control and partially not. But either way, they would be given uniforms and rifles and told to go requisition the grain for Moscow. And so they would go out there and they'd take their revenge on the more successful people in
But
society
Dev,
because
That
they were-
isn't the peasants being communist. That's the communists riling up the poor rejects of society against the working class.
Yeah,
So that
no, I
proves
understand.
my point there. Thanks.
Yes, but what I said earlier was the only reason this sort of thing works is because those peasants don't feel like those lower class people feel like they have no other path forward. If they did, then they would take that other path.
Yeah, but
So basically, no. Here's the thing, Arch. So this society was oppressing these people. Then the communists show up and say, "Hey, look, we'll free you from your oppression, and we'll give you weapons to go kill your oppressors." And then they took the deal, right? The solution is to not oppress those people in the first place.
Dev, they weren't oppressed. They were oppressed by their own failure and incompetence. That's why they were
Only
drunk
in
losers.
only
Fire
in
is the
part,
answer.
Arch. That's the
In-
point. Is that there was a lot of it could be laid at their feet, but not entirely.
all of it.
No,
All of it.
no. Okay.
All of it.
And that's the same reason why you have a lot of young people becoming communists now, is because they feel like they have no other recourse. But there is another recourse, obviously.
Dev.
No, it's
you
true,
little
Arch.
Communist dog.
No,
These
no.
people live in the most prospered society humanity has ever
Yeah, but
produced.
it's moral, Arch. They don't get the status, Arch. They're
No.
not treated like fucking royalty.
can
Arch.
be a
No, V, you're not
fat
understanding.
little
You're
head
not
Thomas
understanding what I'm
Jefferson
saying.
Campus, Arch.
Listen, Arch. Everything you're saying is true. I completely agree with you, right? Because these people are fucking retarded. But but nonetheless, this is still in line with what I'm saying. All right. When the working class perceives its status falling, they will turn to revolutionary methods. This is true. Okay. So what we have to do is to make sure that they don't perceive their status as falling, and part of that means their status shouldn't actually fall. Part of that means you actually have a growing middle class that they can move into.
No, Dev. You know what the
Yes.
solution to this problem is?
What? Purge them?
Reduce their status to the point of serfdom. Then we'll raise them back up again, Dev, and voila, they won't complain no more.
No. Listen. If you actually have like a functioning economy and the ability for the working class to move into the middle class,
This-
you will completely destroy the socialist movement in America. But we don't have that right now.
The middle class is pointless. What is required is absolute universal service to the state. 3 years of state-enforced fucking servitude. After 3 years of being a
Arch going
slave
full
for the
Israel.
greater good, you
Actually,
will
I
not
can
sit
debunk-
in
I
front
can
of your
debunk your
PC
entire argument then.
masturbating
Like, very
and
easily,
whining
right?
about not being given enough money.
Oh, hold on. I can debunk Dev really easy, right? So let's say
Okay, do it.
you make a society where everyone has like the possibility of climbing to the middle class, right? And you vote for me, and then I bring you 100 fucking immigrants from Africa, right? And all of them are going to be the impoverished, and they're going to be the ones that make communism great again.
Well,
Well, again, like Dev said, that the solution is to make sure that you don't have a class of people that feel that there is no way out, right? So you make society that everyone feels that they have an access to a piece of the pie, right? And then when I get in power, I bring you 100 million Africans to your doorstep. Like I open the borders and I bring those people in, and they're disenfranchised, and they're going to want a piece of the pie as well. And they are the people that I can use in order to create communism.
Well, sure, but then the solution is don't bring the Africans.
Service guarantees
but-
citizenship.
okay. The simple thing is, if
They're all
communism,
the same moral worth, Dev. I don't know why you'd say such a thing.
that's true as well. But if
Well,
communism,
they can have their
truly
moral
was-
worth over there.
Fire
If
is the
communism truly was
If they're
a
all of the same moral worth, Dev, why not have them over here?
response to society,
Want to have them over there?
Why?
then it would come as a response.
Because you're a fucking racist Joe Biden voter. That's
Hold
why.
on. Arch,
It
what are you
doesn't.
saying? I can't have all these conversations at once.
Socialism never comes as a response to shortages. It always precedes it.
Good point.
Sometimes, yeah. I'm not sure
No,
that's completely
always.
true, though.
Always.
I don't know.
Always.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Anthony Pappenfuss, they are not utilitarian, they are communist. What works is not moral, what leads to communism is. Yes. Which is why we were trying so hard for 2 hours to get Dev to say that leftists lie. We didn't succeed, but we'll try again next week.
They lie sometimes, yes. Some leftists lie sometimes.
Sometimes.
Dev, name one aspect of leftism that isn't a lie.
Oh, God, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Abortion.
No. Listen,
No, that's a lie. That the fetus doesn't have moral worth.
Mhm.
They could frame it as like you don't have an obligation to provide life support for another human being, and that would have been a lot better argument, I would say.
It would still be a lie, but anyway.
The commander says, then, as if turns out, the Golden One was kind of right. Nowadays, Turkish gangs are literally warring in Sweden. Sweden is for the Swedes, at the very least the people there have to be integrated. That is true. There are actually Turkish gangs throwing grenades and blowing up each other's fucking houses in Sweden. That happened. Just this year, in fact, I think. Eric Kelly. I'm surprised a white woman actually tried to separate a black man from a hobby. Seems a bit racist to me. Me too. I don't know why they've got such a big problem with my shirts being modelled by a diverse person. I don't understand really, but...
Moreover, why would they think that a diverse person doesn't have an interest in gatekeeping? Because they're a racist like Dev.
Maybe it has something to do with I don't know. Like I think there's a pithy phrase here, something about always lying and some political ideology.
Being the real racists as well.
Subject Noble says the cult of the dialect is a doomsday's cult. They are working contradictions because they have to be. Sargon and Arch, I wish you would get Tick History on because he did several good videos on this subject. The Commander, by the way, Dev, you never got back to me about that debate about the Trump case. Without prep, we were going to go through Trump's charges one by one and discuss the merits
Heresy's the
as
question.
non-legal experts.
Fire is the answer.
Yeah, Dev.
Dev, why did you dodge it?
Because he knew he was wrong.
Too big of an L, just like the truckered video.
Yeah. If he discusses it, then he's got to admit that voting for Biden is a really
Service
silly
guarantees
idea.
citizenship.
Ranger Steel donates $10, but with no message, so maybe Susan or Boshima or whatever his name was. I miss Susan. Susan Wojcicki was such an
Heresy's
easy
the
name to
question.
remember. The next
Fire
new guy,
is the answer.
fucking no.
Susan
No,
Wojcicki
more
would come out and
Susan.
actually tell
Like
us she was woke
he
as
doesn't
well.
make public appearances. He doesn't talk with YouTubers. He just fucks your channel up.
Yeah.
So John
Heresy's
says,
the
kitty
question.
fiddling and bestiality
Fire
will
is
be
the
the next
answer.
thing the left will be trying to push. Dev, all my super chats for Kenshi. Anyway,
You need to push
outraged.
bestiality though, because it's legal in a lot
It will
of
be
states.
pushed because it's not accepted as normal. Anything that is not normal will eventually be pushed.
I don't know. I think like that Spanish politician that ate the caca. I don't think that can actually be normalized.
Dude.
But you don't know about
10
it?
Do you
years
think
ago.
that 10 years ago, did you think that J.K. Rowling would be a fucking pariah?
Mhm.
I actually did. I did predict
No,
that a lot of radical feminists
No
are
one.
going.
No
I
one
have
was
YouTube
saying.
videos, Sargon. I have evidence, and I will tell you why. I will tell you
Okay,
why.
go.
Because in the beginning, they were like creating privileges for women, while at the same time admitting that trans people are not only embracing the ideology that a man can just transition to become a woman. And I was
That
like,
happened
well,
much later, though.
yeah, but I said that the moment they will create enough privileges, a lot of men are going to transition, and then they were
Yeah,
going
but-
to freak out, and that's literally
But
what
you
happened.
didn't say
Now,
that J.K. Rowling would be a pariah.
no, her by name, no, but like actual feminist, radical.
Yeah, but it
feminist
would have been
becoming.
assumed that she would have just carried on down the path.
Yeah, like Anita Sarkeesian, yeah.
Yeah.
Outraged Deer says, Arch, have you heard about the 4chan leaks? It seems the story behind the Codex is more complicated than anyone thought, and GW is on full in on civil war. I hope
don't
so,
believe it.
but the thing is, I'm pretty sure GW will already have purged most of the wrong thinkers, because I already know from some people who work there that it's already dangerous to present the wrong opinion, so...
And it's not only that, like I genuinely do not believe the 4chan leaks. They provide absolutely no evidence that they're real.
Yeah.
Like
There's definitely...
usually when you have like the 4chan leaks, the guy will show like a name badge or like some form of identification to prove that he's actually part of the company. Something that can't be traced to him, but like he would show, oh look, this book is coming out in like 2 weeks, or he would show some sort of proof. I guess we'll see. If there's a female space marine in the actual Warhammer 40k TV show, then yeah, it turns out to be true, but I doubt it.
Yeah, I don't think the leaks were really...
No.
Wait, hold on a second. Wasn't there actually a leak that did have exactly that, V? Hold on.
No, I didn't see it.
Yeah,
I mean, if there is, show it. 'cause
Okay,
I don't
here,
know.
I'll have it in my files. Give me like 20 seconds and I'll pull it up real quick.
It did happen in the 40k thing, yes.
Yeah, I'll post it in the link channel. I got it here.
Range of Steel.
Yeah, there's a guy who said that...
Yeah, but that's
cursed...
not the one we're talking about. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
that's a
sorry,
different
yeah.
one. Yeah.
Well,
He said,
time
female
to double
space
down on
marines
bolt
never-
action and black powder,
Oh.
because it's the next impossible to screw up of World War II. Oh, they will. If it becomes popular,
Didn't they
they'll
have
screw
like
it up.
the woman with a prosthetic arm on the
Yes.
box of a World War II game?
Yeah, a battlefield. If it gets popular enough, you will have black disabled women in your German army.
Yeah.
Good.
So the link that Dev showed is this guy that knew about Curse City and said that female space marines will never happen while I draw breath and have influence in the studio. Well, I guess either he stopped drawing breath, maybe because of the Pfizer communion,
Or he
or
got fired.
he doesn't have influence in the studio, Dev.
Maybe so. So V, here's the thing. I think we've both had pretty good predictions over the years, right? Because I made that prediction back in 2017, where I said that the media is going to act, the journalists specifically, are going to be so irresponsible with the public trust placed in them that over the course of Trump's 4 years in office, they will just shred that public trust to nothing. And then after that, Trump will actually do something really, really terrible, and nobody's going to believe them when they report on it. And that was exactly what happened.
That Trump did anything.
That
really
was
terrible.
Yeah, of course you don't, because your trust was shredded in the media. Here's the thing. I predicted it.
No,
Yes.
it's
No,
not,
I
it's
just
not the
support
media.
Trump in whatever he did. That's it.
Yeah, literally what Sargon said. Yeah.
Okay, here. Let me put it this way. Just out of curiosity, guys. If you actually believed that Trump lost the election legitimately, would you support any of his attempts to overturn it?
Listen, Dev. Sargon.
Listen,
oh,
Dev,
sorry,
I'm
so- no,
streaming on
Sargon.
Twitch. I can't answer that question.
Type it to me
Listen,
then.
Dev,
You know what?
listen.
Here. You know what? Forget about the chat. The chat can fuck off for a minute. Just type me the answer, and I won't say it.
No.
No, listen, okay? Donald J. Trump didn't prevent me from getting outside of my house. Didn't
Yeah.
ask me for papers when I sit down at a McDonald's.
Trump never called me a racist.
Didn't shut down business. I don't fucking care the political machinations that are not influencing my life whatsoever. When Trump was president, there was peace next to my border. Okay, there was no fucking
Yeah.
conflict in Ukraine or in the Middle East.
Yeah.
The economy wasn't fucked because someone decided, oh, we need to save one life. I hope they fucking save
Heresy's
grandma,
the question.
right?
Fire
So,
is
Well,
so
hold
no,
on.
absolutely
Just
not.
wait, though,
Like,
V.
Trump-
Just wait. Because Biden didn't do that either, because none of the lockdowns were federal. It was all state level.
I didn't say that Biden did it,
Okay.
but I'm
Well,
saying
nonetheless.
No,
And in
I'm
fact,
you
the
saying
first
that
round of
those are-
lockdowns happened under Trump. He was the president. Okay. It's too simplistic because
but
it's
Dev,
all
Dev,
like local.
the lockdowns weren't fucking federal.
Exactly. Yes, that's the point, though.
So then the same
No,
defense applies.
like my
Well, then why
point
bring it up in
was-
terms of Trump? Okay.
No, my point was I wasn't comparing Trump to Biden, Dev.
Okay.
I was
yeah.
comparing like actual bad things, right? Trump did none of those bad things to me ever.
Man,
Like,
the
those are
price
the
of
worst thing
food
that
and
a
fuel was so much
politician-
better under Trump.
That
Mhm.
was the worst things that politicians have ever done in my life, including communism. Like even under communism, I didn't have to go with papers and affidavits. to take out my
I understand.
fucking
I
trash,
understand.
right?
So I recall I only have a few more minutes, Arch. I got to bail on you. Sorry. So I do want to have this conversation very quickly. Basically, I recall back before the 2020 election, I was talking to you guys, and I said I think I said this like 6 months before the election. I said I think Trump's going to lose, and you guys didn't believe me. This was in private, but we were having this conversation. I think Trump's going to lose in 2020, and the logic that I gave was that the way that the American voter operates is they don't actually look at the issues. They just kind of go off the vibes of, oh, the economy's doing well, or oh, this is happening, or oh, that's happening. And I said, you know what? Everyone's going to blame Trump for COVID-related stuff, even though it's not Trump's fault. And that will be why he loses. Because the last big news cycle item was COVID destroying the economy and COVID destroying the country, everyone getting sick. And they're going to blame Trump. And you know what? I think that's what happened. I think Trump lost because he was just blamed for COVID because he was the guy in charge when it happened. And well, no, I kind of see that thinking in the way you guys are talking now. It's like, oh man, it was better under Trump when this and this was happening. It's like, well, those things aren't really Trump's. Like, he didn't cause them. He didn't cause. Like, the president doesn't actually do these things. The president doesn't make the economy better or worse. The president doesn't. What? Okay, what?
My support for Trump is just raw, unvarnished, 100% partisanship. Okay.
Right.
Just fuck the left. 100%, nothing but, right? So no matter what is said, no matter what Trump does, fuck the left.
Right.
That's all it comes down to.
It's unrelated to policy, basically. It's just fuck the left.
It's unrelated to the scope of human events.
Okay. You know what? I don't hold that position myself, but I can respect that position. I understand it.
You should hold that position.
No, I am not going to.
The Commander. Isn't George Takei okay with lowering the age of consent because he was having sex with an adult, 16? Abuse victims don't always become abusers, but... And that's why George Takei is on the left. Belial, I'm just going to start calling them feminazis again, or prog-Nazi, or come up with a new way to call them Nazis and watch them chimp out. That's everything within the left, nothing outside the left, nothing against the left. It's a very descriptive way of viewing the left.
Literally Dev's view on politics.
Ian says, growing up with extra steps. Subject Noble, you have to go further back, so I blame Heraclitus.
Why? What did he do?
Heraclitus.
Heraclitus, something. If he was a leftist, he was bad.
Probably not.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Captain Falcon, Arch, does GW even have the business infrastructure to fight a war of attrition like Disney somewhat can? Oh yeah, I mean they've got brick and mortar stores. They absolutely do. But they will go broke quicker once they actually properly ruin their franchise because they don't have a dozen other franchises to back them up like Disney do.
Will they though? You know, like I'm not convinced if female Space Marines is enough to piss people off, especially with the Warhammer 40k TV show coming out.
What if the TV show is bad?
Know. Yeah, I don't know, V. I would be surprised.
But if we're talking strictly financial, right? We're not talking ideological or anything. Like, how many people are going to watch the TV show and then be like, "Oh, this is interesting. Let's buy some books or let's buy some."
It's a bunch of Space Marines that are going to be girl bossing around the universe. Fucking brilliant.
According to the stocks, their stocks are still falling and have been continuously falling ever since the announcement was made. We'll see,
I'm
I
gonna buy
guess.
some.
Yeah, but the stocks isn't the same like making a profit. Like, the stocks is just for the investors.
Well, V, let's just put it like this. You could simply just assume that there is no point in fighting, and you could simply surrender.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm
That
trying
is what
to
you're
observe the situation before making a decision. Like, I'm just...
The decision is simple. Don't buy GW products.
Yeah, but I'm trying to see if their decision is going to cause the stocks to go... Sorry, not the stocks. The sales to go down or not. And their stocks aren't going down.
Well,
I'm just looking at it. Like, it went down,
the
they
stocks
stopped
have
reporting it, and now it's going up again.
No. They
Not
haven't.
according
I've
to
got,
Google.
Are we
no,
looking
I've
at
got-
different
I use,
statistics?
I'll go look on eToro at the moment because I follow Games Workshop on eToro because I want to.
Hold on, let
I
me
want to
post
see if
what
it's
I'm
a-
seeing, and you guys can tell me if I'm fucking it up or not.
Megos Crixus, how far should the starve approach go? Should we even talk about stuff like 40k anymore, or should we try to find other things to give time to?
Yeah, Games Workshop are 5.9% down over the past week. It's quite a obvious drop. I mean, I'll send you a screenshot of it. I'll put it in.
Yeah. I really like Nikkei Arch. Have you played it?
Nikkei is not an alternative in any way, shape, or form whatsoever.
No, but it's grimdark, and
No, it
I
isn't.
like the story.
If you find something else you can enjoy, then of course enjoy that thing. But it is pointless to try to actively search for an alternative just for the sake of searching for an alternative. Because in the Warhammer space, at least, there are very few alternatives. It is better to simply enjoy what is already there. And again, you can enjoy GW's products without supporting Games Workshop.
All right, I've got to go, guys. I'll see you later.
Are you buying
Take
a
it easy,
3D
man.
printer, Dev?
See ya, Dev.
Yep. Well, I don't
Yeah.
play Warhammer, so, but I would. You know, if I were a fan of it, I probably would, because fuck this shit.
Yeah.
All right, see you later, guys.
Wow, I
See
I
you, man.
just asked like completely unrelated to this because you were in a rush, so I thought you were just going to buy a 3D printer, but I don't know why.
Thor Odinson says, everyone should cancel Warhammer Plus. Everyone should. It is by far the easiest things to cancel because it's not even very good. If they have it, and demand a prorated refund and tell them why. Buy 3D prints and post those pics on social media. You can even start selling your 3D printed model to other people. Grimbald Knight, would you guys be willing to promote a hypothetical future protest event outside Warhammer World in Nottingham? It would help get normie engagement.
That would be so fucking funny.
Don't know if it would help get normie engagement.
No,
Yeah, I think
it will
I
get you
think
on
the
the
optics
media,
on it
but
would
like
be-
honestly, if you had like Arch, listen, if you
No,
do this,
listen, it's very simple. I can explain why this is a terrible idea in 3 words. Unite the right.
oh fuck off! No, it's got
Heresy's the
nothing to do with
question.
that.
Fire is
Listen,
the
if
answer.
Yes,
you
it
just
will.
have like
How many
random
people
geeks-
die at the Games Workshop protest?
I can even tell you how to do agitprop properly. Like you need 5 or 10 people that actually know the talking points, and when the media comes there, like you muscle out anyone that the media wants to talk with, and you get the guys to actually speak with the media. And
But
you,
that
you
won't
need, like, your
happen.
talking points
The
already
media
there.
will arrive, and even if they don't find anyone to talk to, even if everybody gives them, they will take a position up, they will film, and then they will say the following words into the camera. Outside of Games Workshop in Nottingham, far-right, white supremacist, alt-right Nazi protesters have gathered
Yeah,
to present their bigoted view against female space marines.
we need as many
I-
Giga Chads as we
no,
can get.
you don't do it
There is
properly. I would just protest and I would say,
absolutely
listen, Arch, listen,
no
I'll tell you how to do
way
it.
to
Listen,
win an optics battle.
No, you
on
you
this.
have no clue, right? You can't troll. Listen, all you need to do is to tell the media. It's like, we're here protesting because we were told that there will be more women playing the game if we have female Space Marines, and we have female Space Marines, and the women weren't delivered. I want to play Warhammer 40k with a woman right now. Where are the women, Games Workshop? You promised us women. You said that women will join the hobby. I asked my mother, and she said no. So why is that? Who do we hold accountable?
V.
Who do we look at and ask for
You're-
answers?
I do like where V's going with this, but I don't think message discipline will be stern enough.
No, you
V,
get like
your
5. No, listen,
entire-
Sargon,
again,
you get
your
5 or 10
view
people
of
that are
this.
indoctrinated in this. And if the media wants to talk to
doesn't
Dev, you just push them out of the
matter.
way, and you look at the camera and you say, no, we demand the women to be here. You
Hey.
guys said that you will get women here. And I asked for my girlfriend to play Warhammer, and she looked at me with disgust and disdain. And I said, look, we
For-
have female Space Marines. And she
Giga
just looked at
Sulku.
me as if
For
I'm
about
a child.
2 hours, V, we tried to explain to Dev that the left lies,
Yeah,
and you
I'm trying
believe
to
that
explain
simply
that the right
giving the
trolls
correct
aren't.
narrative will somehow
No,
prevent
listen,
this.
Art, the right trolls. Like this would be trolling. It would be fucking hilarious. It would get engagement on social media. You would get like you would be the fun group. Like people join fun and lulz. Meanwhile, the left is all serious shit. It's like, oh, everything is political. And you're like, where are my women, Game Workshop? You gave me female Space Marines, but I don't see the women. I want to play with the woman. I even made like my entire new collection of orcs, and I want to fight against the lady, but no lady steps forward. What is going on? Like this is the argument that you would bring forward. And what is the media going to do? Well,
They're
Nazis.
going to lie. Like, this is retarded. Like, no, a protest in front of Games Workshop would achieve only the opposite. The commander...
I'm going to protest by myself, Arch. I am going to go and fucking Games Workshop by myself this summer, and I will sit there alone protesting. Because I want my women. I was promised them, Arch. I was promised them by the activists that if we have female Space Marines, we'll have women, and I don't see them. All I have is Sargon with his figurines.
Mm-hmm.
But that does not satisfy me. I want my women. We're told inclusivity.
The commander says, Quis custodes ipos custodes. We weren't watching. Where are the custodes? Well, they're gone now. They're in the female-only part of the gym. Cool Tours 4208. The night watchman will arrest you for trying to stop the thief for breaking into your house now. Because he has been convinced that it's not your house. It's the thief's house.
No, he's been convinced that the thief can do no wrong. It's not that it's not your house. It is your house. It's just your duty to the thief is to let him rob you.
That is kind of fucked up as an ideology. I think it's the only
Yes.
ideology on Earth that justifies it as well.
Oh, shit.
Mr. Luckless for $50. Thank you very much. Constant retreating when the crazies plant their flag down is how we got here. Fortification be given to them just because the company is being subverted any more than Star Wars should have, or Marvel in any form of neutral IP.
Yeah, the problem is we got no leverage here.
Yes, like in a perfect world, I agree, but it's not our choice. The company is woke. The company went woke before we even knew what was happening.
Yeah.
We do have a choice. Like, what is the problem with the woke company? It mocks, ridicules you. It wants you to stop talking and engaging. So gatekeeping would be mocking, ridiculing,
Yeah.
and demoralizing the opposition.
Yeah, obviously we should do everything we can psychologically to make them understand that they're in a minority here. But realistically, we have no leverage.
Heresy's the
Which
All we
is
question.
can do
why-
is
Fire
cease
is the
giving them
answer.
money, which obviously we should do.
Which is why what we're doing is not targeting the company. See, again, boycotting outside of GW is pointless. You don't target the company. You don't target Star Wars or Marvel
Heresy's
or
the
Disney. You
question.
target the
Fire is
culture.
the
You
answer.
change the culture slowly but surely, because we can talk to people, even if we cannot
Yeah.
talk to the companies.
It's like the way Bud Light was boycotted. Wasn't just like people didn't buy the beer, but if they would
No.
see someone else drinking the beer,
Bud Light was targeted culturally. It
Yes.
became a culturally cringe thing to drink Bud Light.
yes,
Yeah.
it should be like a culturally cringe thing to play Warhammer, like the latest versions.
I mean, the problem is, it's always been people who like Warhammer persisted in the face of that.
Haplamage says, I'm a slaughterman, so I guess I'm just screwed then. Maybe. Blondie, past convictions can be used in court. Person A and B can be accused of killing B, has a history of violence, it is used against him in trial. Still fair, but it is equal because each side has a right to argue.
Yeah, equality under the law isn't bad, Sargon. Equality under the law exists in other ideologies as well.
Yeah, I just want to stop using the word equality.
You just hate the word equality, I see.
Yeah, it's just a really gay word.
No, but basically playing by the same rules. Then you can use that. Everyone should play by the same rules. There you go.
Yeah, I think people should just be treated fairly.
Sujad says, Dev, you're arguing that something can be allowed only, i.e. gay marriage, regardless of what you believe. It's always going to push to sexualize kids with or by teaching them about gay sex, minus. Well, that's the problem. The issue isn't with gay marriage. It is with the ideology that pushed gay marriage into acceptance and then abandoned it, and then even outright stated, yes, that was simply just a tactic.
Yeah. Like, you know, it's really interesting that it's a tiny percentage of gays who ended up getting married.
Because
Heresy's
it's
the
not really a
question.
value that
Fire
most
is
of
the
them
answer.
hold. Like,
Yeah.
marriage is a Christian institution, and Christianity is not necessarily a fan of your lifestyle.
But it's also marriage is something
Got-
women want.
To be honest, different
Gay
cultures
men
have
don't
different
want
ideas of
marriage,
marriage. Like under Islam, you
broadly.
can marry 3 wives, right? Like that's not a Christian thing, but
Four.
it's still marriage.
Yeah,
and-
but I don't see a whole lot of Islamic gay marriages being legalized.
Yeah, it's not so much Islamic gay marriage for you for some reason.
Mark Samed, I'm now praying that Angels Falls First doesn't become popular. Don't worry, it won't. Mr. Floppy Knickers, look at Destiny being intellectually dishonest again. He's not good faith. Hasn't been for a while.
Destiny was that.
It's Dev taking all of his political opinions from Destiny.
No, Dev's a really good sport about all this.
He is. He just needs to learn that the left lies. He has arrived at the conclusion organically now after 10 years, but he still hasn't quite been able to speak the words. The Commander, Dev, I know you disconnect. Liberals want equity and you want equality, but we shouldn't have equality. Illegal immigrants aren't equal to citizens because they've broken the law. They're criminals.
We should have justice.
Artemis Fowl, what act of sleeping is part of a
Service guarantees
framework?
Citizenship.
The human experience, I guess. Sandoom, poor Sargon, smashing his head against the commie red bricked bridge over and over again, thinking the bridge
Heresy's
can
the
understand
question.
thoughts
Fire
and
is
other
the
ideas.
answer.
The Commander, Dev, there is no equality. Criminals aren't equals to non-criminals. One is jailed, the other is not. There is no separate but equal. This is fairness.
Yes.
Zero says, I think life finds a way is the anti-framework. And Dev's not dumb. He's just optimistic, which is good.
Yeah.
Dev
Dev
is
just
good.
lives in a Canadian ideal.
Yeah, but like if you have an optimist, that's I'm going to vote for the left because like it can't be that bad, and you can fuck a nation with optimism.
Yeah.
Dev still exists in that quaint framework of thinking that he can agree with some of the left's ideals and then just tell them to stop when they reach a point that he doesn't like.
I think we're going a little bit too far now, guys.
Blonde, a movie that helps people understand the Night Watchman concept is Dirty Harry. Seriously, it's actually very deep, and Dev needs to watch a real movie. He does.
I mean, at least Dev doesn't cite Harry Potter all the time.
That's something. Mark Ashamed, liberals have outlawed shame, therefore there is no reason to be guilty. What they have established is the sin of regret. The Commander, Dev, the problem is that you listen to the philosophers without understanding them. Their teachings come from the practical. You see the abstract. Apply it. Well, it is...
Dev is a clever guy. He knows a lot of stuff.
It is literally the fact that you need to think differently when you're dealing with the left. Again, with the statues thing in America, I read an old article which basically went, oh, no, don't worry about it. From a person that's not a leftist, they're explaining the leftism to you, right? They're not going to take down Thomas Jefferson because that's not what they're about. They're about, like, specifically, like, about the South and, like, the Confederates and stuff, so don't worry about it. And then 3 years later, of course, the statue of Thomas
They did
Jefferson was
exactly
taken
that.
down. Because he was using his ideas of the world to explain the left. It's like when leftists try to explain Islam to us. Like, no,
Yeah.
Islam is actually very welcoming. Like, no, it isn't.
Yeah.
Dark Lelouch. Well, at this point, I'm closer to the Athenian reply to Menos. As to Sargon, morality and ethics are a luxury of the victor. Otherwise, it is meaningless, chirping at the end of the day. That's kind of true. Steel Striker, a question here, guys. What if this is done by Games Workshop to gain attention? Like how Velma did it. Gain attention via anger and fan rage.
They've certainly got a lot of eyes on their product.
They have. But I would have thought that waiting for the Amazon TV show to come out would have been an easier way to gain attention.
To be honest with you, I don't see Games Workshop being ballsy enough to do it that way.
No, I mean, this was definitely them testing things out.
Yeah.
Being
They're
a bit
generally
careful.
too conservative with their own product.
But I do think this basically does mean that female Space Marines will be an inevitability at some point. This feels like the foundation.
And it's not
Yeah,
going
yeah,
to be
no, I agree.
female Space Marines. It's going to be transgender Space Marines. Like you know it. They're going to have body type B. You know, like the man jaw industrial complex.
Well, I
is
mean,
going
it's
to
a Space
strike.
Marine, so it would have to be.
Yeah. Not necessarily. I
Mm.
mean, the Sisters of Battle have some hot models.
No, V. It's a Space Marine.
So
They're all genetically modified. It would end
yeah,
up.
but
exactly
there
like
are
that.
like female Inquisitors
Yeah,
that
I
look
know,
attractive.
but the Space Marines are Space Marines.
I know, but Sargon, look, there are like powerful female characters like ogres that can look attractive as women.
Yeah, but
Yeah, they're
the
not going to be
Space
that.
Marines are weird, like abhuman things that have been made.
Yeah, but like if you see like a male Ultramarine, right, without
Yeah.
armor, he does look presentable. He looks like a peak human.
No, they look freakish.
Do they? Let me check.
Yes.
The commander, Dev, is a liberal. The liberals are revolutionary socialists of the Trotsky variant. Wikipedia admits that the US had at least 100,000 Trotskyists.
Yep.
And he says the GOP were liberal for wanting to end slavery and conservative when they wanted to keep slavery dead. Dems want minorities to be slaves to the government.
Just to be clear, the Republicans are the liberals, or were the liberals, during the period of the Confederacy.
Zero Firewater. Wait, Dev, all made is abortion for adults. Why can women who make poor choices can kill an unborn child who has no choice, but made where it's voluntary and expended to help other people by the government?
How does that look freakish, Sargon?
I don't know what you're pointing at, B.
I posted it in the link channel.
I haven't got that.
That's not a very realistic representation of a space marine, I'm afraid.
It's what I found on Google. I mean.
By the way, the Space Marines are all basically weird.
Enormous, pugnacious, like just walls of grotesque muscle.
Yeah.
Zero Firewater also says, Sargon, why are you begging for monarchy when you know history when the vast majority of kings were terrible?
I don't know if the vast majority were terrible.
Most of them were probably
And the
just
thing is,
competent.
I'm not advocating monarchy either. This Dev thinks that's the only.
Yeah, I don't know. You're not advocating monarchy, but most of the stuff you're asking for can be provided by monarchy.
what
I'm
am I
warming
asking
to
for?
monarchy. If for no other reason than a governmental assembly of 1,000 people can pass a lot more fucking stupid laws than one dude can.
Yeah, that's the strongest argument for monarchy. I'd say is the limited scope of the monarch's vision.
One man can only
Yeah,
do
but
so
what do
much
you do?
damage.
What do you do? What do you do if most monarchs join together at the World Economic Forum?
What do I do when most politicians join together
Yeah.
at the World Economic Forums?
Yeah, like what's the difference?
Yeah, but like the thing with politicians is that at least they're fighting with each other and they're mostly incompetent.
so would
As
the
if
kings.
kings don't fight each other.
No. What I'm trying to say is that in your country you only have one king, right? So like if he wants to fuck you up, he's more effective at it.
Well, no, his like that one guy sleeps. That one
Yeah, but-
guy has things on his mind.
Yeah, but he has the right hand of the king.
That
you know, when the
one
king
guy
shits, the
can
hand
be
lights. I mean,
overthrown at any
Yeah.
fucking time.
Yeah, but the one guy can only do so many things in a day.
yeah, but he's
like,
got
when
an
he-
oligarchy, Sargon. He has people working for him.
Yeah, but
You're basically making the argument that, well, a company like BlackRock is good because it only has one CEO.
no, because the company like BlackRock is not just a CEO that makes decisions, right? But the scope of legislation gets smaller under the king. That is a true thing.
FM 9K started late, so way behind chat. The E in ESG is bad because it's used for bullshit like BlackRock leveraging Exxon out of heavy investments to snap them up cheap for sin uptro. So investor, different outcome, east versus west. Yes, the environmental part of ESG is primarily used to push the rest.
Right, I'm gonna have to head off, chaps, because it's
All
quite
right.
late. But this has been fun, and I'll speak to you probably tomorrow, guys.
All right, we'll see.
See you
See
at
ya.
the D&D.
The commander, I'm sick of spending money to berate Dev. Help. Well, I'm not sick of it. Emptim. BlackRock have just been caught sending billions of dollars to blacklisted CCP companies. All the money lost is simply a money laundering operation. Well, I'm sure they'll be given 5 months in prison, like that dude who did that in Ukraine. The hokey goalie. Law doesn't matter, so female custodies, fine. If true, why demand the change? Also ironic that the people who call you sexist for not liking the change are the same people creaming over golden muscle mommies. Degen cringe. Well, yes, it's, again, leftists lie. It doesn't
No, I would
matter.
ask them, where's the women, Arch? Unironically, you need to ask the leftists, where's the women? We got the female Space Marine, what you wanted, where's the women? No, because this is their way in, right? Like, and no one ever holds them accountable for
Why
their stuff.
would you set yourself up for a gotcha? Because there's always going to be some leftist female out there.
Yeah, but like, was she playing before the female Space Marines?
Okay, what if they find one? Like, why not defeat them on the argument instead of this?
Well, no, the argument is that you wanted this for inclusivity. I can show you a huge number of people that have left, and then you have like receipts with people buying tens of thousands of dollars of merch and then quitting. Where is the percentage, not the woman, the percentage of women that joined because of this change?
But why not just make the argument?
This is my argument. I'm sorry. You fight your battle, I'll fight mine. But my battles will be funnier, Arch.
Idle Drifter, normies say the Fallout show follows the law. If that was true, the massive super mutant army would have raided Vaults 31, 32, and 33 in 2001 and 56. The survivors dipped in FEV, creating more super mutants. Obviously, it does not follow the law. They made that shit up really, really, really hard. Spartan Bot 1001, introduce yourself as yourself. Let go of the political labels. All they exist for is to divide us. Why do we need to let everyone know what our political alignment is? Those that ask generally don't mean well. True. Danny D. Dev and Sargon have comprehension troubles because they're both Commonwealth. Hello. Amon Pax. Dev can be a populace if he becomes anti-state. Dev will never become anti-state. He likes the state too much. Phantom Lord Dijij07. Dev needs to remember the F in communism stands for food. There is no F in communism. And that's the joke. Because there's no food in communism.
I actually like that joke.
It is a good joke. Analog Mind. Liberalism is the failed attempt to rationalize the irrational. Traditional beliefs that create a functional society. The weak point is the logic will be abused by the disingenuous for their own benefit. Yes. Well, the thing is, whenever you open up a framework that basically says, okay, everybody gets to speak, you will inevitably open yourself up to the people who don't want other people to speak. Like, you need to actually have an authoritarian element in any ideology, lest it be conquered by somebody else's. A limitless tolerance will lead to the eradication of tolerance, as Karl Popper said. So the fire was, look at the purple cruise ship's endless tolerance to the left. Like I said last stream, March. He is endlessly tolerant towards the left, it is true. And Biden will win hands down because of fortification in 4 years. There was no change to the voting process to prevent it, and the constantly and barely interrupted illegal immigrants make worse. I am not sure Trump will win this next year.
Yeah, same. The reason I'm saying this is that he actually had more support the first time he won the election, and he won by not really a very small margin, but quite small. And by the support, I mean like people like Bannon and like influential people that were in his camp, and he has less of them now. And I still think the elections are extremely well fortified. So.
Frozen Iron Forge. Speaking of videos, at Dev, when's the Trucker protest video coming out? Never. It is too large of an L for Dev. Simple as. Our antenna. Dev, you are a homosexual. He is. Mason McElroy. The irony is there actually are trans characters in 40k, but they are literal sex demons. Yes, and children of the Emperor. Slanesh. The commander, Dev, this is the problem. I don't know V is a doctor. He never mentioned it because it doesn't matter. He doesn't gain authority from it, but you think he should. You believe in authority. Truth matters.
I don't mention it that often. Only when I tell like hospital stories, I mention it.
Burn Burnson, for fuck's sake, Arch, rein in the other autists, please. It is very difficult.
We
Especially
should
with
have
Dev.
a real life show. We should go to London and actually meet together. Have like a real life thing.
Elsa Sorana, I have decided what I want for my next donation goal. As soon as I get the money, I'm going to request a 2025 pin-up calendar from various artists featuring Arch and the waifus. That sounds expensive. Artemis Fowl, Dev, what is Helldivers 2 satirizing if not Western liberalism itself? But does Dev know this? The Olsnator, we've done it, boys. We've gotten Dev to give a shit about optics, just making him identify as a Canadian. Well done, Sargo. It is difficult. It's a long, hard fight. Alex Massey, Arch, you still haven't answered if you will be checking out Falling Frontier when, if it releases. I will. I thought I said that. I will check it out, yes. Insane Hippie saying, how did the Master not raid Vaults 31 to 33 given their location in the Boneyard? Well, you know, Bethesda thought he overlooked them, I suppose. 05 Water, here Dev blathers on, drinking the government propaganda, forgetting the article that was put out immediately after admitting to fortifying the election. Ah, yes. That they did essentially go like, yes, it was a good thing. If it happened, it was a good thing. Here are the heroes who saved the election. Your resident Redleg for another 50. Thank you very much. Greetings, gentlemen. Longtime fan of most of you. Keep up the good work. You all put out great things. Arch, as a 40k fan writer, where do you think I should post my work where people will want to see it? We can still create our own fun stories. Honestly, I don't even know, man. Like, having been banned from most of the official fan communities in 40k, I don't really know what's out there anymore. I'd try.
You get banned from fandoms, Arch?
Oh, of course I do.
What reason?
Well, for being me, I am infamous within the 40k
Really,
community.
like you don't have to break anything. You don't even have to speak just by joining.
Oh yeah, no. Me being there is bad enough.
So if you join like the 40k Discord, you get banned.
I would get banned, yes.
Let's do it. Hold on. No,
guarantees
I
citizenship.
want to see this. How fast would it happen?
If I start talking, very fast. If I'm just sitting there, it'll have to be until they find me.
Are you banned from the official one?
I don't know. I don't think they can.
Can we
ban
do
you on
this
Twitter and
live?
Discord
Did
yet.
you want to do it live? Do you want to
No,
just like enter?
Dev.
Why not?
No, Dev.
Funny.
No, Dev.
Why did you lose your sense of humor, Arch? Come on.
Ever since I got hungry and I wanted to wrap things up, but it took 2 hours to get
Alright,
Dev.
alright. But
The
like,
sidetracker
listen,
Dev.
we need to do this one day. We need to do this one day. You know, you need to set a live stream and you just join and you behave. Like, you do nothing to antagonize, nothing to upset people. You're just like, hello.
Heresy's the question.
And let's see how fast you
Fire
get
is
back.
the answer.
I'm just going to call everyone who sidetracks Dev now. Elsa Serrano, people like Mr. House because he's Odo from Deep Space Nine. Oh, and to answer, I would just try the official things first. Try the Reddit, try the fan groups, just to see, because you know they might let you be there. Maybe you can live on their mercy. To go to Strack, if you lose karma, if you chose you lose karma if you choose the Legion ending. Well, I guess they're kind of sort of evil, but they did bring. See, the NCR is better. This is true, but the Legion did do good things in its part of the wasteland. Todeshi, have any of you managed to read Jobless Reincarnation? How right-wing would you call that story? Very right-wing, as the entire point of Jobless Reincarnation is you have to work really hard all the time, and even then, shit's gonna happen and destroy your life.
There's a little bit of pedophilia there, arguably.
Well, in that they're all very young, I guess?
No, like the guy that reincarnated, he's an adult and he has sex with the other girl.
I mean, yeah, stretching it a little bit, but
Yeah.
Plus, I
The
think-
fandom is upset about this. Yeah.
wasn't Eris like 16 at the time? That's legal in
No, but like
most of the
he's
world.
like, yeah, well, it depends on the legislation now, I suppose. But he's like, what, like 40 at that point? So yeah.
If it's legal, the age
Service
gap
guarantees
doesn't matter.
citizenship.
Gabriel Natte, what is polycule? Sounds like something that needs heavy-duty antibiotics. Also, the communists were trying to tear families apart and get kids to snitch on their parents. Of course, because they're communists. That's just what they do. Mark-shaped Age of the Starchild Lord. The most valuable resource were those known as transmediums, non-binary pock humans that can send armies and star vessels across intergalactic distances. Must be protected. Radicalized becomes albinos. Age of the Starchild Lore. God, don't make. Oh God, it's gonna be modern lore. It's probably it is. It unironically probably is. CNL Ben, I'm seeing the idea of Voltec being instigators of the nuclear war goes back to the Council Fallout movie and would work only if they did secretly society-esque manipulation like Dunwich with their Cthulhu cult? Yes, there would need to be some grand plot, and the reason would need to be something better than to increase market share. Danny D, so North Korea, a bunch of National Socialists with a cult of personality. Really? Oh, absolutely. Like, they worship their own purity. They consider themselves to just be genetically better than the South Koreans. To the point where even the South Koreans actually kind of accept this. South Korea weirdly pseudo fetishizes North Korea. Evan Rogers, recent filings have revealed that GW is working towards ESG and even collect ethnic data on their employees. Why not? Elsie Sorana, Dev, you're still dumb when you're 18. Dev, you're still lacking in the noodle. Zero, Liberty Prime is my spirit animal. If only he was real. Heine the Viking, God Mars launched the nukes to allow Caesar, Lord Protector of Civilization, to unify the tribes. Are they true to Caesar? Caesar was a hero. The DSV Titan. It makes sense that China launched first. Fallout 2 has new transcript that China invaded
Heresy's the
Alaska,
question.
got repelled, the US
Fire
chased
is
them
the
back, and
answer.
sieged Beijing. At which point, of course, losing the war due to power armor, China's only options were submit or launch the nukes. It makes every sense in the world. Mark Ashamed for the Star Child. Oh, disgusting. Ben Burnson, can I just throw in that war never changes taken literally is dumb and obviously wrong? Yes, it is dumb and obviously wrong. And it's dumb even if not taken literally. War has always changed, constantly. Whether it be in its goals, its aims, its tools, its execution, its purposes, etc., etc.
No, I think what they're talking about is the destructive power and the dehumanization that we use in war.
War
never
is the single most constructive power in human history, V.
That is true, yeah.
That guy, honestly, want to get more into Warhammer because of recent events. Why give them what they want? Why not subvert them in turn? Because we're not subversive enough. Like, we would have to basically embrace the fascist way of thinking if we were to subvert them. Because there was actually a point at which the communists and the fascists were arguing with one another which one was the most effective subversive. So,
Look at what I send you, Arch. Would you think that is subversive enough?
probably a bit too blatant.
But it is lore friendly, isn't it?
Boog, a pronwa called Hell's Harem. Porn manga, I guess. Hell's Harem, Expose Vault 69. I don't know of it. Gone for Dim, it's been a member for 2 months. Thank you very much for your continued support, sir. Good art can be interpreted in different ways. Propaganda only one way. True. Evan Rogers has become a member. Welcome. Zero, be careful, Adam, because everybody lies. The Commander, hate to ruin the parade, but Adult Swim is live streaming all the episodes of Space Ghost Coast to Coast for the 30th anniversary of the show. I have no idea what Space Ghost Coast to Coast is.
Oh my fucking god, it's so amazing. It used to be like a childhood superhero. He was Space Ghost, and he would fight monsters, but he would also have a talk show. And every single night, he would have talk show with various guests.
That sounds retarded, and something that I probably wouldn't like. Bacon's Lair, oh hell yeah, new VOD, all my favourite tubbers in one vid. Ben, Fallout 3 made the Enclave more nuanced than Fallout 2. I have always preferred the Enclave. The Enclave are the heroes. And then it scrolls.
They kind of are. I mean, like, what do they want to do? They want to get rid of all the mutants in order for humanity to be able to rebuild again. Yeah.
Yeah. The Enclave
Kind
are
of
the
sucks
heroes.
if you're the mutant, but yeah.
Lord comes as Martin. Dev, you could also vote for literally anyone else. There are more than just 2 names on the ballot, you absolute slur. That would require too much non-devism. And Animate Acumen says good night, chat. Good night, Animate Acumen. Sandoom, can we just have mute dev dono button? Cash equals mute? I can implement that, yes. At Oban, I'm pretty sure CA is making a 40k or World War I Total War with the new directional missile block for vehicles, like COH vehicles in the new DLC, and Kenshi. Well, I mean, I think they're gonna fuck it up. I don't think Total War has the skills to make a good ranged combat Total War game, but we'll see. I would like for me to be wrong, but I doubt I am. MW Balls, I tried to make fun of Dev, but YouTube wouldn't let me. Have $10 anyways, I guess. Thank you. The Commander, Dev, be centrist, MAGA, or forever be Canadian. MAGA is the only mortal position. It is true. Thomas Jose, Dev. 3. Dev, here's the thing. Short. Let's put it this way. Fat. I vote for Biden. Otaku. That's true. But Take History has some sharp critique of philosophy. So, Lich, if I had a stove at Dev's IQ temp with a pot of water for 30 to 50 minutes, I would have a horrible tea for breakfast. Also, kick Dev, bring Kibs. Spider Pig. Well, he's pretending to be a woman on the internet now. Very effectively, too.
You think it's transitioning?
Yes. Spider Pig 34543. All leftists are anti-fans and must be prohibited. Correct. Boog, you skipped my MLP question. Sag, I didn't. I would have noticed. Lying little Boog. Matt Div, Dems tried smart guns. Bull, the guy who invented the design got threats on their life from most based countrymen. Won't work cause complicated things fail more, and that forces guns to stay simple. Well, I mean, the thing is, even if you made a smart gun, you would have to basically either make it really complicated so people couldn't mess with it, or you'd have to make it very simple so you can actually make enough for every gun, in which case people would just jailbreak them. Like, it wouldn't work. 400 million guns, Sargon, says Stephen Morris. PI, playing Hearts of Iron 4, Kaiserreich. Socialists suck. They do. Correct. Tick, tick, boom. The only thing surprising about GW going awoke is that it took so long. True. Spider Pig 3453 again. Dev, sloth is a moral sin, you degenerate, you degen. Truck is when? I keep telling you, the L is too large. The L is too vast for Dev to be able to take it. Fadido McDonald, I am glad StarCraft 2 concluded its main storyline before woke bullshit could fully infest it. You 40k fans have my regards. Thank you. Psycho Science Star, I love you 4 in a stream. All have evolved in different ways since you guys started, but all have kept your core friendship and have some fun barbed bants. We have somehow remained in the same group, despite everyone else shattering and breaking around us.
I haven't backstabbed a single person yet, Arch.
I don't know. You backstabbed Rags?
But I shank him in the front every single time I get the chance to do it. Just grab it in the belly, like... I don't backstab.
Still sort of counts.
I don't know.
Cuban being. Reading Marx and believing communism works is like reading Peter Pan and trying to fly off a roof with happy thoughts. I wish they'd try that more often.
This thing when people say communism doesn't work, it does work. It makes everyone poor. It literally works as intended.
Is that as intended, though?
Yeah, no, seriously. Like, it wants to bring equality and makes everyone equally miserable and poor. How exactly doesn't it work?
That is kind of true, yes.
Yeah.
Why hating? Dev's lucky he can't hear what I'm shouting at him. Dev is always lucky that he can't hear what people shout at him. The commander, the working class wouldn't have had their status reduced if they voted for Trump. This is their own fault. Let them suffer until they learn the lesson. I agree. Like, socialism does not follow destitution. This isn't like the French Revolution where people were starving for months and then rose up. Socialism precedes destitution.
If anything, Nazism follows destitution.
Yes. Unironically, fascism follows destitution because fascism is, if nothing else, an ideology of action.
Yeah, like look at what's the country where they arrested all of the El Salvador, where they arrested all the criminals and gave them expedient trials?
That is a fantastic differential. Socialism is the ideology of the victim who goes like, oh, poor me. Fascism is the ideology of the Chad who goes, I'm going to make my own bread, even if I must make it from your bones. There you go, that's the difference. As he looks on doppelganger, blood for the blood god is the answer. Jay, as much as I appreciate Arch's desire to dole out helicopter rides, that's going to be hard with the 30 grillion working-class refugees that are being imported into our countries. Well, we'll have to stop that first. Ben says, Dev just quoted Tick history verbatim with Bedniaks, and he got it wrong too. The Bedniaks were not working-class peasants rising up. They were literally, well, militias being formed specifically by the political government. Weird. I thought mindset would be on the right side. You're getting
Service
popular.
guarantees
I am.
citizenship.
The commander gifts 5 ArchCast memberships. Thank you very much, sir. Tick tick boom. Regarding TERFs, as Stocky Conical said, the position of women in the revolution is
Service
prone.
guarantees citizenship.
Correct. Axiom Seraph, women's suffrage need to be tied to wedlock childbirth. Also, welfare should remove suffrage till some set time after,
Heresy's the question.
no longer taking
Fire
it.
is the answer.
Sort of, kind of agree. A little bit. A little bit. I would basically tie voting to owning land. Let's do that. Landowner franchise. Simple. Weird. It says, the U-bot bots reply to every one of my comments now. YouTube bots reply. Well, you become popular. Johnson Smith, everyone should buy Warhammer Plus, then cancel and tell them why, lol. Then the Cult of Zinch, if you do protest, bring signs saying free hugs. Adoman says, Nikkei is a very boring game. What do you have to say to that? Z?
Story is very interesting. I mean, I don't find it boring, and especially compared to AAA games that are coming out. Don't you play it? I had people on my stream saying that you're playing it.
I did. I had to play it for a little bit. It's cute enough for what it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's a phone game at the end of the day, and it's made by the same company that made Stellar Blade.
Larry McFord, everyone needs to study critical pedagogy, pedagogy, I'm guessing, incorporating the monolithic intersectional grievance philosophy across the Western world through ESG, always be anti-contemporary critical theories, is infecting all, re-embrace tradition. Yes. Silence do good, 1776. We need a right-wing investment group. Well, we're slowly getting one. Once it becomes popular, we will get one. Like, Elon Musk is already kind of becoming our investment group in backing up people like Gina Carano, suing Disney, for example. Elon is not perfect, but he's the best we have. Mark saying, play Age of the Star Child. Is that a game? Sounds gay. I don't think I want it. No, definitely I want it. Zeta Firewalter, what's ironic about D&D? After you solved the slavery discussion, Rags has an emergency and is unavailable to play D&D, so you honestly could have used those 2 sessions just to at least attempt it. That is unfortunately true. That's the worst part. We literally could have gone on this adventure, come back, and everything would have been fine. None of this needed to happen. This was all pointless. King Tesseract, Dev is a filthy liar. He knows Trump was in court case, would overthrow PA election, separate electors had to be sent, Hawaii did it, and he knows. D25V, they don't care about hypocrisy, they revel in it. They do. Nicholas Button, giving money long-term fan. I think a lot of people disagree with female custodians because we have seen this process take place across multiple nerd hobbies before, and we have seen the outcome of each one. They collapse. Yes. The best argument against female custodians is simply to say this has happened everywhere else. It has collapsed everything else, and even if you think it is okay now, look at the intersectional movement. It has eaten everything else. They will come for your standard of tolerance sooner rather than later. Mark Samed, I guess you don't like my take on AOT. Age of T start? I don't know what that is. I have no idea what that is. Age of Saturn? Martin Osuna, V, are you hyped for Nikke 1.5 Annie? Thoughts?
Yeah, the anniversary edition. They're going to add the new Pilgrim character. It's not really that cool, the Pilgrim character, to be honest. The other Pilgrims look better. Like Modernia, for instance, looks a lot better.
I preferred the women who were in jail. They were good girls. So to Firewater Arch, are you going to follow in V's footstep and stream Nikke, but unlike V, commit more than once? You streamed Nikke. How dare you?
It was actually a very successful stream. People liked it.
The commander, that dev still didn't tell me if he'll debate me. He didn't, that's true. Dev dodged it. March aimed, hail the Starchild, the non-binary deity ruler of color for the known universe. Sorry, Arch. That's disgusting, and I hate it. Your resident Redleg, if you do not know where to go for posting stories, should we make our own then, a Discord server? Would people want that? What does a chat think? I mean, creating alternative communities is always a good thing, but the problem is you are going to be... It's the same issue with trying to create something new, right? Whenever you're trying to create something in a space that is already occupied, you are going up against the people who have been there for very long. This is why the left did the long march through institutions. It takes decades to get established. And it is a very long, very boring, very painful process, and most of the time it might not even be worth it. While you're hating, Best Cyphers Kane book for the 8-hour flight to the UK. Best book, start, of course. Get started with it. Start at the beginning. The commander, Elon Musk isn't the best investor we have. Trump is. That's sort of kind of true. But I don't think he invests much in like right-wing stuff, though. Not that I know of, at least. Boog, if you stream Nikke, don't use N-dub like V did. You played Nikke English? V? What the
Well, when they're talking, you don't want to read the subtitles for the people in the chat?
What? But they just read them on their own, little lazy bitches.
I mean, look, when you stream Nikke, you can play in whatever voice acting you want.
Yeah, but I morally condemn you for playing it in English. That's a genuine moral
You actually play
failing.
it in Japanese.
Of course.
And you're missing out. Some of the English voice acting is good.
No, I'm not. You're missing out on the Japanese voice acting, which all is good. All right, and that is all of it. We've gotten to the end of a long list. Thank you very much for watching. Oh, Nicholas Quitterstoff, think you missed my super chat, actually. Nicholas, did I? Let me control F it. Let's see if I did. Sometimes I do. I didn't. At least according to you two, I didn't.
Service
yeah, I can't see it.
Citizenship.
Did you send it somewhere weird? Because let me change Streamlabs, I guess. Or is it missed that one? In which case, a little bitch.
Service guarantees citizenship.
I cannot see it, so I don't think I did, but if I did, it wasn't on purpose. I guess. So yes, thank you all very much for watching. Thank you for your generous donations. Thank you for, well, sticking around through all this nonsense. And I will see you all again on the not the ArchCast, the Yellow Cast Flash. The Flashcast, that was the goddamn name for it. in a few hours after I've eaten, and tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after, and on D&D, and on the ArchCast, and after that again, and just forever and ever and ever and ever. I'll see you again, chat. And thank you, V, for sticking with me all the way to the end.
No problem. I know you don't.